Chapter 4294. Teaching Weiqiao had no inferiority complex since he has come to terms with reality. It's just that he couldn't understand the logic behind Li Qiye's decision. By this point, the entire sect understood Li Qiye's potential and ability. They knew that following him would end with nothing but good results. Many would love to become his disciples, but he only had eyes for Weiqiao. I have to kneel? Weiqiao didn't know if this was a joke or not. Yes. Li Qiye nodded. Weiqiao took a deep breath and got on his knees, then bowed. His head touched the ground as he spoke. Honored Master, please accept my worship. He then prostrated 2 more times and hit his head on the ground a total of 9 times. Li Qiye stood there nonchalantly and accepted the grand gesture. Finally, Elder who helped him up and happily said, Congratulations, Brother Wang, this will be a new chapter for you. He considered it an honor to become Li Qiye's disciple. Though he felt the same confusion as Weiqiao, he was still happy for him. Congratulations, Sect Master. I'm sure your new disciple will contribute greatly to the sect. He then turned towards Li Qiye, not aware of how true his words would be. Elder, don't flatter me now. I would be content with not embarrassing the sect. Weiqiao chuckled awkwardly. Given his abilities, he wasn't worthy of being Li Qiye's disciple, let alone revitalizing the sect. I will bestow you the way. Whether you can learn it or not is up to you. Li Qiye said. Which merit law will you teach me, Master? Weiqiao became anxious. Chaos mantra. Li Qiye responded. Chaos. Both old men blurted out at the same time. Weiqiao was already learning chaos. Wouldn't this be unnecessary? I'm already training with chaos, Master. Weiqiao respectfully said. Do you think you've done a good job? Li Qiye gave him the side eye. You're right, Master. Chaos might not be a supreme mantra, but I've let it down. Weiqiao admitted. He was aware of rumors regarding this mantra in the past eras, how it used to produce top cultivators. It didn't have the same negative reputation as it did now. Moreover, other disciples had better results with chaos after a similar period of time. Thus, he clearly didn't do a good job. We have an ancient immortal physique in the sect now. Brother Wang should learn that instead, since he is your disciple now, Sect Master. Elder who tried to smooth things over. Normally, Weiqiao shouldn't attempt to learn something so difficult, but since Li Qiye was the one who brought the scroll back to the sect, he had the right to do so. You've misunderstood. Are you sure you have cultivated the right chaos mantra? Li Qiye asked. Well, Weiqiao had no response. The chaos mantra in the sect right now is only a copy that can be bought from street vendors. This version has lost its original profundities and fundamentals. Thus, the fault isn't on you. It doesn't matter how hard you try, it's a fruitless endeavor in the first place. Li Qiye elaborated. The 2 old men contemplated carefully and agreed. The 7 starting mantras have been around since the start of the epoch. After so many eras, they must have been changed and modified, no longer the same as before. The particular version in the sect was as cheap as can be. Little Diamond bought them back then only to fill up their treasury. Please guide me, Master. Weiqiao bowed. I will first teach you how to chop wood with 3 movements. Li Qiye smiled. Chopping wood. The 2 were surprised again. Elder who assumed that Li Qiye would start by teaching Weiqiao the best possible merit laws that were available. This didn't seem to be the case. Is there a need to learn how to chop? Weiqiao asked. Do you think you have mastered this then? Li Qiye answered with a question. Weiqiao didn't respond. In reality, he was quite good with this task and Li Qiye had praised him before. But, he didn't know Li Qiye's perceived ceiling. You don't want to teach him something else, Sect Master? Elder who thought that this was a great opportunity for Weiqiao. Becoming the Sect Master's disciple availed him to excellent merit laws. Alas, Li Qiye wanted to teach him how to chop wood? This seemed rather ridiculous. Moreover, Weiqiao was trustworthy and had toiled for decades. He deserved better merit laws. I think stronger merit laws might be more suitable. He hurriedly added. Stronger merit laws? No merit laws are invincible. Only the users. Li Qiye stared at the elder. I see. Weiqiao became emotional and started fantasizing. Do you know any true invincible masters that rely on someone else's merit law? Li Qiye asked. The duo exchanged glances and in terms of merit laws, the The top Dao lords didn't use pre-existing ones and created their own grand Dao. I await your guidance, master, Wei Qiao said. Watch carefully, we'll see if you can learn it. Li Qie ordered before grabbing Wei Qiao's hatchet. Wei Qiao immediately focused up and tried to observe all the little details in Li Qie's movement. Li Qie raised the hatchet, swung downward, and split the piece of wood. His action seemed slow and nonchalant, as if it was in tune with the rhythm of heaven and earth, moving along the trajectory of a grand Dao. It appeared simple, just like a mortal chopping wood. Others would laugh at him and paid no mind. However, Wei Qiao saw something different as he replayed the action in his mind repeatedly. He could sense a Dao harmonization happening. Having finished the demonstration, Li Qie handed the hatchet back to Wei Qiao. Master, what is the name of this move? Wei Qiao became curious. It's just a casual swing, Li Qie responded. Chapter 4295. Arrival. Not bothering to name the technique astounded Elder Hu and Wang Wei Qiao. Li Qie didn't bother teaching his new disciple a new merit law, only a casual swing. Could this even be considered a technique? Why didn't he change chaos to something else, or just a superior version? To be perfectly blunt, did Li Qie really teach Wei Qiao anything? Try your best now, Li Qie said. Don't bite more than one can chew. No need to cultivate multiple merit laws or refine invincible treasures. The key is to possess an eternal Dao heart. That's the most important prerequisite. I shall obey, master. Though Wei Qiao was still confused, he still remembered Li Qie's movement earlier. Ask me if you have questions. Li Qie wasn't a hands-on teacher and left afterward, letting Wei Qiao figure it out on his own. Wei Qiao bowed to show respect while thinking that this felt like a bizarre dream. Nonetheless, his resolute nature remained. It didn't matter what Li Qie taught him, he would still do his best one step at a time without uttering a single word of grievance. The majority of those who joined their sect master's tutelage hoped to have access to the best and most exclusive merit laws possible. That's a primary reason for becoming a sect master's disciple. However, Wei Qiao didn't harbor this thought. He was content with just learning whatever Li Qie taught him. Cultivation itself was part of his life. He had never given up in the past, and this was still the case in the present. Normally, most would have given up in this hopeless situation. They knew that death was coming, so what was the point of training any further for no improvement? It wouldn't change anything. People in his case would return to the mortal world and live the rest of their lives in luxury and riches. Even the weakest cultivator could enjoy such a life in the mortal world. Wei Qiao's pursuit was the process of cultivation itself. He didn't view it as a means for another goal. He stayed true to his path and trained diligently. Whenever he had a question, he immediately went to ask Li Qie. Though he didn't understand all of the teachings at first, he took his time learning in a meticulous manner. In the past, no one was there to guide him from his errors. Now, with Li Qie's help, his path was brighter than ever before. This motivated him even further. Li Qie wasn't a demanding master either, never telling the old man to reach a particular realm. Nonetheless, Wei Qiao was still ambitious and spirited despite his age. His body was old, not his mind. This might be one of the reasons why Li Qie picked him as a disciple. Few had this privilege in history. A tiny sect such as Little Diamond rarely had serious matters to deal with, only minor issues. The latter didn't need Li Qie's attention since the 5 elders could take care of it. Li Qie had no intention of taking charge either. Sect Master, young noble Du Weiwu insists on meeting you. Today, there was a matter that the first elder couldn't deal with. A young master of a noble clan. The clan itself isn't a big deal, but his first uncle is the master of 8 Demons Gate. His uncle-in-law is a member of Dragon Sect. The first elder elaborated. 8 Demons Gate was just a small sect in this region, only slightly stronger than Little Diamond and its neighbors. This wasn't the case for Dragon Sect. It was considered the strongest demon branch in southern Desolace. Many believed that it was only second to Lion's Roar Kingdom. Thus, Dragon was definitely a behemoth compared to Little Diamond. An unreachable true dragon. Just any expert from this sect could annihilate Little Diamond. Therefore, this Du Weiwu was nothing himself, but he had some strong backers. This was the reason why the first elder exercised caution. Not interested, Li Qie replied. Sect Master, I think he is aiming for our ancient immortal physique after having heard some rumors like a shark smelling blood. He won't leave without meeting you, the elder said. In reality, the guy has been in Little Diamond for several days now. Initially, the elders wanted to politely send him away via gifts because he shouldn't be offended. Alas, he was hell-bent on meeting their sect master. A shark smelling blood? Xueqi smirked after hearing this. Fine, let's go take a look at this shark. The first elder shuddered after seeing his smile despite not being aware of its implication. It didn't take long before Du Weijia was granted an audience with Xueqi. He was around 20 years of age. A young deer demon with a small antler. He was rather handsome and wore an extravagantly embroidered robe, looking a bit haughty. He was only an average cultivator at best, but in this region, he considered himself to be a top dog. This was understandable due to having an uncle in Dragon sect. Just the name, Dragon, would intimate everyone. He indeed had heard some rumors and came to seek out more information, akin to an eagle not giving up after spotting a rabbit. My name is Du Weijia, the firstborn of the Du. Nice to meet you, sect master. He bowed towards Xueqi. The Du was only nobility in the mortal realm and barely had any reach in the cultivation world. Thus, he should be prostrating, not just bowing. Xueqi didn't mind and nodded in response. Weijia carefully scanned Xueqi. He knew about the death of Little Diamond's previous sect master, but didn't expect the successor to be so young and ordinary. I'm here to congratulate. Du Weijia put on a happy appearance. Don't hold your thought now, state your true intention. Xueqi waved his hand dismissively. Chapter 4296. Threat. Du Weiwu's expression soured, not expecting this sect master to be so bold and impolite towards him. I have no other intention outside of congratulating you, sect master. Well, I also heard some news. He coughed and still wore a smile. What? Xueqi said lazily. His attitude annoyed Du Weiwu. In the past 2 days, Little Diamond has been treating him like an esteemed guest, so this was a departure from the norm. I heard your previous sect master died a violent death recently. Du Weiwu acted like an expert and said, coincidentally enough, a battle broke out at the old ruins that day over the emergence of some treasures. I wonder if he had participated? The implication was as clear as possible. The previous sect master had indeed participated in that event, albeit under disguise. Everyone else was preoccupied with the treasures and due to the chaos, no one recognized him. And Xueqi smiled. A very important and precious item went missing among them. Du Weiwu smiled mysteriously. Our sect is insignificant like an insect. We weren't qualified to participate in a treasure hunt like the heroes of the world. The first elder hurriedly interjected. This involved several behemoths in southern Desolaces. It was dangerous for Little Diamond to join the muddled water. No, dangerous wasn't the right word. This could become an existential crisis. They didn't want anyone to figure out the connection between their sect and the ancient immortal physique scroll. Otherwise, destruction would be imminent. Elder, you might say that, but who knows? The top sects will not allow anyone to steal their feast in front of them. That's a challenge to their authority. Du Weiwu smiled implicatively. The elder's expression changed after hearing this. He took a deep breath and said, True, but we have always been neutral. We know our place in the world. Well, you have to prove it. They have sent out investigators regarding this matter. If there's a sect that's actually audacious enough to do this, the top sects would have to destroy them to prove a point. Weiwu added. The elders secretly exchanged glances, aware of the consequence. Right, I wonder which impudent sect dared to do this. The first elder calmed down and said. Du Weiwu pressed on, but your sect master passed away so suddenly, I think people will question this. Perhaps your sect master went to the ruins. Young Master Du, you misunderstood. Our sect master was ambushed by an enemy and passed away from injuries. The first elder interrupted while shaking his head. How regrettable, the end of a true hero. Weiwu put on a sad expression and said, I trust you, first elder, but others might not, especially the ones from the big sections. They will do everything to figure this out, including coming to your sect for a full investigation. I wonder if you're prepared for it. The elders tried their best to stay calm, but their expressions betrayed them. If outsiders came, they would immediately be exposed. There would be no escaping then, since the immortal scroll was located in their treasury. An upright man has no slanted shadow, the elder said strongly. They must deny this at all costs. Your righteousness is commendable. Du Weiwu said, it's just that once they come, it won't be that easy getting them to leave. A single misstep might result in unimaginable consequences. Du Wei revealed a smile that wasn't a smile. The first elder couldn't refute the logic in this. Once those experts came, there might be other complications even if they couldn't find the scroll. Powerful cultivators were temperamental and violent. As the saying goes, summoning a god is easy, getting one to leave is the hard part. It's not like there's no way around it. Du Weiwu coughed and said, our clan has been close to your sect for so long, so I am willing to help out. My uncle, dear monarch, is from Dragon's sect. I just need to say his title and no one will dare to trouble your sect, don't you think, elder? Weiwu was right about this. His uncle had enough influence to stop others from investigating Little Diamond even if they were suspicious. You came prepared, young Master Du, the first elder uttered coldly. Don't be so harsh, elder. I'm just here to help out. However, getting my uncle involved requires some form of payment, no? There is no free lunch in this world. Weiwu chuckled. Humph. The first elder scowled. His peers were unhappy as well. Weiwu wanted to extort them. Who knows if the top sects were actually sending investigators? However, if the latter wasn't true, it could become true in the future. Without sufficient bribes, Weiwu might divulge this information to everyone else. Okay, are you done fighting now? Li Qie finally jumped in. Weiwu's annoyance grew after hearing the deliberate insult. Sect Master, remember, I'm here to help out. He cupped his fist. Since I'm in a good mood, I will allow you to run. Li Qie smiled. You! Weiwu turned red with rage. The elders exchanged glances. They didn't want to escalate the issue so quickly due to the grave consequences. Sect Master, you are blind to kind intentions. If you insist on ignoring advice, you'll have to be ready for the consequences. Weiwu said coldly. What consequences? Li Qie decided to play along. Heavy losses at best, sect destruction at worst. Little Diamond will be no more. Weiwu said. Are you threatening us? The first elder jumped in. No, but it sounds like your sect has a guilty conscience. That's why you're trying to chase me away. Weiwu's expression darkened. Thus, in order to get through this, you must pay an expensive price, either enough refined jades or let me pick a manual. He no longer hid his true intention. The elders glared intensely at him. Though they were weak, they couldn't bear being treated like fish on the chopping board. Looks like you don't wish to leave this place in one piece. Li Qie said, I was going to spare you but now, looks like I must make you leave an arm behind. As if you dare. Weiwu didn't buy it. My first uncle is the sect master of 8 demons. My uncle-in-law is a member of Dragon. Touch a hair of mine and this land will be reduced to scorched earth. Keep on speaking and it'll be your head instead of your arm. Li Qie waved his hand dismissively. Chapter 4297. Reckless, Sect Master. I am a friend, not an enemy. Watch your words. Du Weiwu's expression soured. He had no idea that death was already knocking on his door. Gotcha, I'll keep that in mind. Will you do it yourself or do we have to? Li Qie smiled but didn't change his mind. Weiwu grimaced, realizing that Li Qie wasn't playing around. If you do it yourself, I will go easy on you. Li Qie added. Enough. Don't you know who I am? Weiwu lost his cool and bellowed. Don't know, don't care, but you're definitely a nobody. Li Qie said, I'm in a good mood today so I'll toy with you. Ha ha ha. I see, the puny diamond sect is so arrogant nowadays. Weiwu's rage made him burst out in uncontrollable laughter. The 5 elders became irate right away. If it was a big shot saying it, then they would have no choice but to endure. However, it was Du Weiwu. They had enough self-awareness to know how weak Little Diamond was. However, Du Weiwu was a nobody. It would be a different issue if it was his uncle from Dragon's sect. He himself wasn't qualified to stand before them and Li Qie. Little Diamond was actually stronger than his clan. He was just a junior speaking to elders and a sect master, yet he dared to call them puny? This blatant disrespect was unforgivable. Kill him. Li Qie nonchalantly ordered. Weiwu staggered backward after hearing this and shouted, My first uncle is the sect master of 8 demons. My uncle-in-law is from Dragon. Never heard of them. Li Qie gently picked his ear. The elders naturally wanted to do this but had scruples. 8 demons was relatively the same as them in terms of power, so this was doable. Alas, Deer King could crush them with a single stomp. Thus, they hesitated despite being livid at the arrogant youth. Should we? Elder Hu asked. Nothing more than insects. Li Qie replied. They exchanged glances and found that Li Qie never gave a damn about these cultivators, not even Deer King. Sect Master, I'm afraid people will speak ill of us if we kill a guest. The first elder chose his words carefully. But we also lose face if we let someone insult us without consequence. Let's have a proper punishment. Just take one of his arms. He came up with a compromise because killing the youth might really be poking the beehive. Good point. Li Qie smiled. Sever one arm then. The elder stepped forward with a serious expression and said, Young Master Du, you should do it yourself, it'll be easier on everyone. Do you know what you're doing? Even a fool knew that he was in trouble at this moment. Cut off one arm and we'll help you down the mountain. The first elder said. Wei Wu's expression became ugly while still retreating and shouting, Don't be foolish. Know who my uncles are. You're the fool. The first elder became impatient and shouted, Let's go. He wasn't a top master, but with his Yin Yang realm, he was more than Wei Wu can handle. Just his aura alone intimidated the youth. He only had the thought of escaping in his mind. He turned and immediately fled. A little character like him didn't care about prestige and reputation. Unfortunately, the first elder immediately blocked his path. He changed direction, but the elder was still faster. Die! He summoned a sword and thrust it towards the elder's neck. It traveled like a poisonous snake, but the elder easily swatted it away. Crack! He broke the youth's arm. Ah! The pain made Wei Wu scream in agony. Leave now. The first elder stopped and coldly uttered. The pale youth was both furious and afraid. Nonetheless, he still bellowed, You all just wait. My uncles will definitely avenge me and flatten your sect. With that, he ran for his life out of the sect. What a brat. The fifth elder felt much better after seeing the youth being taught a lesson. This might be problematic though. The first elder had a worried expression instead of being satisfied. Right, the brat is nothing. The same with the Du. The problem is 8 demons. The second elder worried as well. We can handle 8 demons. I'm just afraid of interference from Deer King. The first elder replied. The elders exchanged glances. It was tragic being part of a weak sect. Destruction could happen whenever. Sect Master, what should we do? The first elder saw Li Qie's indifferent attitude. Don't pay no mind. This is trivial and will only serve as entertainment since I have free time. Li Qie casually responded. The elders had no response. It seemed plausible for Li Qie to look down on 8 demons. However, underestimating Dragon's sect was rather ignorant and arrogant. Recently, they had listened to Li Qie's Dao lectures and knew that he was extremely capable. Nonetheless, this was a behemoth they were talking about. Dragon's sect is true to its name, a dragon soaring in the horizon, not an entity we can afford to provoke. We should exercise prudence, Sect Master. The first elder warned. If they choose to be disobedient, I suppose I'll be tearing out dragon tendons and drinking dragon blood. Li Qie said. The elders smiled helplessly after hearing this. The sect master was beyond their control. Chapter 4298. 8 Tiger Demon Vengeance came swiftly. In just 2 days, 8 demons came and surrounded Little Diamond. Clank! Clank! The ladder's members became alarmed after hearing the warning gongs. They're here! The disciples guarding the base blew their horns. Those who heard the warning immediately dropped their current task and ran to their assigned post. The elders also moved with urgency. They had been assigned clear responsibilities. Some stayed in the sect while others went to command disciples. 8 demons' force consisted of several hundred disciples, looking rather aggressive and fierce. Close the gate, the 5th elder ordered. Creak! The arched gate at the base slowly closed. This gate had a rich history and served as one of the toughest defenses of Little Diamond. Meanwhile, hybrid demons lined up right outside. Bulls, serpents, fiery crows. They already had weapons at the ready despite a lack of command. Axes, spears, and pagodas. The two sects weren't far from each other, only several hundred miles or so. Thus, they arrived in no time at all after hearing about Du Weiwu's injury. "Little Diamond, come accept your fate." He appeared among the demonic horde and roared. His face twisted with both rage and complacency, ready to exact his revenge. Boom! A massive figure appeared before them. Rah! Its demonic energy and murderous intent forced its own allies back. The members inside Little Diamond were frightened as well. Their legs trembled as their face turned pale. 8 Tiger Demon. Those from Little Diamond jolted in fear. This tiger demon had a tall and sturdy physique with the character King on his forehead. His eyes shone frighteningly. He was none other than the sect master of 8 demons and Du Weiwu's uncle. Strangely enough, Weiwu was a deer demon while his uncle was a tiger demon. Elder, the tiger demon himself is leading. A disciple from Little Diamond reported this to the first elder. "Can we stop him?" one elder asked. "He is at the grand level of the Yin-Yang realm." The fourth elder became worried. When their previous sect master was alive, he was about as strong as this tiger demon. Now, only the first elder was in the Yin-Yang realm. Alas, he was only at the minor level. 8 Tiger, why are you here? The fifth elder was in charge of the gate and asked the aggressive demon. "You already know the answer. You injured my nephew and insulted my clan. We need an answer or we'll flatten your sect." 8 Tiger barked back. The elders naturally knew that Du Weiwu must have embellished the stories to make himself the victim. Thus, this assault wasn't unexpected at all. 8 Tiger, you only heard a one-sided account. We might be a small sect but we know better than to bully a junior. Your nephew's greed and disrespectful attitude towards our sect master warranted the punishment. The fifth elder said. "Lies." Du Weiwu jumped out and shouted, "I came with sincerity to help your sect but you repaid kindness with malice, going as far as severing my arm. Today, I will have vengeance and watch the downfall of your sect. The truth cannot be hidden forever." The elder ignored him and spoke with the tiger demon instead. 8 Tiger, reconsider this, don't start a war over a junior. Ha ha ha, I'm afraid this won't be a war, only a one-sided massacre. This is the end for your sect. The tiger demon smiled coldly. Are you sure about that? The fifth elder's tone became serious. Fifth, you can't scare me. Your sect master is dead so no one in your sect can take me on. I alone can sweep this place uncontested. Who's going to stop me? The demon said. Junior members of Little Diamond became anxious after hearing this. We'll see about that, 8 Tiger. The first elder finally appeared on top of a peak. The demon stared at him and burst out in laughter. Ha ha ha, long time no see, first elder. You're only at the minor level and can't last that long against me. It's over for your sect once I kill you. You are so sure of victory already. The elder coldly responded. Meanwhile, the disciples from Little Diamond crowded near the gate, ready to fight to the death. They were weaker but had no intention of retreating, ready to die protecting their sect. Thus, Little Diamond had several advantages: defensive position and morale. 80 to 90%. The demon said, "But I do not want needless bloodshed. There is an easy way to make me retreat." "We're listening," the first elder said with a sarcastic tone. "Firstly, hand your new sect master over so I can avenge my nephew. Secondly, hand over your merit laws, including the recently obtained one. Lastly, half of your territories will belong to us." The demon revealed. The side of Little Diamond trembled with rage. Their hands shook violently since these conditions were too humiliating. They would rather die fighting. Ultimately, the last two conditions were akin to a complete takeover. Their sect would only exist in name afterward. Your demand is ridiculous. We're not that easily bullied. The outcome is still to be decided. The first elder shouted back. Is that so? I guess since you all are courting death, I will lend you a hand. Well, since I'm so merciful, I will give you 3/4 of an hour first to deliberate. Humph, if you still won't concede then, we will attack. The demon decided. Rah! The demons at the base of the mountain roared after hearing this. Sect master, what should we do? Elder who asked Li Chia, who was only looking at the sky, not caring about the demons. He finally looked down after being asked for a command. Chapter 4299. Crush them with rocks, crush them to death. Li Qie ordered. Sect Master, you want to personally kill that 8 tiger? Elder Hu inquired again. No, that little demon isn't worth my time. Just throw rocks at them. Li Qie smiled. Throw rocks at them? Elder Hu thought that he misheard. Yes. Li Qie confirmed. Elder Hu stared at him in confusion. Was this a joke? 8 Tiger Demon was a Yin Yang cultivator. Sect Master, I'm not sure this is the time to play around, he responded. If cultivators could be killed by rocks, then no one would bother to cultivate. Any rock will do, large or small. Just throw it really far and high in their direction. Li Qie ignored the skepticism. By this point, Elder Hu began to question Li Qie's sanity. If it wasn't for his otherworldly Dao instruction and impeccable knowledge, the elder would think that he has a mental illness. However, Li Qie had won over the sect by this point. They trusted him despite hearing how ridiculous it was. Is this actually possible? The elder asked again. Why not? Li Qie remained patient. With all due respect, Sect Master, I don't think any cultivator will die to a rock. The elder responded. If you throw a rock with full strength at a mortal, will he die? Li Qie asked. Absolutely. The elder admitted. He was powerful compared to mortals. If he were to toss one with all of his might, the mortal's head would explode regardless of the rock's size. However, these demons weren't mortals. 8 Tiger in particular was stronger than any of them. How could their sect kill these demons via rocks and stones? Logic was not on their side. Just listen to me, miracles can and will happen. Li Qie stared coolly at the sky and said, The elder eventually gritted his teeth and said, Sect Master, I shall obey. He needed to try everything in this desperate situation because Li Qie was their sliver of hope. Others might consider this ludicrous, but he still wanted to bet on Li Qie. Time is over. Little Diamond. Will you surrender or fight? 8 Tiger roared from the base of the mountain. Either way, that Li guy will not be allowed to live. I will drink his blood and taste his flesh. Du Wei Wu shouted while gritting his teeth. Meanwhile, Elder Hu passed on Li Qie's command. The sect master has spoken, we shall throw rocks at them. Any size is fine. Come again. Not to mention regular disciples. Even the elders became slack-jawed. Is there a mistake? The first elder asked Elder Hu. No, that's a direct order from the sect master. Elder Hu smiled wryly and confirmed. Like regular rocks? We just throw them? The first elder started questioning Li Qie's sanity as well. Yes, just throw them. He said to go as high and as far as possible. Elder Hu said with doubt. He thought that he was crazy too after giving this command, especially during this existential crisis. The disciples nearby became confused and exchanged glances. However, their respect for Li Qie kept them calm so they didn't protest. 8 Tiger, our sect master has decided. We shall fight against unwelcomed enemies. The 5th elder who was on the front line answered. Very well, so you wanted the hard way instead. So be it, don't blame us for being merciless as we break down your gate and crush your sect. Get ready for battle. Elder Hu joined the front line as well and ordered, pick up rocks. The disciples either sheathed their weapon or tossed them to the side. They looked around to find random rocks or dug them up from the ground. What are they doing? The demons were at a loss while watching this. You want to kill us with rocks? 8 Tiger burst out in laughter. His men felt the same way. Oh God, these idiots want to play with rocks? If rocks can kill us, we all might as well commit suicide. One of them joked. There's something wrong with your new sect master's brain. I know, they're trying to make us laugh to death, I didn't expect him to be this stupid. Looks like even the heaven wishes for your sect's demise. Du Wei Wu laughed heartily. As he was laughing, Li Qie, who was standing on the peak, casually picked up a stone and threw it down. Boom! The stone struck and smashed the youth's head. Fleshy bits and blood splattered everywhere. He didn't even have the chance to scream before falling backward on the ground. The waves of laughter in the demon horde subsided instantly. Throw! The first elder shouted and led by example, being the second to throw. Throw. Fellow sect members did the same. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Though they mustered all of their might, the offensive power was still limited. Humph, no way these rocks can kill us. 8 Tiger sneered and was prepared, unlike Du Wei Wu. However, once the rocks got high enough, the air suddenly changed. There seemed to be a power manifesting out of nowhere and blessing all the rocks. Or it might be that they have reached an elevation high enough to touch a mysterious force and gain its blessing. Chapter 4300. Crushing Boom. The empowered rocks and stones instantly turned into massive meteors. Rumble. Explosions and quakes took over. Space trembled violently as a result of this incoming devastation. Are you seeing this? Everyone in Little Diamond became astounded. The meteors left behind blazing trails, seemingly melting the sky. What is going on? On the other hand, the meteors scared the hell out of the demons. Both sides thought that this was only an illusion. Earlier, even the biggest boulders had a size limit. The stronger disciples picked them up and threw them down the mountain. However, these meteors were large enough to pierce the earth. The sudden change in size took everyone off guard, even the throwers themselves. They performed the action and knew just how large the size was on top of the tossing power. They lacked the ability to change the rocks into meteors. There was no explanation for this. Activate! 8 Tiger roared and his vitality erupted. Yin and Yang appeared beneath his feet as he activated his Grand Dao, shooting a beam upward. He exerted the limit of his cultivation and stars appeared. He summoned a shield with a tiger head crest. The crest turned into a roaring white tiger, ready to meet the meteors directly. Defense! The frightened demons calmed down and shouted, following their sect master's lead. Various bestial roars could be heard. Leopards, tigers, and many others. Buzzes and the sound of wings spreading echoed as well. The demons reverted to their original form while still holding the various treasures. They activated their natural abilities in an attempt to stop the meteors. Boom! The first one was stopped by the tiger demon's shield. Nonetheless, the impact caused him to stagger several steps backward. Rumble! The rain of meteors finally hit the surface. A group of demons working together could manage to stop 1 or 2. However, there were several hundred meteors smashing against the horde's defenses. This left them helpless regardless of their abilities and efforts. Ah! Heavy casualties happened instantly as they were crushed into a pulp. Even the strongest member, the sect master, could handle it no longer. His shield shattered into countless pieces and he was sent flying while vomiting blood. Run! He no longer cared about his or the sect's reputation. Staying alive was the only thing on his mind, so he turned and fled. Run! The few survivors of the horde wished that they could grow more legs right now to run even faster. It didn't take long before they were gone, leaving behind a scene of carnage. The atmosphere fell into a hush. The victors stood there in a daze, unable to process reality. No one applauded or expressed their happiness. The inside of their brain was either spinning or being completely empty. Words couldn't come close to describing this event. Perhaps miracle was a rare exception. They were ready to fight to the death despite being clearly weaker than the enemies. Their sect was initially weaker, not to mention the death of their previous sect master. Today, they obliterated 8 demons without losing a single man. Moreover, they didn't use a single treasure or merit law. They simply picked up rocks and threw them at the enemies. Who would ever believe them about this victory? Little Diamond threw rocks to kill several hundred demon cultivators? Utterly ridiculous. Nonetheless, there were proofs, the stench of blood and the corpses left behind. Some disciples slapped themselves or asked their friends to slap them. The pain brought them back to reality. We actually did it. It worked. The first elder shared the same confusion as everyone else. In the beginning, he thought that his sect master had gone insane. Alas, they still carried out his order, hoping that Xueqi was only playing around and had another ace card up his sleeve. It seemed that he didn't need anything else. Just the rocks alone were sufficient. They looked up at the sky but saw nothing special. Why? Elder Who wondered why the rocks were suddenly empowered. He and the elders had many questions, but one thing was clear. Xueqi was the prime suspect. Chapter 4301. The Supreme Monarch, Sect Master. Why did this happen? What technique was it? elder who decided to ask the man himself. They participated and knew just how strong their throw was. It couldn't turn the rocks into meteors and was no threat to anyone. Only Li Qie, the mastermind behind this, had an answer. He clearly knew the outcome from the start. The elders were nothing but impressed with his ability and insight. Little Diamond was on the brink of destruction, but he still gave the insane command. Then again, they also realized that they were insane for actually carrying out the order. Perhaps only their tiny sect had enough solidarity and trust to entertain Li Qie's perceived madness. When there's a divine power, there's always potential. Li Qie smiled and glanced at the sky. Sect Master, you're the one behind this, right? The first elder replied, thinking that only the mysterious man could turn the rocks into meteors. No, it wasn't me but rather the divine power from above. Li Qie answered. Are you saying that the high heaven is protecting Little Diamond? The fourth elder blurted out. Incorrect. Li Qie denied the notion. The high heaven protects no one. Only living beings protect living beings. The elders became confused since this conversation was being derailed. Nonetheless, they still stared at the sky with respect in their eyes. There must be something up there that they couldn't see due to their limited power. At least it's over. The fifth elder heaved a sigh of relief after commanding disciples to clean up the battlefield. We're done with 8 demons, but I don't know if peace will come. Du Weiwu died in front of our gate and his uncle fled. He might go to Deer King next. The first elder remained worried. Given the current situation, 8 demons should be thanking the heaven if Little Diamond were to drop the issue and not assault them. However, 8 Tiger Demon and Deer King were related. The latter was the real source of danger. Dragon's sect was on an entirely different level. An expert from there could easily destroy 8 demons or Little Diamond. Thus, all of Little Diamond's members became nervous. We have to avoid them. The fifth elder suggested. It's best that we don't go to the conference. I agree. At the conference, 8 Tiger might accuse our sect and Deer King will support him. Dragon's sect will be on 8 Demon's side for sure. Elder who pondered for a moment before answering. True. The second elder continued. I don't think our problem, regardless of how unjust it is, will earn the attention of Lion's Roar. It'll be decided beforehand. Lion's Roar most likely didn't have time to preside over every little thing and mediate conflicts between minor sections. This was only a trivial fight in the grand scheme of things. Dragon's sect didn't need to report this at the conference at all. Just one order from them could end Little Diamond. We shouldn't go then. The fifth elder said. What conference? Li Qie stared at them and asked. We are referring to the largest conference in southern Desolace, Myriad Sects. This is a tradition dating back to the distant era. It was started by the supreme monarch of Lion's Roar with the purpose of protecting 8 Desolaces. The entire world participated until peace finally came and the king disappeared. The scale of the conference gradually decreased and only became an event in our region. Right now, Lion's Roar and the other behemoths such as Dragon Sect plan it together. The supreme monarch? Li Qie asked. The king is the ultimate existence from Lion's Roar's divine ancestral shrine. Rumor has it that there was another title for this being. Night Yearn Butterfly Monarch, the savior of 8 Desolaces respected by all. Lion's Roar has enjoyed its prosperity for so long due to the foundation left behind by the monarch. Elder Hu explained. Don't casually talk about this topic. The first elder became tense. The supreme monarch is revered by all. It's best to keep our mouth shut lest we say the wrong thing. If Lion's Roar catches wind of any negative comment, the transgressor would lose everything. The other 4 heeded this warning and closed their mouth. Not to mention regular cultivators like them. Even Dao lords were fearful of this supreme existence. Night Yearn, I see. Li Qie stared at the horizon and ripples formed in his otherwise calm mind. A layer of dust was wiped from his memories after hearing this title. It has been too long. He himself has almost forgotten. Night Yearn Butterfly Monarch, an untouchable being in 8 Desolaces. Even the top Dao lords and hidden masters spoke with a hushed voice regarding this person. The past resurfaced in Li Qie's mind. The proud and stubborn girl has reached the apex. She grasped the truths and was able to control the immortal spear. There was no need to think or take a look. He could sense everything in 8 Desolaces since this was his world and epic. The elders took note of his melancholic expression and found it strange. He seemed to be an old soul stuck in a youthful body. This was a strange and inexplicable feeling for them. Very well, we're heading to the conference since I need to exercise. Pick some disciples to tag along. Li Qie said. What about Dragon Sect? What if 8 demons report us? The first elder hesitated. Completely trivial. You need not worry. Li Qie interrupted him. Chapter 4302. Bodhisattva Metropolis. Bodhisattva Metropolis was the oldest and most prosperous city in southern Desolace. It also had a reputation for being the strangest. There were several accounts of its origin. One being that it was built as a memorial for Medicine Bodhisattva. Another account said that this was a place where she used to heal people. The third stated that this was her birthplace. All in all, the city was definitely connected to her in one way or another. In the south, territories and borders were clearly defined. This was not the case for the city despite its abundant wealth and size. It remained neutral throughout the years and served as a place for mediation and contracts. Any contracts signed here were considered holy. Breaching meant being reviled by the rest of the world. Thus, great powers and top cultivators normally came here to have discussions. The agreements here have always been successfully carried out. Thus, this was the holy land for contracts. Why did the city have this special characteristic? No one had an answer. Some believe that it has been implicit for so long that it became an unbreakable rule. Even Tao lords obeyed the contracts here, let alone others. Many believe that there was a mysterious power deep in the city, protecting it and allowing it to be neutral. This special status has been unshakable in the history of 8 Desolaces. Tao lords have had their coronation ceremony in this place. For example, Pure Sun Tao Lord, Azure Ancestor, Space Dragon Emperor, even Blessed Tao Lord, and many others. None of these supreme beings dared to take the city for their own in spite of the advantages. The prime example should be Blessed Tao Lord, someone who brought peace to the war and popularized cultivation by changing the established path. He didn't seize the city and chose to build true immortal sect somewhere else. Of course, there were exceptions. Many ambitious souls have tried to do so before. However, their ambition turned to dust the moment they approached the city. These cultivators were instantly killed before making their way inside, either by the Tao Lord of that era or some unknown cultivation masters. Some died of mysterious death as well. All of this made the metropolis a perfect place to have conferences. One of the most important being myriad sects. Historians believe that this conference has been around since the start of the epoch. The supreme monarch deemed it necessary after the Great Calamity. As for Bodhisattva Metropolis, there are conflicting sides on whether it was around then. A consensus was that the conference served as a promoter of peace and stability, able to unite the world in the early days. Later on, top Tao lords also joined the conference. The supreme monarch only appeared during the first conference. The ones later were carried out by the major powers in the world. As time passed, peace came to the world. This was especially true during Blessed Tao Lord's aura. The myriad Tao era emerged and the conference became less necessary. Thus, Lion's Roar Kingdom became less influential than before. The conference itself started as one for all of 8 Desolaces. Eventually, only Sky Border was left and now, just Southern Desolace. In the end, the great powers didn't find this conference as important any longer. This was the case for Lion's Roar as well. Recently, the big shots from Lion's Roar didn't bother participating. Nonetheless, smaller sects such as Little Diamond still viewed it with great importance. They were granted a voice for participating. Li Qie wasn't interested in this conference. He only wanted to go on a remembrance trip. There were memories to be remembered at the metropolis. The group consisted of the elders and a few young generations. Li Qie specifically brought one man along, his new disciple, Wang Weiqiao. Observe and feel more, speak less. He told his disciple along the way. Of course, Weiqiao wasn't as curious and active as the young ones. He kept this in mind and remained quiet along the way. He was mature and performed his tasks in a neat and tidy manner. The disciples tagging along were curious about their relationship. Weiqiao looked more like the master. Once they entered the city, the young ones looked east and west like country bumpkins. Nonetheless, this was indeed the case. Little Diamond was a tiny sect while this city was as prosperous as can be. The trip alone was rather expensive and arduous. Thus, only a small group was eligible to come. The street stalls, weapon shops, and auction houses attracted their attention. This was an entirely new experience for them, so they wanted to take a look everywhere. There are great things in Bodhisattva but also plenty of trickery and con artists. Don't buy things without thinking. Wei Qiao warned. Li Qiye only smiled and accompanied them. He only stopped at a particular street. There were many shops and merchants along the way, but he only stopped at this particular stall. His eyes narrowed while looking at the items on the display. They were old. Some were even rusting. The owner was an old man wearing a clean ashen robe. It lost its original color from being washed too many times. His cheeks caved in since he was only skin and bones, seemingly malnourished. His arms were dried, looking like tree branches. His eyes were deep in the sockets. All in all, he looked sickly and on the verge of death. The old man immediately looked up the moment Li Qiye got closer. Chapter 4303. Old acquaintance? The old man saw Li Qiye and astonishment struck him like a lightning bolt. His eyes brimmed with a bright flash, albeit only for a split second, virtually unnoticeable. He staggered backward, unable to stay calm. Of course, Wang Weiqiao and the other disciples didn't notice this at all. Li Qiye was the only one privy to the minute changes. He took a deep breath and calmed down, finally meeting Li Qiye's gaze. So we meet again. Serenity returned to his eyes. After all, the past was so long ago now. There was no point in holding a grudge. Li Qiye wasn't overly surprised to see him. You being alive is nothing short of a miracle. He remained silent for a bit before answering. The sky shattered and the earth collapsed. My return was due to fate. Fate. Li Qiye chuckled in disagreement. Do you actually think that you're alive right now thanks to fate? If you think you've done me a favor, I didn't ask for it. He said. That's exactly what happened. This world was built and ruled by me and you're growing on it, so isn't it due to my grace that you're still alive? Li Qiye smiled. He had no choice but to admit. Correct, but all you did was given an unsolicited gift. I owe you nothing, it's due to my own fortune. The others had no idea what was going on in this conversation. They attributed this to Li Qiye's eccentric nature and decided to stay quiet. There is logic and truth in what you're saying. Without my gift, your achievements could have been even greater, still standing out at the apex. Li Qiye nodded. He didn't say anything. I suppose you don't owe me anything, but you do owe him, got it? You have always owed him and still owe him. This isn't only because of his love and expectation for you. Li Qiye stared at him. He took a deep breath and let it out before nodding. You are correct, I don't owe you but I do owe him. Then shouldn't you be doing something? Li Qiye asked. The world has you, I don't need to do anything since you can do a better job. He responded. What if it needs you? And why does it have to be me? Haven't you thought about doing something for him? Li Qiye asked. He fell into silence. There can never be enough praise for your innate talent. Do you know what makes us different? Li Qiye continued. Me. He eventually answered in a sentimental manner. Your desire drives and imprisons you. Li Qiye said. Now you get a redo. Will you be a slave to it again? It is rather difficult. I am still me, nothing has changed. He clenched his fists and sighed. Don't do it for you or me or anyone else. Do it for him. It is that simple, pay the debt. Li Qiye concluded. He eventually loosened his fists and accepted this. Right, it's been long enough, I should repay the debt. Li Qiye smiled and stopped talking about this issue. He looked at the stall and said, Decent items. Want to buy? They're all ancient artifacts from the Forbidden Zones. Each has its own uses and profundities. The old man reverted to his current state. Really? The disciples were glad that the confusing conversation was over and took a look at the few items. They looked old and rusty, not much different from scrap metals. See if there's anything you like. The old man looked particularly attentive to Wang Weiqiao and said, Little brother, come, one might be right for you. The two were similar in age and appearance, yet he called Wang Weiqiao little brother. This could be construed as impoliteness. They took a look at the items. Alas, nothing seemed worthwhile. Hey, are they really from the Forbidden Zones? One disciple murmured, thinking that the old man was unreliable. After all, these zones were extremely dangerous. The treasures from there should have incredible visual phenomena, immortal lights or clouds. The ones here seem to be on the opposite end of the spectrum. Those connected by fate should be able to see the mysteries. The old man smiled and didn't overly peddle. As for Li Qiye, he only spectated without interfering. How about this? Wang Weiqiao found something looking like a tiny hatchet, no longer in a usable state. If you think it's good, it's good. Li Qiye smiled. How much is it? Wang Weiqiao liked it and thought that it was somehow meant to be with him. I'll give you a friendly price, 3 million sovereign jades. The old man raised 3 fingers. What? The other disciples became startled. Weiqiao himself put the item back on the stall. That's a friendly price? One of them complained. This was a monstrous sum to them. In fact, selling the entire sect wouldn't yield this sum. It's too expensive. Weiqiao smiled wryly and shook his head. He didn't even have 30,000 bronze tendon refined jades, let alone the sovereign level. It is fate that we meet today. I'll reduce it to 300 bronze tendon jades. The old man said. The sudden drop in price surprised Weiqiao. The old man sounded like a swindler. Boss, what are you trying to do here with these prices? I don't think this item is even worth 300 bronze tendon jades. One disciple said, it is worth 100 at best. Don't take advantage of our nice senior brother. The old man only smiled and didn't refute. What do you think, master? Weiqiao liked the item but still found this whole thing strange. That depends on you. If the thing is actually worth the initial price, he's selling you a favor. Li Qiye said. A favor. Weiqiao carefully thought about it. Do you want it, little brother? If so, just 300. The old man said. Chapter 4304. And the others stared at Weiqiao. One of them said, that might be okay, first brother. You should give it a shot. They were definitely poor compared to members of the big sections. Nonetheless, this sum was quite doable. Yes, maybe it's an actual treasure. 300 is not bad at all. Another urged. They were young and adventurous with an optimistic outlook, hoping for the best outcome. On the other hand, Weiqiao worried about something else entirely. He saw the intricate relationship after listening earlier. In the end, he shook his head and told the old man, I'm sure it's worth 3 million higher-level jades, not 300. I do not wish to take advantage of you. Other disciples didn't expect this response at all. Who would refuse this deal if the item was actually worth so much? It seemed rather foolish to refuse. The old man stared at Weiqiao and said, just consider it a touch of a fate or a favor. I appreciate your kind intention. Weiqiao smiled. Fate can be tied, but I have to say no to the favor. I am but an insignificant cultivator. I do not wish to owe anyone since I might not be able to repay. Interesting. The old man smiled. It's only one item, not a big favor at all. You don't need to repay me. It's rare that someone would take a second glance at me, let alone do me a favor. Perhaps you're doing this out of consideration for my master or some other reason. That makes it even harder for me to accept. Weiqiao lacked cultivation but still had enough experience in life. Why would anyone do him a favor? It must be due to his master or some future plans. All in all, he didn't wish to owe a debt that must be repaid later. I see. The old man was impressed and nodded. Nothing from luck, all from oneself. He then glanced over at Li Qiye and said, seems like I'm inferior in this aspect. I didn't think like this back then. None can match you in terms of knowledge and intelligence, but the more knowledge, the less humanity. Li Qiye said flatly. The old man wanted to respond but refrained and let out a sigh instead. Suddenly, someone else loudly spoke behind them. Hey, gentlemen, would you like a bowl of wonton this morning? The disciples looked back and saw that the voice came from a wonton restaurant on the other side. The owner was a slightly overweight woman wearing a flowered apron, looking like a nice aunt in the neighborhood. Her hair was dried and tied up in a bun. However, her large and round eyes captivated them with their beauty, a stark contrast to her bulky and unfeminine appearance. She rubbed her hands on the apron and crossed the street. The old man ignored her and tended to his own stall. As for the disciples, they assumed that she was just a mortal and didn't care much. Sirs, A bowl of wonton is the perfect early morning meal. She ignored the lack of interest and enthusiastically advertised, "My restaurant is well known for being the most delicious on this street." A few young ones frowned since she was so loud. Others looked up and saw that it was already noon. She still ignored them and actually pulled Li Qia's arm and said, "Lad, do you want to try the best wonton bowl in the city?" The disciples exchanged glances. Earlier, it was the best on this street and now, the entire city? "Please don't be rude." Elder who didn't appreciate her touching Li Qia. Though Little Diamond was a small sect, all cultivators were people of status in the eyes of mortals. Moreover, Li Qia was their sect master. Li Qia waved his hand, gesturing that it was okay to the elder. He looked at the woman and said, "This seems more like an invitation to a brothel than a meal." The disciples usually put up an act in front of the mortals. However, their sect master spoke like a hoodlum. "Oh, I didn't know you were like that." The woman laughed and said, "If that's more your taste, then I can introduce you to some brothels." "Forget it, can't handle the brothel right now. A bowl of wontons will do, can't work on an empty stomach." Li Qia smiled back. Come, gentlemen, try our wontons." She happily pulled Li Qia over to her restaurant. The rest had no choice but to tag along. "One bowl each then," Li Qia ordered. "Great, one bowl each." The woman became happy since there were so many customers. The members of Little Diamond exchanged glances, wondering why their sect master was listening to this ant. They weren't interested in eating at this tiny shop even if they were hungry. Nonetheless, they still obeyed his order. A while later, the woman brought out enough for everyone and enthusiastically said, "Sirs here, please have a taste." Li Qia ate and slurped the noodles and wontons without holding back. The others ate begrudgingly while wondering about Li Qia. Was he here because he couldn't refuse the passionate ant? It didn't take long before Li Qia finished. She picked up the empty bowl and eagerly asked, "Sirs, what do you think?" "Delicious. Definitely the best in this city." Li Qia smiled. "Ah." One disciple nearly spat out the noodles in his mouth. They thought that the dish was only okay at best. Delicious wasn't the right word here. Did they eat the same dish? "Young man, your taste is as excellent as your appearance." The woman clapped and laughed heartily. "Indeed, I'm a very picky person when it comes to food." Li Qia smiled. Definitely. She seemed pleased because he enjoyed her food. "Do you have a girlfriend yet? I can introduce you to someone if you would like." The disciples were speechless. One youth wanted to say something but didn't want to be rude. Chapter 4305. Wonton. The disciples from Little Diamond didn't know what to do. Though they were just a tiny sect, if their sect master wanted a Tao companion, she still had to be a cultivator. Even the weakest cultivators rarely married mortals. After all, they were from two separate worlds. "What type of girl do you have in mind?" He smiled while staring at the ant. His fellow members exchanged glances, speechless. An older disciple secretly pulled Li Qia's sleeve in order to remind him about his status. "There are many." The ant's eyes flashed brightly as she responded, "I am not exaggerating, but I have quite a reputation in Bodhisattva. I know everyone and can help you find the right bride. Do you have anyone in mind?" "That sounds pretty great. I guess good things just happen to me because I'm handsome." He phrased it like a question. Some disciples nearly spat out their food. Their sect master was such a narcissist? Even a blind guy could see that the word handsome and he had nothing to do with each other. He looked as common as can be. Nonetheless, he still spoke with confidence and didn't feel any shame. "That's obvious. Your handsome appearance can shake the heaven and earth." The ant laughed. "Given your appearance, just say the word and him. Butcher Zhang's daughter, Tailor Lu's little girl, oh lad Bai from the Eastern noble clan. You can pick any of them. Our sect master isn't interested." Finally, a disciple got up and protested. "None of those mortal girls are worthy of becoming their sect mistress." "Who says I'm not interested?" Li Qia waved his hand, gesturing for the disciple to sit back down. "I'm definitely interested, it's just that given my dashing looks, it would be awfully unfair for me to marry just one, no? I would be doing myself a disservice." His disciples became speechless because of their sect master's rampant ego. "Sect master, this isn't quite right." elder who quietly whispered since this was heading down an unsavory path. No, it's perfect. Aunt, what do you think? Li Chia smiled. Perfect indeed. The aunt seemed to understand Li Chia and said, you might just be the most handsome man in history. Yes, just marrying one wife is letting down the heaven and earth for sculpting you. 3 wives and 4 concubines? Not enough either. 3 palaces and 6 chambers should be a good starting point. Well said, you took the words right out of my mouth. Li Chia clapped and laughed. This ridiculous conversation made the disciples think that Li Chia had given the boss a big tip, hence the enthusiastic flattery and reception. Sigh, it must be nice being young, capable of doing whatever and enjoying the happiness of this world. She suddenly became sentimental and let out a sigh. From the start of time, the things that cause the most pain to humans are emotions and ties. Don't you think? Li Chia said. This sudden shift in this conversation caught the students off guard. He went from bragging shamelessly to becoming philosophical. Sigh, let's not talk about this depressing subject. The aunt regained her good spirit and said, pick the day, young brother, and I will introduce you to all the girls. It's all right. No need for such meticulous planning. Leave it to fate. Once fate comes, it'll happen naturally. Li Chia smiled. It'll happen naturally when fate comes. The aunt nodded in agreement and appreciated the comment. How open-minded. Very well. Once you find a girl you like, let me know. Even if she doesn't like you, I'll tie her up and bring her to you. This rendered the students speechless again. The woman turned from a matchmaker to a potential kidnapper. Moreover, they felt quite strange about this meeting. The aunt clearly knew that they were cultivators yet still acted familiar with them, especially their sect master. The way they interacted resembled a mother meeting her future son-in-law. The closeness between these two was akin to 2 friends, not strangers meeting for the first time. They didn't know why their sect master was acting so nice towards a mortal either. The 2 weren't on the same level at all. Cultivators didn't want to speak casually to a mortal ant. On the other hand, mortals didn't dare to speak to cultivators in this manner either. Mortals looked up to cultivators and acted in a subservient manner. Alas, this ant felt no pressure while being in their presence. Accept my early gratitude then. Li Chia smiled. Despite this weird development, the members of Little Diamond continued eating without commenting. Wang Weiqiao didn't ask anything since he remembered Li Chia's advice early on. Just observe and speak less. Sigh, this is a great place. Li Chia spoke while eating another bowl, once again confusing the listeners. The shop only had their group right now because no one else wanted wontons at this hour. However, a customer finally came in, a youth wearing a regal robe that was meticulously embroidered. Each line was crafted perfectly, a testament to its exquisite and expensive nature. Earlier, Li Chia and the ant were talking about him being handsome. This youth matched that description far more than Li Chia. His facial features were immaculate, bright eyes and long brows. Staring at him made others feel quite good. He was clearly born of nobility and has been pampered since birth. He carried a long box on his arm. It appeared to be quite old, most likely containing a precious treasure. Boss, 1 wonton bowl please. He asked the woman. It's getting late. There isn't any left. The ant said without bothering to look at him. Aren't they eating? The youth asked. I said there is none left. She repeated. The members of Little Diamond wondered about her cold attitude. Logically, the youth was more handsome than Li Chia, so she should be more enthusiastic. That's okay then. How about just a bowl of soup? The youth still had a smile on his face. 1. All idioms and normal conventions. Chapter 4306. Wang Xining, no soup either. The woman coldly uttered while glaring at the youth. Sure, there might not be wontons, but there should still be some soup left. Alas, the disciples didn't understand why she disliked the youth so much. How about just tea? Or boiled water is fine too. This didn't kill the smile on the youth's face. One strange thing happened after another today in front of them. This youth was clearly part of the nobility. Why did he insist on eating the wontons here? What could explain his polite attitude despite being shown none? Couldn't he just go to a different restaurant? No. She flatly refused. One disciple felt bad and told the ant, just give him plain boiled water, Don't tell me that your shop doesn't even have that. She gave him the side eye before going to the back. She then came out with a kettle containing hot water and rudely placed it on the table, looking quite annoyed. Drink. Thank you. The youth smiled, then stood up and cupped his fist towards the disciple earlier. Thank you, sir. I appreciate it. The disciple thought that this level of gratitude was undeserved since he only got annoyed enough to say something. Meanwhile, Li Qie watched silently, seemingly amused. He poured himself a bowl before asking respectfully, Sirs, where are you from? As the saying goes, one can't slap a smiling face. Polite people were always welcomed and appreciated. In this case, he was smiling, cupping his fist, and lowering his head. The young ones from Little Diamond exchanged glances. They couldn't tell if he was a mortal or a cultivator, only that he was clearly from a wealthy clan. Perhaps part of the nobility in the mortal world. We are from Little Diamond Gate. One of them responded. Normally, they might not converse with a mortal. However, this youth was just too polite, so they had a good impression of him. It must be an amazing immortal sect. The youth became excited and sincerely said, I've always been a fan of cultivation since childhood. Today, it is a great honor to meet you all. It must be the blessing of 3 lifetimes. He cupped his fist and lowered his head again. The others became embarrassed and only smiled wryly back. After all, Little Diamond was far from being an amazing immortal sect. Nonetheless, it became clear that he was only a mortal from a rich clan, wanting to cultivate. My name is Wang Zining. It is my pleasure to meet you all. He introduced himself. They suddenly felt the urge to recruit him into Little Diamond if possible, wanting to have a polite junior. This must be fate. After they got closer through small talk, Zining said, When I was cleaning up old items from our ancestral hall, I noticed a particular item. What is it? They became interested. Well, I don't know what it is yet. Please take a look. He gently placed the box on the table. It might just be a regular mortal treasure. One of them said while taking a look at the box. Open the box, let's see what it is. Another suggested. Wang Zining hesitated and looked around, looking awfully prudent before making a decision. It's fine, there's no one else here but our sect. Those from Little Diamond were very curious about the box. We'll assess it for you. Someone hurriedly said. Very well. Zining finally made up his mind. Please keep it a secret, sirs. He then opened the box. Buzz! A golden light erupted along with the faint roars of mythical beasts. They also saw flashing runes as well. Though they couldn't see the actual item, just this visual phenomenon alone told the tale. It was an amazing cultivation treasure. Wang Zining immediately closed the box and the radiance dispersed. Meanwhile, the other youths couldn't stay calm. They eventually regained their wits and knew that a mortal like Zining didn't have a full grasp of this treasure's value. Sell it to us, we will pay a good price for it. One of them suggested. No one could escape the temptation of treasures, especially one for cheap. I don't think I can because this is something left behind by my ancestors. I'm the only one who knows about it, but it doesn't feel right, Zining responded. Piece of crap, the shop owner said with disdain. Of course, the youths didn't hear her at all because they were preoccupied with the treasure. Something is off here, it's too much of a coincidence. Wang Weiqiao whispered to Li Qie. He remained calm and observant, not tempted by the treasure in the slightest. This treasure isn't of use to you. If you sell it now for a good price, you'll never have to worry about money again. One disciple didn't give up and persuaded. Yes, don't you know the saying, treasuring a jade ring becomes a crime? If people find out about it, it might end with a disaster for you. You might as well sell it now. Another added. Well, that does make sense, Zining said. How about this, sirs? I want to keep the box as a memento and only sell whatever treasure is inside to you. That's fine. They exchanged glances and agreed. After all, they only wanted the thing inside, not the old box. Name the price. One disciple became eager to buy this precious treasure. I don't know much about this thing, but there are many auction houses in the city. The good treasures start at, several 100 million heavenly sovereign refined jades. Zining responded. Chapter 4307. A deal. It won't go anywhere that high, but just name a price. One disciple tried to steer the direction of the price, thinking that a mortal noble wouldn't understand the economy of the cultivation world. Wang Zining seemed indecisive at first but eventually gritted his teeth and responded, "Sirs, though this might be an heirloom of sorts, but since you all seem to like it so much, I will begrudgingly sell it for 1,000,000 sovereign jades. How about it?" 1,000,000 sovereign jades? The disciples from Little Diamond were astonished to hear the sky-high price. Not to mention 1,000,000, their sect couldn't muster a single one since it has been tough recently. This level of jade was too expensive and precious. "You're being unreasonable here," one disciple said. "No one will buy it for 1,000,000 sovereign jades." Only a few disciples could produce this sum, and they were definitely from the behemoths. Then how much? How about just 500,000 sovereign jades? Zining said. That's still a ridiculous price. The disciple shook his head. Do you know what a sovereign jade is? One is enough to let a mortal like you live lavishly for the rest of your life. 1,000,000 is enough for a cultivator to do the same. The disciple was right about the value of sovereign jade. They were all valuable regardless of the secondary level. If a mortal were to somehow able to exchange a sovereign jade for usable resources, they would be set for generations to come. In this case, Zining could ask for 100,000,000 taels instead, and Little Diamond would be happy to oblige. It was far easier for them to obtain mortal currency compared to a single sovereign jade. Then I just want 100,000. After all, the treasures in the auction house sell for millions, even tens of millions. Zining became impatient. You've only heard rumors. Keep in mind that those treasures have heaven-defying origins and are peerless. Yours is only an heirloom. I'm sure your ancestors aren't big shots or anything. The thing in there should have limited power, it's not the same at all. The disciple elaborated. Though they were definitely trying to take advantage of Zining, they were right about the assessed value of this heirloom. Well, Zining became worried about not being able to make the sale. He asked, "Sirs, then what is your offer? Give me a fair price because otherwise, I won't sell this heirloom." The disciples exchanged glances. In reality, they didn't have an exact valuation for this treasure. Nonetheless, this thing was obviously amazing. Let us discuss it for a bit. A senior brother told Zining. The latter thought about it for a moment then agreed. "Very well, sirs. I will trust that you all will give me a fair price." The group got together and the oldest senior asked Elder Hu, "Elder, how much do you think we should pay?" "Pay what you can." Elder Hu pondered and didn't have a strong opinion. In fact, he didn't recognize this treasure either, so he couldn't give a definite price. The disciples started counting their money and wanted to pay the highest price possible. Though they tried their best, they still thought that they were still getting an amazing deal. That heirloom should exceed all expectations, meaning that it was outside of their price range. Eventually, they came over and the senior took charge. "We have a total of 3,261 violet marquis refined jades. This is our best price, so if you are willing, let's do it." They were sincere in spending every coin possible. This was their highest possible offer. It was a large sum for those from a tiny sect. Sure, they wanted to obtain this treasure, but at the very least, they were honest enough in their offer. Others might not have done the same because Zining was nothing more than a mortal young noble. Any of them could crush him like an ant. They would just wait until he was alone, then dealt with him. Such things happened every day in the cultivation world. Alas, they never thought about resorting to such a cruel and despicable method. "Only this much?" Zining was disappointed to hear the offer. "This is the most we can do." The senior shook his head. "We can't get you more even if you want more. Others might not be willing to pay at all." Zining hesitated in silence. "Honestly, it is hard for you to sell this treasure on top of being potentially dangerous." Another disciple said. "Impossible, don't scare me." Zining blurted out. "I'm simply telling you the truth. Plenty of people with treasures have been robbed and killed." The guy shrugged. "I see. Fine then, this price. We can consider this transaction as a sign of friendship, a karmic bond. How about it, sirs?" Zining was successfully persuaded. "Absolutely." The young ones cheered and heaved a sigh of relief. Though they spent every single coin, this was definitely worth it. "This is my heirloom." Zining stroked the box and became sentimental, not wanting to let go. The money isn't important here. What matters is the bond we have forged today, okay? Chapter 4308. A trick? Indeed, this is fate. One disciple happily said. They didn't mind at all. The guy sounded like he wanted to join their sect, hence all the mentioning of bonds and friendship. After all, the sect didn't have strict requirements for new recruits. Just this treasure alone was enough to let Xueqi become an elder's disciple. Sigh. Xueqi continued touching the box, seeming reluctant. Your heirloom isn't of much use in your possession. A disciple stared at the box, eager to finish the transaction. You're right, let's do this. Xueqi made up his mind and opened the box. Buzz. The same radiance appeared again along with the runes and the beautiful roars. The individual ray stopped people from seeing it. Even Elder who could only see a faint figure. Something resembling a heart. The heart of a divine beast? Or a special Dao bone? He became emotional. As for the disciples, their eyes became wide open with excitement, wanting nothing more than to embrace this treasure. They had never seen anything like this before. Is this really a treasure? Wang Weiqiao murmured. He still found the whole thing quite strange, thinking that there was something off about it. Was it Wang Xueqi or the treasure? Or everything including the boss of this store? No, even the street was off. Intuition told him that this all happened the moment they set foot in the city. Of course, he wasn't in a position to stop his peers from buying this treasure. These were mere conjectures and he had no proof. The disciples from Little Diamond raised their hands, wanting to finish the deal. Where's my money? Xueqi asked. It's right here, do you want to count? The senior wanted to pay as fast as possible before the guy changed his mind. What's the hurry? Li Qie finally spoke and all eyes turned on him. Keep the money, the deal is off. Li Qie ordered. The disciples couldn't believe it. They wasted so much saliva convincing Xueqi to sell. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Say sect master, this is a great treasure, it's a rare chance. One disciple winked repeatedly at Li Qie, telling him not to ruin the deal. It's not worth anything, don't buy. Li Qie smiled. What? The disciples disagreed with Li Qie's assessment. Sect master, this has to be a valuable treasure. One of them didn't give up but Li Qie seemed hell-bent on canceling this transaction. Though unwilling, they still listened to their sect master and took back the money. You don't want it anymore? What's going on? Xueqi looked confused while holding the treasure. As for you, a little interesting. Quite audacious as well. Li Qie then spoke to him directly. What do you mean, sir? Xueqi scratched his head, looking like an inexperienced and naive young master. What do you think about me? Li Qie suddenly asked. Sir, you have an exceptional appearance. Definitely a true dragon among men or even a true immortal. Xueqi stared at Li Qie and said. Are you being honest now? Li Qie's eyes narrowed. Though the young ones didn't notice anything, Xueqi felt himself being pierced by Li Qie's gaze. He took a deep breath to calm down before speaking in a serious tone. Sir, you are matchless indeed. Not so clever now, are you? The boss of the restaurant standing to the side sneered. Xueqi ignored the comment, still looking quite calm. Take this piece of crap away. You might be able to fool the children but doing this in front of me is rather unwise. Li Qie said. Xueqi had thick skin and put his treasure away, albeit with a wry smile. The disciples scratched their head in confusion. By this point, they realized that there was something off but were still uncertain. As for Wang Weiqiao, he thought that this treasure was fake, just not the exact details. Only his master noticed from the very beginning. You said something about a bond of friendship? Li Qie asked. Xueqi wishes to have a bond with you, sir. He bowed towards Li Qie. No need for that, just speak. Li Qie shook his head. What do you mean, sir? He didn't expect this response. What is your goal? Just to have a good relationship with us? Li Qie smiled. He pondered for a bit before replying. Not quite. I wish to attribute the goodwill of this meeting to my sect. So be it. This karmic knot has been tied. Give it to them. Li Qie agreed, then pointed at the young disciples. I will obey, sir. He bowed deeply. Li Qie then took out a bronze coin. This coin was completely worthless in the eyes of cultivators. In fact, it could only buy a meat bun at best in the mortal world. He flicked and it landed on Xianing's table. This coin will be the payment for your box. The bond is forged. Li Qie said. The box. The disciples were astounded. Li Qie didn't want the radiant treasure but this old box? Was this a real-life case of buying the box but returning the pearls? This box was clearly less valuable than the treasure earlier. Of course, Li Qie was still getting a good deal because the box should be special given its old age. 1 bronze coin for it was as cheap as can be. Your insight is incredible, sir. Xianing finished his scouting attempt and confirmed Li Qie's ability. A bond is forged, sirs. Xianing slowly pushed the box across the table towards the young ones. Chapter 4309. Plan. The disciples didn't know what to do with the box in front of them while feeling perplexed about this situation. They saw Li Qie nodding and decided to accept the box. As long as the rivers flow and the mountains hold, we shall meet again, sirs. Wang Xianing cupped his fist towards the disciples then bowed towards Li Qie. He took the coin and left. The disciples also returned the gesture, feeling as if they had just signed a contract or something similar. Sect Master, what happened just now? One of them asked and brought the box to Li Qie. They wondered why he chose the box over the treasure within. The difference in value was rather obvious. Nonetheless, they had great confidence in him. Li Qie took the box for a look before smirking. Sect Master, what is the mystery behind this box? Elder who couldn't quell his curiosity, aware that Li Qie had a perfect reason for his choice. His confidence in Li Qie couldn't be overstated. Chalk it up to fate. Li Qie's hand became resplendent with circling Dao laws. He clenched his fist and the box started transforming. Soaring dragon, the celestials, a river reflecting for miles. These images had ancient runes and hymns seemingly chanted by the sages, enough to captivate all listeners. The young ones from Little Diamond were astounded. They didn't expect the old box to be so magical. This was obviously an amazing treasure. Crack! He loosened his grip and the box became normal again. However, a keen observer would note that the lines on the box became more defined versus before. Sect Master, you actually bought something so amazing with just 1 coin. One disciple praised. The others were in awe. It looked like they were too naive compared to their sect master. There is no free lunch. A bond has been forged, so one day, we'll have to honor it. Li Qie said. They then realized that they had come to some agreement with Wang Xianing earlier. Something similar to a pact of friendship. Though this was rather intangible, one thing for certain was that they would need to repay him in the future. Li Qie handed the box to Elder Hu and said, "Let them try." The elder took a closer look and didn't notice anything peculiar. He asked, "How does this treasure work? What is special about it?" "That depends on the individual. Let them search for an answer." Li Qie preferred to let his flock of sheep run freely. Everyone, take turns looking at it. Feel free to share your insight. Elder Hu understood and commanded. After they got the box, they crowded up and became anxious. After all, they never had any exposure to a top treasure before. This was an opportunity they couldn't miss. "Master, I don't understand. What was the goal of that man?" Wang Weiqiao quietly asked. He knew that Wang Xianing was definitely not a mortal from a prestigious clan. If this guy was a cultivation expert, why did he come here? If Li Qie was right about the treasure being fake, then he was a swindler trying to trap the young ones. This wasn't rare at all in this city due to its high population and visitors. There were hidden masters mingling among dishonest merchants. But if Xianing was a swindler, why did he use such a precious box to carry the piece of crap treasure? What was his intention? Only someone like Li Qie would have the insight to pick the box over the radiant treasure. Weiqiao was also certain that Xianing himself knew the value of the box. Thus, the guy's action was rather confusing down to the end where Li Qie paid a single coin for the box. A few people like to play around in the mortal world. Li Qie smiled and explained, "Moreover, fate and relationships can be more important than anything else. A bond can protect someone for generations to come." "I see." Weiqiao carefully digested the guidance. He assumed that Wang Xianing was actually a hidden master or a wise cultivator, not a naive mortal. Alas, he still remained confused about the exact goal. Young noble, have you thought about it carefully yet? The ant came over and asked Li Chia. I'll have you know that the miss I'm thinking of is from a cultivation sect as well, a temple or something. We can go take a look, and if you like her, I'll fix her up with you right then. She was indeed an enthusiastic matchmaker, wanting nothing more than to push a girl into Li Chia's embrace. Which temple? Elder Hu casually asked. The ant pondered a bit to no avail. She answered, which temple? Divine temple or something like that. She visited a while ago and has returned to see her family 2 days prior. Divine temple? The ancestral divine temple? Elder Hu was shocked. Right. The ancestral divine temple. That's what it is. She told me, but I couldn't remember. My memory isn't good anymore. She smiled and said, Young noble, are you ready? Maybe this will work out and I'll get my matchmaking payment. Ancestral divine temple. On the other hand, Elder Hu became frozen. His soul nearly left his body. Chapter 43:10. Ancestral Divine Temple. The title of this temple scared the hell out of Elder Hu. All of 8 Desolaces have heard of it before. A weak cultivator such as Elder Hu took it even harder. The temple was normally not the subject of casual conversations. Cultivators usually only addressed it as the Divine Temple, not its actual name. Thus, Elder Hu thought about it right away after listening to the ant. He calmed down and repeatedly shushed her, not wanting to dwell on this topic. Why are you shushing me? It's just a temple. The girl herself said that it wasn't a big deal. The ant wasn't happy. Please stop, you're scaring all of us. Elder Hu turned pale and kept on looking outside. Fortunately, no one paid attention to their conversation. Anything pertaining to the temple must be uttered with respect. This ant, on the other hand, spoke so casually. In his opinion, she could speak this way because she was immortal. Alas, cultivators couldn't do so. This was especially true in southern Desolace, the land of Lion's Roar. The temple wasn't a sect or a temple, strictly speaking. It was rather mysterious and special. Lion's Roar had numerous kingdoms under its jurisdiction and thousands of sections. It didn't participate in ruling them, but they were still considered vassal states. This was the case for Little Diamond as well. Lion's Roar probably had never heard of such a sect before. Nonetheless, Little Diamond still needed to obey an official decree. The ones with the most authority were none other than its royal clan. The clan was also known as the Golden Lions because of their official emblem. On a surface level, many would consider the Qi to be the highest authority of the land. However, those with more knowledge would disagree. Their answer would be the temple due to its ultimate existence, the supreme monarch. According to the legends, the temple was her residence. However, subsequent generations haven't seen her in there. Not even members of the temple. Nonetheless, her legacy was passed down through the temple. The temple had an intimate relationship with Lion's Roar. In a sense, it could actually decide the future direction of the kingdom. Even the members of the royal clan believed that the temple was their national spiritual totem. The reason was simple. The supreme monarch came from the royal clan. Many historical accounts believe that the monarch had a blood relationship with Lion's Roar's best ruler, Golden Lion Emperor. For eras now, the royal clan worshipped and asked for advice regarding important matters. This included the succession process. This ultimate status was the reason why Elder Hu became so scared. However, the ant ignored him and smiled at Li Chia. This girl is quite pretty and nice. I watched her grow up myself. Ant, please spare us. Elder Hu started beginning. Sure, this girl might have been her neighbor in the past, but now, she had joined the temple. Her status has been elevated. The mortal has turned into a disciple of the temple, meaning that she was part of the cultivation world. Mortal relationships no longer mattered. Thus, the ant was being suicidal for trying to be a matchmaker. The worst-case scenario might be death. The temple was at the top of the cultivation world. Even a regular disciple, there was a prestigious character in the grand scheme of things. Little Diamond was only a speck of dust in comparison. Its members weren't qualified to meet anyone from the temple, not even the sect master, let alone marriage. Nonetheless, the elder fantasized for a split second. If the sect master could actually marry someone from there, Little Diamond's status would soar overnight. 8 demons and Deer King would be nothing compared to them then. Alas, he knew that it was impossible. The thing worrying him was that the ant's careless comment could reach the ears of the girl. This would result in a total disaster. You're quite ambitious. Li Qie smiled and said, not paying attention to the sweating elder either. I'm only thinking about what's best for you, young noble. I know you're popular and other girls are always staring. I just think my girl is a great candidate. The aunt's cheeks were bouncing as she smiled. Your vision is commendable. Li Qie smiled. Aren't you a good candidate too? Elder Hu and Wang Weiqiao nearly spat out their tea after hearing this. Sect Master. Elder Hu interjected right away. Mingling with a disciple from the temple was dangerous. However, mingling with this old lady was potentially worse. Flirting with a pretty girl meant that he was healthy, something rather normal. Alas, he wanted to flirt with the boss too? You're funny, young noble. Look at me. No one wants me, so that's why I'm old and single. I want you, Li Qie said. Pooh. The listeners spat out their tea. Chapter 43:11. I want you. The disciples looked rather awkward and confused after hearing this. Some stole a glance at the aunt and couldn't help shaking their head. She was on the verge of being called a grandma instead of an aunt. This was her hour of twilight, yet she never had any exceptional qualities in the first place. Even the lowliest cultivator would refuse her advances. Now, their sect master claimed to be interested in her. His heavy taste left them speechless. If he were lecherous and preferred pretty girls, even mortals, that's still acceptable. But liking this old and ugly aunt? They could bear to watch no longer. Young noble, please stop joking. The aunt shook her head, looking a bit awkward. I'm not joking in the slightest. I am indeed interested in you. Li Qie flatly responded. Sect Master. A few students winked at Li Qie, hoping that he would think about the sect's reputation. Elder Hu smiled wryly, wondering why the sect master was acting so strange. He surely had his reason for doing this. You're being serious, young noble? The aunt appeared a bit bashful. Of course. Li Qie smiled. Follow me if you wish. Sect Master, I don't think this is necessary, an older disciple quietly said. I'll really believe you if you keep this up, young noble. Meanwhile, the bashful aunt lowered her head while touching her braids, looking like a little girl. This scene was naturally not a sight for sore eyes. Yes, follow me. I need a maid anyway. Li Qie smiled. The group suddenly realized something. Their sect master didn't have a servant. Sect Master, if you need one, we'll take care of it when we get back. Elder Hu whispered. It was normal for a sect master to have a maid taking care of his daily essentials. However, it should be a female disciple, not this aunt. In fact, given his young age, numerous girls would be willing to take this position. Who would want to be your maid? The aunt became angry and slammed the teapot against Li Qie's table. Don't tell me you were talking about marriage? Li Qie teased. Pah! So shameless. How dare you tease me? My son is older than you. The aunt snorted. Are you sure? Plus, I don't think you have a son. Li Qie smiled implicatively at her. The aunt didn't bother responding this time. Being my maid is an honor, he added. She stared back at him for a while before sighing and shaking her head. I'm old and faded now. Running this shop for the rest of my life is satisfactory. Her tone completely changed this time. The others found her voice to be rhythmic and interesting. Wang Weiqiao and Elder Hu exchanged glances, thinking that there was more to this woman than meet the eyes. Everyone has trauma and problems as they cross the endless Tao. Those who stop either do it for personal reasons or because of emotional ties. Which one are you? He asked. The aunt became frozen, her eyes pierced back to the past. A better day than now. Li Qie took a sip of tea and patiently waited. As for Weiqiao, he felt something special after seeing the flash in her eyes. It was as if this body of hers couldn't contain her soul. On one hand, her bag of skin was at the bottom of any scale, but as for her soul, it appeared to be extraordinarily beautiful and moving. This was such a strange feeling. How could an old lady possess this quality? Nonetheless, Weiqiao truly felt it. Once he calmed down and looked again, her eyes lost their luster, akin to two pearls being covered in dust. I've forgotten. She finally answered. If one can forget everything in the world, that would be a great thing. Ignorance is bliss, but this does not apply to your case. There is no happiness here. Only guarding. Li stared at her and said, I'm not guarding anything. I have no ambition or fantasy beyond what I'm doing right now. She disagreed. Not guarding the world means guarding the heart and mind. That's the thing keeping you alive and sane. Li Qie said. She didn't say anything. No. Do you believe that your fate is preordained or does it belong to you alone, not the heaven? He continued. Well. She couldn't come up with a response right away. He took another sip of tea and gave her time to digest. Elder who has been paying attention but still felt completely lost. Weiqiao did the same, appreciating every word in this dialogue. He seemed to be grasping something but it was mere feelings. He couldn't describe it with words. Not letting go means ending here, the result is death. Letting go means potentially moving forward, shining for one last time. Li Qie smiled. What did you let go of? She took a deep breath and asked. Everything outside of that faraway place. Li Qie's eyes became profound for a split moment before returning to normal. Is it worth it? She asked. Live free while moving forward, that's the best memory. Otherwise, you might live until the sea becomes land but that's only a life filled with resentment. He answered. Holding on like this isn't beautiful. Remembering that you never gave up after billions of years is far more worthwhile. He went on to say. I see. She murmured. Meanwhile, the audience was completely lost. At first, their sect master seemed to be teasing the old woman but the conversation became philosophical all of a sudden. This naturally caught them off guard. Only Wang Weiqiao seemed to be benefiting from this confusing exchange. Chapter 43:12. Two girls. No one understood why their sect master had so many things to say to this street vendor. He seemed to be enjoying himself, eating wontons and sipping tea. Ladies, come, have a bowl of wontons. The noodle shop's brief piece was interrupted as the aunt noticed something. She rushed to the street and pulled two female pedestrians inside. The moment they came in the door, a sweet breeze and a pure aura greeted members of Little Diamond. They were akin to spring bringing life back after a long winter. One wore a fur coat, seemingly unaffected by the seasons. The other wore a black dress, clearly a maid of the other but still looking quite lovely. Their face was hidden behind a thin veil. Nonetheless, the first girl was obviously noble due to her innate aura. She was born with a golden spoon. They were just passing by and had no idea how the aunt managed to pull them into this shop. They were rather strong, especially the fur coat girl. Alas, they were helpless before the aunt. Members of Little Diamond were surprised by the aunt's aggressive advertisement. The two girls were actually busy but now, confusion struck. How did this woman overwhelm them so quickly? Ladies, here. The aunt brought over 2 bowls of wonton noodle soup during their moment of confusion. The fur coat girl observed this woman but failed to notice anything. She then scanned the rest of the shop and saw the disciples of Little Diamond. The latter felt as if something had just pierced through the depths of their heart. There was nothing she couldn't see. Elder who became frightened. That glare just now clearly suppressed them. This girl had enough power to kill them in the blink of an eye. When her sight fell on Li Qie, she couldn't believe it and became ecstatic. It's you. She rushed over to the front of Li Qie and said, It's really you. Are you doing all right now? She took a closer look at him. He looked up and smiled at her. She thought that he didn't recognize her and hurriedly pulled down her veil. It's me, we met at the ice plateau before. The entire shop lit up after her face was shown. Ivory skin with impeccable features and a hint of nobility. She had met Li Qie during his astral projection and even took him back to her sect. This time around, she became more mature and imposing, enough to intimidate others despite her young age. Her golden pupils were particularly impressive, capable of taking down any threat. The light on her forehead made her look both holy and authoritative. The young ones from Little Diamond were stunned to see how beautiful she was. They thought that she was a goddess from above. There were pretty girls back in Little Diamond as well. Alas, they paled in comparison. Elder, who was more knowledgeable and recognized these visual hints, realizing that she was a top dog even in the cultivation world. How did she know their sect master? They suddenly felt the urge to gossip and started exchanging glances. She was being too familiar with their sect master. There was obviously history between them. Looks like you had comprehended enough to enter the phenomena. Li Qie said. Yes. The shy and reserved girl couldn't contain her excitement and grabbed Li Qie's hand. I have finished thanks to your guidance. Congratulations. This shows that your comprehension isn't too bad. Li Qie nodded. I would have been lost otherwise. She felt great gratitude because his guidance allowed her to finish her cultivation and became the chosen one. She had searched for him for a long time to no avail, eventually having no choice but to give up. Who would have thought that she would be able to coincidentally meet him in this place? What a development! One disciple whispered to his peers. Tao enlightenment relies on the individual, for the most part. I merely showed you the way. Li Qie said. I have so many things to talk to you about. She had no problem displaying intimacy with him for some reason. After all, she had numerous private discussions with him during his dazed state. No rush, have a seat and chat while eating. The aunt seemed amused by this development. She looked as if she was staring at her own daughter. The fur coat girl found her expression rather strange. Nonetheless, she chose to focus on Li Qie. Miss, we have to go. The maid reminded her. Wait a bit. She frowned slightly. There was indeed business on the agenda today, but she wanted to stay with Li Qie for longer. But the elders are waiting. If we are tardy, the trails will turn cold. The maid whispered. Go, I'll still be in Bodhistava in the incoming days. Li Qie smilingly told her. I have a residence in the city. I'll be waiting for you, young noble. She told him her address and left begrudgingly, still waving as she was leaving. Come more often, haha. The aunt waved enthusiastically at her. The thought is there, why do you still want to use someone else? Li Qie glanced at the aunt. She sighed and said, my old bones will dry up in this place, I can't compete with the youths. Is that so? Li Qie chuckled. Well, you're an exception. I'm sure this is the best choice anyway. She said. Chapter 43:13, Myriad Sect Mountain. Well, I'm full now, time to go. Li Qie smiled and placed a coin on the table before heading for the door. His fellow members gave chase right away, thinking that this departure was rather sudden. Visit more often. The aunt remained enthusiastic and came to the door to wave. This looked rather strange, similar to a madam bidding the guests goodbye at a brothel. The young ones thought that this was the strangest meal in their life. They weren't aware of the intricacies. Some were confused, some benefited, while one person needed to deliberate further. Nonetheless, the wonton bowls had decided many things, even the fate of certain sections. Along the way, they saw the old man again. He cupped his fist towards Li Qie and didn't say anything else. This old street was still filled with pedestrians. It looked rather common and could be seen in many cities during this prosperous era. Alas, it was buried with numerous unreachable secrets. They were shocking legends. Some could eradicate a sect if spread. Li Qie ignored them and continued moving forward. Wang Weiqiao paid more attention than he did. The street was filled with the aura and atmosphere commonly seen in the mortal world. Nonetheless, he thought that it was special somehow. He eventually stopped looking and caught up after being left behind. Li Qie and his group strolled aimlessly around the city with no destination in mind. This was the young ones' first time visiting a big city. They were filled with curiosity and looked everywhere. It didn't let them down. They saw treasures and manual scrolls for sale everywhere. Some were extremely valuable and expensive. They couldn't purchase anything, but at least they broadened their horizon. In a sense, one could find whatever they wanted here. The only limiting factor was money. They eventually gained more insight into the resources and power of the top sects in the world. This made the gap rather obvious. Their little diamond was only a speck of dust in the grand scheme of things. After a while, Elder Hu suggested, we need to go register at Myriad Sect Mountain or we won't have a spot. In the past, they came rather early to the conference. After all, there were too many tiny sects in southern Desolace. Being late might result in not having a spot at all. They weren't important enough to have a reserved location. This wasn't Elder Hu's first time, so he led the way. Myriad Sect Mountain was a mountain range filled with buildings. The Supreme Monarch held the first conference in this place and it became the permanent spot subsequently. The great powers had built buildings and palaces on top of the peaks. This made each trip rather convenient since they would already have a place to stay. The mountain range resided to the north of the city. When standing from a distance, spectators could see how magnificent it was. Each peak towered all the way to the sky. However, the largest ones were notably broken. Something from above had descended and crushed them. There were still chaotic maelstrom in the air. They have lasted for eras now and fortunately, were weakened. Nonetheless, dust still drifted in the air. Those with better vision could also see lightning flashing by the main peaks. This must have been caused by the Great Calamity. The conference has also lost its splendor. There were thousands and thousands of buildings here once. Alas, many have been abandoned and were reduced into ruins. When the group arrived, they still saw many cultivators from all races gathering by the base. They mainly consisted of weaker sects. The big shots were far and few in between. The myriad sect conference was no longer as influential as before. Even the host, Lion's Roar, didn't send important characters here. Only the weaker sects took it seriously. This was their best opportunity to potentially interact with the great powers. Leaving the big shots aside, just meeting the disciples from Lion's Roar or Dragon Sect was enough. These relationships could improve their status and future. The young ones from Little Diamond were in awe to see the mighty peaks, especially the broken ones deeper inside. So this is Myriad Sect Mountain. One of them gulped. What happened over there? Why are those peaks broken? Another was in awe. Due to the height of those peaks, they were visible even from afar. Legend has it that this is the devastation from the sky falling down. Elder who still became emotional every time he saw this sight. The sky falling down? One disciple asked. Chapter 43:14. Legend. Tell us more about this legend. They crowded around him. Elder who stared at the broken peaks and cleared his throat before starting. This happened a long, long time ago, before the existence of our 8 Desolaces. Heaven fell and the earth shattered, the start of a great calamity. I've heard of this before. One disciple interjected. Heavenly corpses fell down and crushed everything during the calamity. Fortunately, the Supreme Monarch appeared and stopped the calamity. You want to tell the story? Elder who glared and playfully knocked on this disciple's forehead, stopping his attempt at showing off. The others knocked his head as well and said, Elder, ignore him, keep going. As I was saying, the great calamity was happening with raining colossal corpses. Keep in mind that this was the golden age of cultivation. Unfortunately, the calamity destroyed the mythical 9 worlds. He then glanced at the disciple earlier and said, You're right, the Supreme Monarch took action indeed. However, she wasn't the only one. Oh, I know. The big gossiper couldn't help but interrupt again. An immortal emperor was there too and shouldered the weight of the calamity. This emperor was peerless and brilliant, even the Supreme Monarch pales in. He didn't know how to hold back and said something he shouldn't have. Do you have a death wish? An older senior immediately shouted. Watch your words. Elder who smacked his head again. He finally realized what he had just said and shuddered. There were disciples from Lion's Roar at this conference. If they had heard him, the consequence would be unimaginable. The Supreme Monarch was a revered existence in Lion's Roar, or rather, all of Southern Desolace. That comment could have been viewed as sacrilegious, ending with the destruction of Little Diamond. He became pale and kept his mouth shut henceforth. Elder who coughed and continued. The shocking battle did indeed include many brilliant existences. The Supreme Monarch was a combatant. The same with immortal Emperor Jean. In fact, someone right over there joined as well. He then pointed at the broken peaks. Is that from fighting the heavenly corpses? One disciple asked. The elder shook his head and elaborated. No, rumor has it that this place had a different name, Heaven Guard Mountain or something like that. During the calamity, not only did the corpses come but also the darkness. Darkness. The disciple shuddered and asked, like a devil king? No one is sure. Elder who replied, It is written that a dark hand came down from above, instantly crushing an entire continent. The listeners couldn't believe it. One swing took down a continent? That's akin to being able to crush all of Sky Border. They would piss their pants if they were stuck in that hellish scenario. During this moment, a big shot from Heaven Guard took action and bombarded the hand with a special cannon. Deafening blasts occurred as the shells pierced the dark hand. The disciples weren't there to see a top-level fight and the cannon. Nonetheless, They could tell that the cannon must have been incredibly destructive to be able to pierce that hand. What happens next? They were immersed in the story. It goes on to say that the Dark Hand was defeated, but before death, it unleashed one last smash right here, killing millions by reducing them to ashes. This place was saved due to a mighty barrier. Otherwise, it would have been decimated instead of just being left with a few broken peaks. Elder Hu took a deep breath and revealed. This was nothing short of a legend for weak cultivators like them. They simply couldn't fathom the sheer destruction since their own power was too little. No wonder why there are so many ruins. One disciple noticed broken architectures deeper into the mountain range. I've heard that this place used to be protected by a matchless lineage. This lasted for eras, but the Dark Hand ended it all. Elder Hu became sentimental. The mythical lineage known as Heaven Guard was extremely powerful. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been able to defeat a being capable of untold destruction. Nonetheless, it didn't survive the Great Calamity. Spatial chaos remained in the current epoch. Smoke and gales still ravaged the sky above the broken peaks. It took a long time before these maelstrom died down. How scary! One disciple murmured. Once the calamity ended, the Supreme Monarch led a great coalition to clear out the battlefields. She then started Myriad Sect Mountain here and summoned the world for a conference. This became a tradition that has lasted all the way to our era. Elder Hu went on. They then stared at the buildings belonging to the various sections. Just one peak was enough to accommodate all of Little Diamond. They were glad to learn the land's history. Each had a different thought about the destruction that once happened here. One, in particular, was impressed with Heaven Guard Mountain and its valiant defense against the darkness. Alas, there weren't that many records about it. That's why it was their first time hearing its name. Still defending to the very end. Xueqi didn't interrupt their conversation and murmured to himself afterward. He sighed and didn't say anything else. Heaven Guard Mountain was the name remembered by future generations. This wasn't entirely accurate. They only had the Heaven Guard part correctly. These men never forgot their mission, still fighting bravely during the darkest hours. Though they had ample resources and blessings from top beings, this was still not enough. Your death will not be in vain. Xueqi continued with a profound gaze. There will be altars and ceremonies in your honor, just wait. Chapter 43:15. Carp climbing the Dragon Gate. While those from Little Diamond were gazing at the broken peaks and talking about old legends, others started clamoring about someone arriving. What is happening? They became curious and turned around. They saw a rather diverse group approaching closer, consisting of both sexes, humans, and demons. They looked rather exceptional. One youth stood out like a crane among a flock of chickens. He wore a blue robe and was tall and handsome. However, his expression looked rather fierce instead of friendly. That's Gao Qixin. The crowd talked among themselves. Long time no see, young noble Gao. Many came forward to greet him. Young noble Gao, it's been a while since our meeting in Green Water. You've improved again. Even older cultivators wanted to please him. When are you visiting our Cloud Fortress? My daughter has been eagerly waiting. A relatively well-known cultivator hinted. Who is that? Why is he so popular? A Little Diamond member wondered. He is from Maple Ravine. But that alone shouldn't warrant this level of flattery. Wang Weiqiao recognized him. Right. Elder Hu was a sociable man with ample knowledge. He's a genius from Maple Ravine. This sect isn't impressive in the grand scheme of things, but he's definitely somebody in our region. So young yet is already an enlightened being. His future is bright. An enlightened being, I see. The youths were startled because Elder Hu was only in the Samadhi realm. It seemed that this genius should have no problem reaching the Yin Yang realm or even the Myriad Form realm. That's still not enough to warrant this. Wei Qiao shook his head. After all, Gao Qixin wasn't that strong right now. There was potential, but this was not enough for older cultivators to flatter him. Elders and sect masters cared about their image and reputation, always acting accordingly in public. Though they were from minor sects, they shouldn't be flattering a junior. Alas, it was happening right now. It's because he has a chance of joining Dragon or Lion's Roar. Elder Hu explained, they might take him in as an external disciple. The youths became emotional. This was akin to a carp turning into a dragon, even though it was only an external spot. One's reputation would increase 100-fold overnight.
I've heard that the notion is there. Elder Hu went on. His talent is exceptional and his sect master has been asking for a lot of favors.
There's a good chance of him joining Dragon's sect. The young ones exchanged glances again and thought about a particular character. Dear King, the uncle of Du Weiwu. Dear King was a minor character just like us once. He eventually joined Dragon and became an expert. If Gao Qixin can do the same, his achievement should be even higher. Given his potential, perhaps he would become a regional lord in southern Desolace. This was the reason why many threw away their face to flatter him, hoping to build a relationship. So the conference is his chance to join? One disciple asked. Yes, if it's an actual thing, it'll happen here. The conference is a recruitment opportunity for the behemoths. Elder Hu nodded. Despite the conference's faltering significance, Dragon and Lion's Roar still sent experts here to recruit decent prospects and to assign duties to smaller sections. These duties didn't give them actual authority. Nonetheless, carrying them out properly could earn them the good grace of the behemoths. If the opportunity arises, think about joining as well. Elder Hu encouraged the youths. Little Diamond could benefit from this just like all the other sections. The young ones actually shrugged and didn't care too much. They never thought about joining a different sect before. Staying in Little Diamond was just fine. We don't have the talent. One of them responded. In my opinion, our sect master has the best chance. Another stared at Li Qia, prompting Elder Hu to do the same. For the young generation of Little Diamond, Li Qia did have the best chance of joining Dragon or Lion's Roar. Though they didn't know his exact cultivation, they absolutely believed that he was the most gifted in Little Diamond.
No, we'll lose our sect master then.
Someone else protested. Li Qia has been rather popular ever since assuming the post. We should be happy for him and take pride in it. It's definitely a promotion. Elder Hu sighed but would still want Li Qia to go. He thought that Little Diamond would prosper under Li Qia's guidance. Nonetheless, he thought that Li Qia could achieve great things by joining the behemoths. Perhaps he could stand at the apex later on and Little Diamond would have an amazing story to tell. Not interested. Li Qia withdrew his gaze from the broken peaks and smiled, finally joining the conversation. Come, we're going to Myriad Sect Ward. Very well. We need to enter now or there will be no more spots. Elder Hu regained his wits and immediately followed. He warned the youths, don't do anything silly after we enter. Watch your words because members from Dragon are presiding over the conference. If something happens, I'm not sure you'll be able to keep your head, understand?
We understand.
They respectfully responded. The ward was built by the great powers, serving as a place for guests to stay. Their disciples were responsible for its operation. Though they didn't have an elder or an ancestor in charge of this conference, certain powerful disciples were still here. 1. Cultivation Realms, Mortal Shell, Iron Skin, Bronze Tendon, Silver Carapace, Violet Marquis Corpus, Conqueror Vessel, Enlightened Being Manifestation, Samadhi Materialization, Yin Yang Celestial, Myriad Form Sanctity, Grand Tao Sacred Physique, Myriad Tao Heavenly Physique, and Tao Lord Golden Avatar. Chapter 43:16. Myriad Sect Ward. In the past, the ward took care of important cultivators from all over 8 Desolaces. This time around, it had guests from minor sects such as Little Diamond. The disciples from the big sects weren't that enthusiastic about the guests this time around. In fact, it would be polite enough for them to try to hide their disdain. Because of this, the visitors needed to register and wait in line. Nonetheless, it wasn't for nothing since the behemoths also gave out items and resources despite the short length of the conference. This was another reason why many participated. Little Diamond's group came rather early but there was still quite a line in front of them. Nonetheless, Elder Hu knew what to do and led the disciples to the correct places. Why are we assigned to the grass section? However, there was a problem when it came to their temporary residence. Even the friendly Elder Hu complained to the disciples. That's the only place left. An administrative disciple uttered coldly. Even external disciples from the behemoths were considered prestigious. Thus, they didn't need to give Elder Hu any face.
No yellow rooms are left?
Elder Hu didn't buy it. He looked back and saw there was still a long line behind them. The conference has always paid attention to detail. The more power, the better the treatment. For example, the lodgings were divided into 5 levels: heaven, earth, black, yellow, and grass. Elder who had participated before and knew that according to the rules, they should be eligible to stay in yellow rooms. The grass rooms were meant for vagabonds and sectless cultivators. Though they were weak, they were still a sect, thus this was the wrong accommodation. Moreover, they weren't late either, so there should be plenty of rooms left.
There are really no yellow rooms left?
The sects waiting in line behind him had members asking as well. The grass rooms were tiny and meant for single occupants. On the other hand, the minor sects usually had a dozen members or so. The administrative disciple didn't answer and only sat there.
Brother, could you check again?
Elder who realized that something was off and said, "We have more than 10 members and can't stay in a grass room. Please, do us a favor." He bowed afterward. Despite realizing the intentional insult, he couldn't act out either. Insulting this administrative disciple might result in being kicked out. There are 5 grass rooms, either stay or leave. The disciple flatly answered, "Only 5. The elder's expression soured. They couldn't fit in 5 rooms and they couldn't erect temporary buildings in this place. He hesitated, not knowing what to do. "Brother, what's going on? Is there a problem?" Loud laughter could be heard from someone heading over.
Elder Hu and the disciples looked around and saw that it was none other than the sect master of 8 demons along with his fellow sect members.
"Looks like you have to stay in the grass rooms. Too bad, you must have arrived late and there isn't any room left. Is this your new sect master? How about this, your sect master can stay with us, we still have room." 8 Tiger tried to look generous and familiar, going as far as wanting to place his hand on Li Qia's shoulder. Alas, Li Qia glared at him, so he pulled back awkwardly. Elder who understood that this was the continuation of their feud. 8 Tiger lost half of his members but didn't dare to retaliate due to the massacre last time. The conference was their chance to fight back while not assuming high risks. 8 Tiger's brother-in-law was Deer King from Dragon Sect. Perhaps the latter was here right now and had ordered the administrative members to cause problems for Little Diamond. If Little Diamond couldn't endure and bark back, that might give Deer King enough justification to eliminate them.
Given his power, it wouldn't be hard for him to eradicate Elder Hu and the others since they were away from their sect.
"Okay, stop being a hindrance, there are people waiting behind you." The administrative disciple became impatient and told Elder Hu, no longer caring about his decision.
"We'll be going ahead."
Gao Qixin led his fellow sect members here and said, "Junior brother Gao, you can stay in the black rooms." The administrative disciple's mood changed and said, "Deer King said that if you need anything, just let us know. An elder from Dragon might come in the next 2 days."
An elder from Dragon?
Those from smaller sects clamored upon hearing this. Elders were big shots in their eyes, no different from deities. Any elder could easily destroy them with a single hand wave. Thus, it was surprising to hear one coming to the conference. Was there something important happening this time? Gao Qixin wants to follow an elder's tutelage? Someone boldly speculated. Becoming an elder's disciple was akin to a carp turning into a dragon. He has even more potential than Deer King. Someone else said. After all, Deer King wasn't qualified to become an elder's disciple back then. Elder Hu, on the other hand, confirmed that Deer King was here. The guy wasn't a grand character in Dragon but still proved to be a big threat to them. Let him know that I appreciate it. Gao Qixin bowed and looked rather calm. His future is so bright. Many were jealous and envious since Qixin was assigned to a black room. Some found it imperative to please him in order to climb up his branch. Remember, Maple Ravine wasn't stronger than the minor sects here, but they only got assigned to yellow rooms while the former had a black room. This showed how much Deer King cared about Gao Qixin. Enter the yellow section. Once Gao Qixin left, the smaller sects were assigned to yellow rooms. Meanwhile, Elder Hu felt humiliated by the blatant disdain. As for Li Qia, he still had a smile on his face and didn't bother interfering. Chapter 43:17. Antagonizing the members of Little Diamond were naturally annoyed since those behind them got yellow rooms. Elder Hu remained relatively calm, but the young ones were too hot-headed.
"What is going on?"
One of them shouted.
Why are those after us getting yellow rooms but not us? The administrative disciple had a cold expression and ignored the comment. So unreasonable. Another from Little Diamond shouted. You are purposely mistreating us, something unbecoming of Myriad Sect Mountain.
Meanwhile, members of the smaller sects shook their head or simply wanted to watch. None was willing to help Little Diamond. After all, nothing good would come from helping them while the risk was substantial. Provoking this administrative disciple was one thing, but risking antagonizing Dragon and Lion's Roar? That would end in a disaster. It was apparent that this administrative disciple was in the wrong. Alas, they kept their mouth shut. Trying to cause trouble here? Are you tired of living?
The administrative disciple had enough and glared at them.
Elder, who was emotional as well, albeit he took a different route.
He spoke calmly in response. Brother, this is not our mistake.
We are on the list for this year's conference and we have participated for generations now. We came today with respect while not committing any mistake. We are clearly qualified to stay in the yellow rooms in accordance with the rules, yet you insist on sending us to the grass rooms. Is this your idea or someone else's? I hope you will remain impartial since the ward represents the great powers. I'm sure they can tell right from wrong. Therefore, if you want to put us in the grass rooms, we deserve a reasonable explanation. He elaborated with logic and a tone neither servile nor overbearing. Well said. The listeners were impressed despite their hesitance to get involved. Right, they need to give him an explanation for doing this. Someone nodded. The administrative disciple's expression became ugly. He naturally couldn't reveal the one behind this. Being called out by this nobody was also humiliating. Though he was just an external disciple, the sect masters coming to this ward still showed him respect. Haha, Elder Hu, be careful with your words. 8 Tiger responded instead. The ward represents Dragon and Lion's Roar. Your critical remarks won't end well for your sect. His threat poured salt on the wound and reminded the audience to not pick the wrong side. There was a non-zero possibility of a disaster happening. What's going on here? An older cultivator came over. He looked to be a leader-level character in the ward. The crowd members hurriedly cupped their fists towards him since he was higher ranked than the administrative disciples. This leader should be well known even in the larger sects, hence their need to be respectful. Those from Little Diamond won't go to their grass rooms. The disciple avoided the important detail. The leader glanced at the group and spoke with a firm tone. We get a high number of visitors every year. Please excuse us for any inadequacy. If you have been assigned to a grass room, please empathize with the difficult logistics and go to the grass room. Despite his polite wordings, he immediately confirmed Little Diamond's grass rooms. Elder Hu's expression soured. Even the young ones understood that this person was not on their side. Those in the audience realized that Little Diamond had offended a big shot, hence their current treatment. Is it over for Little Diamond? One of them whispered. His sect master quietly responded, Little Diamond has an unbelievably rich history, that would be a shame. If Little Diamond had offended an expert from either Dragon or Lion's Roar, they were in grave danger. Senior, our sect is qualified to stay in the yellow rooms. Why assign grass rooms to us when there are still yellow rooms available? Elder Hu retorted. Stay where you are assigned. Enough asking. The leader said. Such arrogance over nothing in this crappy place. Xueqi, who has been spectating, finally shook his head. What did you say? Explain yourself. The leader's expression soured. I didn't make myself clear enough? Forget it. I forgive you since this is just a trivial matter. Prepare the heaven rooms for us. Xueqi waved his hand. This astounded all listeners, causing them to open their mouth wide in disbelief. Heaven rooms were meant for big shots. Back during its golden age, they were the place for Dao lords to stay. Now, only elders from the big sects were eligible, hence the ridiculousness of Xueqi's statement. You want a heaven room? The leader regained his wits and narrowed his eyes. Arrange it. Xueqi ordered. At this point, even Elder Hu wanted to cover Xueqi's mouth. The sect master was acting as if he was a big shot from Lion's Roar or Dragon. Are you insane? Who do you think you are? A crowd member blurted. Who is he anyway? Another sect master asked. Does he want Little Diamond to be destroyed? Think before you speak. Just an ignorant fool. One more joined in.
He must have a death wish.
Ha ha ha. The leader couldn't believe it. This guy was treating him like a servant. You want a heaven room, right?
What are you waiting for?
Li Qie responded.
Look in the mirror first, you fool. His eyes gleamed with murderous intent.
This horrified the spectators, especially Elder Hu. A disciple from a large sect could actually destroy Little Diamond alone. Arrange heaven rooms for young noble Li's group. A pleasant voice interjected. Chapter 43:18. Miss Ming. Everyone saw a young woman standing nearby. She wore a green dress and had just the right amount of makeup on. Her hair was tied to a bun, and in spite of her maid uniform, she still looked exceptional and seemingly high status.
Miss Ming.
The disciples of the ward and even the leader saluted her. Everyone else immediately did the same despite not knowing who she was. Just the reaction from the ward's members alone indicated her prestige.
Miss Ming, the leader hesitated. I don't think I have the authority to make this decision. Not even dear King could assign a heaven room, let alone him.
Remember, heaven rooms were currently reserved for elders and ancestors from the big sections. Little Diamond could only stay in yellow rooms. In fact, giving them a black room would be the maximum. Just do it. Miss Ming didn't bother explaining herself.
Yes, this lowly one will arrange it.
The leader had no choice but to obey. He was only an external disciple, nothing compared to this girl or her master. Offending them would be the end of him. Moreover, this wasn't his decision either, so the blame wouldn't fall on him. Heaven-level rooms. Everyone became astounded. This included those from Little Diamond. They all thought that Li Qie's arrogance and ignorance would result in his death. But now, this group actually got the heaven rooms? This doesn't make any sense. On what ground does Little Diamond get this treatment? 8 Tiger Demon roared. Most agreed with this since the heaven rooms represented status and power. We got a good sect master. One Little Diamond disciple decided to vent. They knew that 8 Tiger and Deer King were the ones behind this. Plus, the guy had attacked their sect before. There was no need to maintain a veil of friendliness. Your sect master? 8 Tiger stared at Li Qie with disdain. He still wasn't afraid because his sect still had powerful backers. There was no need for him to be threatened by a nameless junior. You're not impressed with me? Li Qie lazily smiled. 8 Tiger was annoyed by Li Qie's dismissive attitude.
He snorted and said, You were a nobody who suddenly became Little Diamond's sect master.
I heard that the previous master came across an ancient manual by chance but suddenly passed away afterward. Your sect didn't let anyone know about this. How interesting. Elder Hu's group became alarmed. They didn't want anyone to know about their ancient immortal physique law. 8 Tiger sect master. Words can't be taken back. You have to take responsibility for your lies. Elder Hu shouted. I take responsibility for what I'm saying. I was friends with your previous sect master. His death was untimely and unnatural, and now, you have a new sect master that no one else knows about. Seems like a conspiracy to me. 8 Tiger sneered.
Malicious slander.
A junior from Little Diamond ignored seniority and shouted back. Did something like this happen? The crowd discussed among themselves. Yes, I don't think they announced their previous sect master's passing. A sect master quietly said. It was indeed strange for Little Diamond to have a new sect master who was so young and unknown. Well, I'm more interested in the ancient manual. One disciple brought this up. Most likely something amazing. Her elder speculated. My clear conscience laughs at your accusation. 8 Tiger was ready to go all the way. If your previous sect master didn't die of an indignant death, then why did you hide it from everyone? This should be a public case for everyone else to decide. We should judge whether your new sect master is legitimate or just a murderer. Others took a deep breath after hearing this. Though their sects were under the jurisdiction of Lion's Roar, this behemoth never interfered with internal matters. In this particular case, once external forces were to get involved in the form of a tribunal, Little Diamond would become helpless. Some turned towards the members of the ward to see if they would interfere. Alas, they completely ignored the quarrel. So noisy. Li Qie yawned and said, Shut your mouth before I wring your neck. Sounds like you want to silence me to hide your crime. 8 Tiger wasn't afraid because the guy wouldn't dare to kill him here.
There were many disciples from the ward present, and he wasn't weak either. He loudly continued, "How dare you threaten with violence in this place? Do you not respect dragon?" Crack! Li Qie broke his neck before he could finish, then decapitated him. Fuck! Blood splashed those nearby, causing them to scream. Many were caught off guard by this development. Eight Tiger's eyes were wide open. He didn't know what the hell happened during his last seconds. "It's a murder!" the crowd members shouted. "How dare you!" The leader of the ward unsheathed his weapon. Clank! The other members did the same and surrounded Li Qie. The atmosphere became tense right away since killing others was forbidden at the ward. Those from Little Diamond couldn't believe it either. Everything happened so quickly during the decapitation. "Shit!" Elder Hu murmured. Li Qie had done it now. Chapter 43:19. As one wishes, everyone watched with bated breath because they knew the consequence of killing here. The beehive has been disturbed. The ward belonged to the great powers, so Li Qie's wanton disregard for the rules was contemptuous, to say the least. Elder Hu became afraid because this was unprecedented. No one from a smaller sect had dared to kill in this area, lest they provoke the behemoths. "It's over." He turned pale after seeing Li Qie surrounded. Sure, the sect master was probably strong enough to bring them out of here unscathed. Alas, even in this case, the ward would report their crime and stronger experts would pursue them later on. Only Li Qie remained calm as if this was no big deal. "This is the end for Little Diamond." The audience whispered. Such impudence would not go unpunished. A light punishment would be merciful. The worst-case scenario would be sect destruction. "Surrender now!" the leader roared. The audience didn't dare to breathe loudly after hearing the furious leader. "What are you doing? Sheath your weapons." Miss Ming interrupted and surprised everyone. "Miss Ming," the leader said, "Little Diamond's sect master killed someone just now and broke our rules." This was indeed disrespectful to the ward. Moreover, 8 Tiger was related to Deer King, a member of Dragon. Both the ward and Deer King couldn't take this sitting down. "Do you think I need a refresher course of the rules from you?" she said. But the leader was in a tough position. How could he answer to the higher-ups? "Looks like Deer King did a terrible job with training. You should change your post." Miss Ming's expression darkened. There was something about her aura that intimidated the entire ward. "My mistake. Please excuse my stupidity, Miss Ming." The leader realized that he had messed with the wrong person and lowered his head. He received this position after being recommended by Deer King. Thus, he had no choice but to make life hard for Little Diamond's members. Deer King thought that he didn't need to be involved in this mess. Just an order was enough to take care of Little Diamond. Alas, this situation changed drastically the moment Miss Ming got involved. Though she was technically a maid, her master was a big shot and it wouldn't be difficult for them to kick him out of his current position at the ward. Thus, the leader didn't dare to go against her despite wanting to curry favor with Deer King. He immediately put away his weapon and bowed towards Li Qie. The scene was strangely quiet since spectators were dumbfounded. Of course, Little Diamond's members knew that she was doing this out of consideration for their sect master, not their sect. But why would she do so? They couldn't come up with an answer. As for the rest of the audience, they wondered if Little Diamond had managed to climb up the right branch. Could they be carps swimming up the Dragon Gate? First, they were assigned to the heaven-level rooms. Now, Miss Ming protected Li Qie even though he had just killed 8 Tiger Sect Master. "I apologize for our fellow disciples' disrespect." Miss Ming slightly bowed towards Li Qie. Li Qie smiled and stretched. "It's no big deal. I'm tired now and need to rest. Let's hurry this up." His attitude surprised them once more. He was speaking to her as if she was a maid to be commanded. Elder Hu thought that if they were in Li Qie's shoes, they would be enthusiastically thanking her for saving them. "The audacity of this brat," one crowd member whispered. They didn't know who she was. Nonetheless, given the reaction from the ward's members, she was clearly someone important. Li Qie's attitude was overly haughty and borderline suicidal. Strangely enough, she didn't have a problem with this and ordered, "Prepare everything for the young noble." The leader didn't dare to say no. Miss Ming had no problem with the guy's attitude, let alone a nobody like him. "Young noble,
Just let us know if you need anything else." Miss Ming added. Everyone wondered how Li Qie was receiving the best of treatments. He seemed to be an esteemed guest even at a prestigious place like the ward. Who the hell is backing Little Diamond? This became the main question. An elder speculated, this new sect master must have a relationship with someone important. That's the only explanation for this. Just who is he? Little Diamond had participated in numerous conferences in the past, but this was unprecedented. Meanwhile, Li Qie's group was led to the heaven-level area. They had their own courtyard as a result. The grand style of this place showed that it was meant for big shots only. Not to mention the youths, even elder who had never seen a place so extravagant before. Everything inside was expensive and precious. "I think this courtyard is worth more than our sect." An older disciple stared at the jade pillars inside. Chapter 43:20. Power opens all paths. The extravagance here was justified since this place was meant for Dao lords and top masters during the golden age of the conference. Alas, the peerless beings no longer participated once the conference was deemed unnecessary. The scale gradually declined and the courtyard and rooms were reserved for elders and ancestors from the big sects instead. Nonetheless, the quality of this place remained. Of course, this was relative. The decorative items that were considered priceless by members of Little Diamond could be seen everywhere in the behemoth's main branch. The youth saw everything being embedded with diamonds and jades and were amazed. They looked like mortals standing in front of a golden mountain. The pillars, gem screens and tiles. These things alone were worth more than their entire sect. This is the resource of the top powers. Elder Hu smiled wryly. His sect was inferior to a single courtyard meant for guests. This made the youths realize the immense disparity between them and the top cultivators of this world. Li Qie didn't care about this and told them, "Go rest now." They didn't need to be told since they were already tired from the long day. Once they settled down, Li Qie wasn't interested in the ward. He rested for a bit before deciding to enter the Broken Peak area for a look. "You must be Sect Master Li." The moment they got out of the door, another group came and greeted them. It was none other than Gao Qixin and his entourage. Due to him potentially being able to join Dragon, he has been enjoying warm reception everywhere. In fact, the sect masters greeted him respectfully, hoping to earn his favor. Therefore, it was rare for him to take the initiative to greet someone. Elder Hu and the youths weren't used to such treatment and became surprised. "What is it?" Li Qie glanced at the youth and said with an indifferent tone. "Your fame precedes you, Sect Master Li. I would love to have a drink with you when you have time." Gao Qixin cupped his fist. Some nearby took note of this. An elder whispered, "Gao Qixin is trying to get close to Li Qie. It's because Li Qie has a strong backer, that's why he's perfectly fine after killing 8 Tiger Master." A sect master responded. The death of 8 Tiger caused quite a stir among the weaker sections. This went double for Li Qie's immunity. They believed that he must have a stronger backer in one of the great powers. Otherwise, he would have been punished severely for killing someone at the ward. "This makes sense then," another elder said. Gao Qixin might join Dragon in the future, but he wasn't a member of that sect now. Nothing bad could come from befriending Li Qie, who had more connections. "No time." Li Qie refused right away. This response caught everyone off guard. They thought that Li Qie was being too blunt and didn't give Gao Qixin any face. After all, the guy politely asked, so even if Li Qie was actually busy, he should have been more tactful. "That's all right, Sect Master. It doesn't have to be right now. Another day will be." Gao Qixin looked a bit awkward. He coughed and tried to give Li Qie a way out. "No need." Li Qie waved his hand and interrupted him again. He then moved on with the group. Gao Qixin's expression changed drastically after the second offense. A disciple from Maple Ravine was furious and shouted, "You!" However, Gao Qixin stopped this disciple and shook his head. He then stared at Li Qie's departing figure for a while without saying anything. The other sect members thought that Li Qie was unreasonable. This new sect master is too arrogant. There's no need to be so rude. One of them said. Right, it's one thing to say no to young noble Gao. Another youth felt bad for Gao Qixin. Does he think he's actually from a great power? The elders and sect masters refrained from commenting because they didn't know Li Qie's backer. Thus, they didn't want to offend Li Qie or Gao Qixin.
Sect Master, young noble Gao was just being nice.
Elder Hu said softly after they left the ward. As a member of a small sect, he always tried to avoid trouble when possible. Offending people was out of the question. Li Qie stopped and stared at the group. He preached, "We cultivate the Tao, not relationships. Being friendly with everyone doesn't guarantee a smooth path towards the apex."
He let them digest this for a bit before continuing. Have you ever seen a polite Tao lord or a humble master? Well, Elder Hu and the youths couldn't respond.
Li Qie smiled and concluded, "A strong Tao opens all paths. As long as you're strong enough, relationships will flow in your favor."
Thank you for your guidance, Sect Master.
Elder Hu understood and bowed. Gao Qixin didn't come to Li Qie today because he wanted to befriend a common sect master. He only cared about Li Qie's hidden backer. The group kept this in mind as they moved forward, wanting to focus on the Tao more instead of unnecessary things. By this point, they had delved deeper into the mountain range. The ward was built near the base to receive guests. Now, this was the real Myriad Sect Mountain. Though the geography was magnificent and grand, the vegetation seemed to be withering and suppressed. There were still tiles and bricks scattering across the valleys and cliffs, meaning that this place was extremely prosperous once. Alas, the great lineage had fallen during the calamity.
So this is Heaven Guard Mountain?
One disciple asked. Yes, an extremely powerful sect in the legends. Elder Hu said. He didn't have a good grasp on the actual history and only heard a few legends about it. Li Qie only sighed while looking at the ruins and didn't reply. He then asked Wang Weiqiao, "Notice anything strange?" Weiqiao has been following right behind him.
He was a man of few words and only spoke when spoken to. He pondered for a moment before answering, "Master, I have a strange feeling.
This place, everything here seems to be withering." Chapter 43-21. Crossing, everything is withering? The group carefully observed the surroundings and felt something similar akin to the start of autumn. Try again, be meticulous. Li Qie smiled.
Wang Weiqiao immediately let his mind roam free, sensing every inch of the land and everything above, each blade of leaf and the individual grain of sand.
The others realized that the sect master was teaching Wang Weiqiao. They also did the same thing and copied him. As they moved forward, they got a better idea of the devastation unleashed upon this place. This prompted Li Qie to sigh. During the olden days, the land was fully blessed and empowered. In fact, even the heavenly corpses falling down didn't affect this place. The culprit was a dark existence wanting a piece of the pie, the blood and flesh of the living beings in the 9 worlds. Thus, the members of Heaven Guard remembered their mission and launched an offense against this being. The ambush was successful, but they paid a heavy price. Absolute destruction. Nonetheless, they accomplished their mission and fulfilled their promise. The current remnants weren't enough to tell the world of their sacrifice. As generations passed, they have forgotten about these heroes. Nevertheless, this wasn't their goal in the first place. They never cared about their reputation and image. Only their creed. The Tao is a journey of the self. No one else matters. Li Qie gently stroked the soil and said.
Once they were near the farthest reach, he asked the group again. Feel anything yet? No, still nothing.
Elder Hu stopped focusing and smiled wryly. The youths shook their head as well. They tried to feel the land but couldn't grasp anything. They certainly sensed some ripples but nothing concrete, unable to catch this ephemeral moment. There is something struggling underground. It seemed to be suppressed or under supervision. Wang Weiqiao responded. You have mediocre talent, but remember, persistence can potentially be more useful than peerless aptitude. Most geniuses die an early death. Li Qie smiled.
I understand.
Weiqiao respectfully replied. He knew that his talent was as bad as can be. Nonetheless, he was set on searching for the Tao until the very last breath. We're here. At this time, Li Qie stopped and looked ahead. The youth saw that they were very deep into the mountain range now. This place was covered with mist and fog. Dust specks engulfed the sky. Of course, this wasn't actually dust but rather tiny spatial fragments. Space still hasn't fully healed since the calamity. They finally got close to the broken peaks previously seen from a distance. The broken half filled up the nearby valleys and ravines. Time had polished the cracking points. Nonetheless, there were still clues of the power necessary to break them all. The group stood at the base of one peak, and in front of them was a ravine. It had accumulated enough water to become a lake. This water was cloudy and even had a touch of black, akin to dried blood. Instead of the normal refreshing feeling one would get when coming across a lake in the wilderness, this lake emitted a suffocating feeling as if there was something dirty below. So there's a place like this here. Elder who has never gotten this far before. After all, it was considered ominous so few dared to come. Do whatever you all want. If it's meant to be, there will be a harvest. Otherwise, no need to force the issue. Xueqi told the youths before sitting down in front of the lake. Elder who didn't know what he wanted to do but still told the disciples to leave. Come with me. Only Wang Weiqiao remained with Xueqi.
Master, what are you doing?
He saw Xueqi performing a hand seal. I'm helping lingering souls find peace since they are worthy. Xueqi answered before starting to chant. His mantra echoed in the air. His goal was to ferry the warriors who died protecting this place. Their soul and intent couldn't leave since they still wanted to protect the 9 worlds after death. They have lingered here for eras now. This obsession became their prison. They needed someone else to cross them to the other side. Thus, Xueqi came in order to grant them eternal rest. He was the only one who could do so. Another priest or monk would find this impossible regardless of their power and technique. Sure, a true master could purify the souls, but that couldn't be considered saving them. For example, the butterfly monarch was a supreme existence who could forcefully remove these souls from the land. Alas, she knew that only Xueqi could deliver salvation to these men. Meanwhile, the ward was rocked by exciting news. The young lord is participating this time. A master from a small sect with a strong information network said. Who? The young lord of dragon? Listeners became emotional. Yes, it's different this time. I think someone from the capital of Lion's Roar is coming too. The master added. Could it be? The behemoths want to emphasize the conference again? Everyone talked about this topic. Do you think anyone else is coming? Maybe someone even stronger? Another speculated.
I thought that dear king and the others would be in charge. I can't believe that the young lord is coming.
An elder said. As far as I know, there is a big shot from Dragon already here at the ward. This conference will be quite something. One sociable cultivator had access to more information. We need to prepare gifts right now. Numerous sect masters began planning, hoping for a chance to please these big shots. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. It could change their future and improve their sect's prospects. Chapter 43-22. Young Lord. They hurried off and prepared the best gifts possible in order to please Dragon. Another interesting piece of news came during their preparation. I heard Gao Qixin's entry to Dragon is confirmed. An elder spoke to his friend. Dear King is the one doing the introduction. A big shot will be taking him in, not just as an outer but rather, an inner disciple. He'll become an inner disciple of Dragon? The small sects were shaken again. Maple Ravine is set for the future then. It'll definitely prosper. One sect master became jealous. Yes, given his talent, he could become someone important in the future. Maybe a protector or even an elder. Others shared the same sentiment. The members of the small sects always had dreams of joining the behemoths. It would completely change their fate. The small sects didn't consider this poaching and in fact, encouraged it, hoping to ride the chosen disciples' coattails. In reality, this disciple could completely forget about their previous sect. Nonetheless, the sect's neighbors would need to think twice before doing anything foolish. All in all, the benefits couldn't be overstated. Send gifts to Maple Ravine. We need to try and have an audience with young noble Gao. The small sects changed their plan because this was a more doable approach. They compared Gao Qixin to Dear King, thinking that this had even more potential. Dear King started as an outer disciple and had limited authority. Nonetheless, the smaller sects certainly feared him. Both the Do and 8 demons have benefited from his protection and help. On the other hand, Gao Qixin had the potential of becoming a protector or elder in Dragon. Building a good relationship with him right now was of utmost importance. A while later, One of the rumors was confirmed.
The young Lord of Dragon has arrived.
Most were shocked because they didn't expect him to come so early.
I'm sure there are more big shots coming.
A sect master speculated.
The young lord's arrival was too sudden and made everyone think that the conference this year was somehow special. Hurry, we need to greet him properly.
The disciples of the ward became as busy as can be. Other small sects also dropped everything in order to join the ceremony. Thus, the base of the mountain range became bustling. Numerous cultivators lined up outside in order to wait for the young lord. This was especially true for those from Dragon. They wore ceremonial robes and stood in orderly formations. They were clearly trained well and intimidated everyone nearby. What an impressive display! The youths were in awe after seeing so many people.
We're talking about the young Lord of Dragon. It's an honor to see him in person.
A sect master explained. See that group over there? They're outer disciples.
If they somehow gain his attention, they might be able to become inner disciples instead and fly through the ranks.
It's more than that. He's the son of Peacock Monarch. His bloodline is extremely prestigious. He's definitely the front-runner for the successor position. An old man from a small sect quietly said.
Really?
The future ruler of Dragon? Listeners shuddered as a result. Yes, he has the Crystal Dragon bloodline. The current sect master of Dragon has high hopes for him. A sect master said.
So his chance of becoming the next sect master is rather high. It didn't take long before people forget about Gao Qixin and focus on the young lord instead.
This young lord's official title was Crystal Dragon. His father was Peacock Monarch, the current sect master of Dragon. Dragon was the second strongest sect in southern Desolace. Some believe that it was catching up to Lion's Roar in recent times due to the latter's gradual decline. Joining his banner would guarantee a bright future.
Dear King is right there.
Someone shouted and the crowd stared in that direction. A middle-aged man walked out of the ward. His eyes were bright and he had a rather tiny antler growing from his head.
There was a noteworthy aura exuding from him. Dear King.
Members of the smaller sects greeted him right away. He was famous in this region, starting as a wild deer and eventually ending as an outer disciple of Dragon. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he could decide the fate of the smaller sections. Walking behind him was none other than Gao Qixin. The youth walked proudly with his chest arched forward, looking quite spirited. After all, his dream of joining Dragon has come true. With the help of Dear King, Gao Qixin might be able to make a good impression on the young lord. That would truly pave the way for success.
Rumble!
Suddenly, explosions came from the horizon. Banners started becoming visible. This group traveled with the might of a celestial legion. The area shook violently as a result. The inexperienced youths became aghast after seeing this incredible display of power. So this is the style of a great power. One of them took a deep breath and tried to calm his shaking knees. Chapter 43-23. Dragon Saintess Boom. A great elephant appeared before them. The troops alone were intimidating enough and put everyone to shame. This elephant was even more impressive, capable of changing the landscape just by moving. Its aura could be felt far ahead. The youths had a hard time keeping their composure while feeling this aura. The young lord has arrived. Kneel 3 times and kowtow 9 times. Dear King shouted an order to the crowd. Many got on their knees without hesitation, but others didn't feel the same way. 3 kneels and 9 kowtows signified the highest ceremonial gesture. The former group was willing to do so because he was the young lord of Dragon. Not all felt the same way. They believed that this worship rite was reserved for their ancestors or supreme cultivators. They didn't mind just kneeling and bowing. The full rite was just too much. What are you waiting for? Dear King's expression soured. If he could get all the small sects to do this, it would result in a magnificent spectacle. The young lord would love it, so this was his chance to curry favor. Those who didn't follow the order antagonized him. It is fine to keep it simple for the young lord's arrival. No need to mobilize everyone. Others will only laugh at us. An elegant voice could be heard as a young woman appeared with a maid behind her. Eyes lit up after her appearance. She wore a green dress and had a dual bun hairstyle kept together by phoenix pins. She was as pure and transcendent as a lotus flower, capable of soaring above like a phoenix.
Her voice was mysterious yet pleasant. Her beauty was simplistic and timeless, having no need for thick makeup and jewelry. The maid standing next to her was none other than Miss Ming, who had backed Li Qi up before. Saintess. Dear King didn't dare to be impudent, so he bowed. Saintess. The audience took a deep breath. She's the Saintess of Dragon? An old sect master whispered. That's her. I didn't expect to see her here. An elder who had seen her before responded. Saintess. The crowd bowed to greet her. So she's the one in the rumor. She's been staying at the ward. A clan master commented. Most had no idea that she was already here and in charge of the ward. They assumed that Dear King and his peers had administrative responsibility for this conference. This has been the case for a while now, outer disciples being in charge. However, she didn't show herself, so they didn't know about her presence. Wait, so the Saintess is that new sect master's backer? A youth became startled. Maybe. A friend answered as she stared at Miss Ming. How did he manage that? Another found this unfathomable. No wonder why he dared to kill 8 tiger demon. What's so special about him? One more became jealous. The Saintess was a prestigious character, only slightly inferior to the young Lord of Dragon. Moreover, she appeared friendly on top of being a beauty. To be in her good grace was the greatest fortune. Hence their jealousy towards the sect master of Little Diamond. Gao Qixin was trying to climb up the young lord's branch. Alas, the crowd preferred to be in Li Qi's shoes instead. After the greeting ceremony, the front curtain of a white canopy placed on top of the elephant's head was pulled to the side, revealing a sitting youth. He looked spirited with lightning eyes. There were faint dragon roars around him. Something bulged out of his hair. Obviously a dragon horn signifying his noble blood. He was indeed a top genius. Alas, he paled when compared to his father, Peacock Monarch. The latter was a once-in-a-thousand-years genius and has become a top cultivator in the current generation. I hope you're doing well, junior sister Jen. He smiled at the Saintess. They were martial brother-sister but weren't from the same branch. The young lord's cultivation came primarily from his father, while the Saintess, Jian Qingzhu, belonged to a major demon branch in Dragon. In the present day, her seniors were weaker than the dominating Peacock Monarch. However, her lineage wasn't inferior in the slightest. An ancestor of hers was Sacred Luan, a great bird demon who eventually evolved into a phoenix. This played into her being the current Saintess of Demon. It's been a long trip, senior brother, please come in. She slightly nodded and stuck to formality. The young lord looked around and the crowd became frightened of his pulsing eyes. They immediately lowered their head, not daring to meet his gaze. Both he and the Saintess were untouchable existences due to their power and background. They had no choice but to be subservient and respectful, one step short of prostrating on the ground. Only a bunch of nobodies? He lost his enthusiasm after surveying the crowd. Today, he wanted to show the great powers his supreme style by taking over the conference. Alas, there were only tiny sects participating. The whole thing became pointless, akin to a dragon posturing before a bunch of ants. Of course, none dared to challenge his contemptuous attitude. Offending him meant death and potentially sect destruction. You're a little early, senior brother. Others will soon arrive, she said. Chapter 43-24. The heir of Lion's Roar putting his contempt aside, the smaller sects certainly found the young lord's arrival exciting. Moreover, the Saintess herself was here in person. The conference became grander than before, a sign of Dragon treating it more seriously. This became a main topic for the crowd. They wondered the reason behind this. Were these two youths here on their own accord or under orders? Was there something special about this conference? In the next several days, the larger sects send experts and even grand characters to the conference. It could be due to the appearance of these two youths. Soaring Feather School, Flow Gate, Ice Immortal Peak. These top powers sent disciples and even those from the last generation to the conference. This made the ward far livelier than before, completely packed with carriages. Those from the great powers always traveled with great fanfare. Normally, the yellow rooms were packed because weaker sects were the primary audience of the conference. The higher-level rooms had fewer visitors until today. The administrative disciples working at the ward lost their haughty attitude as well. They enthusiastically greeted the newcomers. After all, they were just outer disciples, and now, the big shots from their sects were finally coming. The members of the smaller sects became nervous and fearful. The newcomers were powerful and overbearing. They needed to be careful lest they invite unnecessary trouble. Thus, though the place became exciting, it also became far more dangerous. Another piece of information was leaked by an unknown person. The arrival of the heir of Lion's Roar. This news shocked both the weak and great powers alike. The heir. A listener shuddered. This news erupted like unexpected thunder. Though the conference was started by the Supreme Monarch, Lion's Roar rarely sent big shots after the conference's decline. Some believed that Lion's Roar was on a downward slope and that Dragon was catching up. Nonetheless, it was still the behemoth in southern Desolace. This went beyond the appearance of the young lord and saintess from Dragon. Lion's Roar's heir's influence exceeded both. After all, that young lord only had a strong possibility of succeeding. As for the chosen heir, it was only a matter of time. So he is an actual crown prince? A youth asked, not aware of Lion's Roar's political system. After all, it was too distant and out of reach. The crown prince can be the heir, but not always. Lion's Roar doesn't have a strict hereditary tradition. An actual crown prince might not become the next ruler. A sect master explained. Ah, I see. The youth understood. A member of a larger sect chimed in. The current heir is a member of the side branch, not the main royal branch. A member of the side branch can still be the successor? This surprised the listeners. Lion's Roar has a different system than most. The heir just needs to have the bloodline of the Qi. In fact, the current heir has only been decided recently. He has gained both the recognition of the royal clan and the approval of the ancestral divine temple. The guy went on, willing to divulge more information. He already got the temple's approval? A sect master became startled. Then he will really become the next ruler of Lion's Roar. The temple's seal of approval meant that this heir's status was absolute. It didn't matter that he wasn't the son of the current king. He'll be in charge of the entire region. One youth murmured. The young Lord of Dragon couldn't compete with this. He might not become the successor of Dragon. Plus, Dragon was still inferior right now. Lion's Roar has been in charge of southern Desolace for eras. Therefore the small sects became emotional. They could finally see the future ruler of the land. Truly an honorable privilege. This branch, if climbed successfully, will give a lifetime of benefits. An elder said. Nonetheless, this could be the hardest task. Many were willing to think about pleasing and bribing the young Lord of Dragon. This wasn't the case for the future ruler of Lion's Roar. Chapter 43-25. Billowing fog. It has been a long time since the ward had this many visitors. Of course, this was still far from being comparable to its golden years. The first was personally presided over by the Supreme Monarch. The subsequent ones had the presence of top masters working together. The greatest visual phenomena and auras in the world were seen here. Nonetheless, this was still a momentous event relative to the conference's current state. However, the newfound excitement was interrupted by something strange tonight in Myriad Sect Mountain. Boom! Earthquakes alarmed everyone in the ward. What's going on? They woke up and got out of bed, feeling the constant explosions and quakes. Something big is happening. They rushed out of their rooms. Some personally flew. Others rode beasts, treasures, and banners. They wanted to see what was going on deeper into the mountain range. Everything intensified to its limit before black fog billowed out of the source. One could hear screams and roars along with various noises of battle. What the hell? The black fog scared the hell out of the spectators. They hurriedly rushed back to the ward. Clank! 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 Warning gongs were struck. All the buildings in the ward lit up and sent out rays, eventually forming a massive barrier. It served as a dam to stop the billowing fog. Boom! The ward was being affected from within. Something sealed seemed to be awakening deep in the mountain range. What is that? Everyone became startled. The young ones from the smaller sects felt their legs trembling and turned pale from fear. The ghastly noises from the fog scared the hell out of them. Nonetheless, the presence of so many top cultivators made them feel safe enough not to turn and run. Alas, they didn't know that these cultivators were frightened as well. Don't be afraid, the Supreme Monarch had left behind a suppressive power at the ward. It has been blessed by countless sages. No evil can get through. An expert roared, giving himself courage along with everyone else. This gave the mass enough hope because sure enough, the barrier was stopping the fog from expanding. Yes, the Supreme Monarch erected a divine altar here. It will automatically activate against any evil that dares to show itself. An expert from a great power revealed. The crowd thought that the barrier must have come from this so-called altar. I see, there's a divine altar here. Many heaved a sigh of relief. The Supreme Monarch was the ultimate being in their mind. They believed that her altar could destroy gods and devils regardless of how strong they were. But what is it though? A miner from a small sect still asked while staring at the fog. It might be an evil artifact. Her sect master whispered. They sound like the wailing souls of evil creatures after death. An expert could hear the cries and speculated. Perhaps. There might be darkness buried beneath this land. A big shot of a great power added. Rumor has it that during the Great Calamity, darkness descended to destroy the world. A mighty cultivator from Heaven Guard Mountain retaliated and destroyed this darkness. Unfortunately, the mythical sect went down as well. Could this fog be the previous darkness? An elder said. Didn't you just say that the darkness was destroyed? A youth questioned. Who knows what actually happened? It's just a legend. But if we are to believe it, then there might be darkness still buried underground. It's finally surfacing after countless eras. The elder shook his head. I hope not. The youth turned pale and said. Wouldn't that mean the end of us here? Shouldn't we start running? Where do we run? The elder continued. That darkness wanted to destroy the entire world. Insects like us will die no matter where we are. The young ones from the weaker sex were horrified. One of them suggested, maybe we should leave the ward first. Stop being nervous? Look, the barrier stopped the fog already. A disciple from a great power snorted. Plus, when the altar of the Supreme Monarch fully activates, it'll annihilate this thing. His confidence successfully put the crowd's mind at ease. Nonetheless, it was a sleepless night for many. When they woke up, they saw that the fog was still only billowing deeper in the mountain range, unable to get through the barrier. It seemed that the latter was truly effective. Another development happened in the morning. This one was favorable. The heir has arrived. Listeners heard this and felt much better. The heir was obviously powerful, and with him here, everything should be fine. Moreover, if the situation were to deteriorate somehow, he could summon many experts from Lion's Roar. Why didn't we receive any command about a reception? One youth questioned. No one knew about his arrival at all. His Highness is keeping it simple, traveling in a regular outfit. An elder heard about this from somewhere. Really? This surprised both the members of weak and strong sections. This was due to the previous precedents. The arrival of the young lord from Dragon. All the sects had to come out and kneeled. He also brought a powerful battalion along too. Chapter 43-26. Plan. Though the heir of Lion's Roar traveled without fanfare, his reputation still eclipsed the young Lord of Dragon. Though Lion's Roar was on a path of decline, its status in the south was still unshakable. Dragon couldn't replace its position in everyone's herd just yet. Therefore, the heir's arrival became the main conversation topic in all the camps. No one from the small sects had seen him before. Alas, the majority spoke of him with reverence. Meanwhile, the young Lord of Dragon initiated a meeting regarding the black fog. The darkness is emerging to destroy the world. It is our responsibility to stop it. His voice echoed across the ward. Deliberation is necessary in order to activate the divine altar and seal it once more into the depth of the mountain range. Everyone heard him clearly. This is correct. A young sect master felt optimistic about this command. After all, the activated barrier could destroy the fog, saving all the sects in the southern region. The altar is created by the Supreme Monarch herself. I don't think the young lord alone has enough power to activate it. An expert from a great power quietly said. A peer from a different sect replied. That's why he sent out the message earlier. He wants everyone to lend their power for the activation. He'll use this to build his reputation too. A disciple from a prestigious clan commented. Shoo, stop talking.
A senior shushed him right away. The disciple couldn't help but speak. I'm just stating facts. Dragon has been challenging Lion's Roar for a while now, especially after Peacock Monarch's rise and matchless nature. The disciple was correct. Under his leadership, Dragon became a force to be reckoned with while coming straight for Dragon's roar. Now, the young Lord of Dragon wanted to lead the crowd. This seemed rather understandable. He has to beat the heir if he wants to lead Southern Desolace. A fellow clan member responded, "This is the perfect opportunity since both of them are here. A mountain can't have two tigers." The young lord took the initiative to start, wanting to prove that he's superior. "Enough!" The senior scolded, "It'll be problematic if others hear this conversation." Ultimately, the young lord's decision was analyzed in secrecy by virtually every sect present. So the young lord and saintess of Dragon came first, then the heir of Lion's Roar came too. "I think this won't be so simple." An elder from a small sect speculated. "Right, they never sent any big shot here before. So is the conference viewed as a contest for the two behemoths?" The sect master replied. The smaller sect's information network was far lacking compared to the upper echelon. Nonetheless, they still caught wind of the current contest between the two behemoths. This could decide their fate, so they tried their best to ask for more information. "It's best not to comment. All I know is, when immortal fights, mortal suffer." An old elder whispered, "Just watch quietly and don't pick a side, otherwise, we'll be dead without a burial. We're nothing more than air in this contest." Older cultivators usually exercised prudence and didn't dare to be reckless. After all, the countless smaller sects in the south were mere insects compared to the behemoths. All in all, the sudden meeting stirred plenty of speculation and gossip. Nonetheless, all sects still participated on time. Both the small sects and the great powers needed to give Dragon face. As for the former, this wasn't an actual choice. They had to participate lest risking an early death. At the major field in the ward, the representatives of the great powers sat on top. The ones from the small sects have arrived long ago but waited below. Of course, they had no say in this matter and were only present to add to the atmosphere. The Saintess of Dragon was here early as well, standing next to the main seat. She had ordered disciples to arrange the various logistics of the meeting. Though she wasn't as famous as the young lord, she was still highly praised. This was especially true among the young generation where she had many male fans. Most importantly, she was polite and attentive to all sections. Her non-discriminating conduct was well received. "Crystal Dragon young lord has arrived." A powerful cultivator roared. A battalion from Dragon entered the field. A fierce aura made everyone gasp, but then, they remembered to start cheering and clapping. The young lord walked powerfully onto the stage and only stared at the crowd with disdain. His aura is insane. Putting his attitude aside, both his fans and haters had to admit that he was mighty. He climbed up the platform and sat down on the main seat. He then waved his hand and said, "Gentlemen, no need for formalities." Everyone else sat down and stared at him. He didn't speak right away. "The heir of Lion's Roar isn't here yet." Someone in the audience noticed something and whispered. All the sects have gathered for this meeting initiated by the young Lord of Dragon, yet the heir wasn't here. This made people more sure about the unspoken contest between Dragon and Lion's Roar. "Gentlemen, I summon everyone here for an important matter." The young lord didn't wait for the heir and continued. "Darkness has emerged from the deeper in the mountain range. We must work together to suppress it." Others exchanged glances. They already knew that he wanted to use the altar. However, activating it seemed improper when the representative of Lion's Roar wasn't here. After all, it was built by the supreme monarch of Lion's Roar. "Your plan is correct, young lord." Dear King was the first to speak up for his master. "The darkness knows nothing of mercy. We are willing to follow you as you take the vanguard against the storm." If his master could become the next ruler of Dragon, his status would soar as well. Gao Qixin didn't miss this chance either. He stood up and said, "Young lord, you are insightful and benevolent, only thinking about the well-being of the world. Maple Ravine wishes to represent the smaller sects of Southern Desolace in support of you." It wasn't easy for him to enter Dragon, so he wanted to flatter the young lord for a brighter future. Some of the smaller sects voiced their support. Alas, a few thought differently and became worried. They didn't want to get involved in this political struggle between Lion's Roar and Dragon. In the case of war, Those who picked a side would be the first to suffer. Thus, they refrained from saying anything. Gao Qixin at least had a backer right now in Dragon. They, on the other hand, had no roots, and joining this mess was too risky. Favorite. Chapter 43-27. Who opposed? Deer King and Gao Qixin acted as representatives of the smaller sects without questioning them. The rest didn't have the chance to voice their stance since it was too late. To refuse right now was to blatantly insult the young lord, risking punishment from Dragon. Thus, even those who wanted to remain neutral couldn't say anything. The young lord smiled while seeing the lack of opposition. Of course, he didn't actually care about these smaller sections. Their plan and strategy didn't take these sects into account in the first place. Nonetheless, this was a great starting point thanks to Deer King and Gao Qixin. He was awfully pleased. We appreciate your noble intention, young lord. Soaring Feather School will share the burden. A girl sitting on the top platform spoke. She wore a phoenix dress and had plenty of treasure ornaments covering her with their radiance. This beautiful noble was none other than the daughter of Soaring Feather School master. She was quite powerful after learning her father's art. Her school was a great power in southern Desolace. Though it couldn't compare to the behemoths, it still wielded ample influence. Thus, her words carried far more weight than Deer King or Gao Qixin. Soaring Feather is indeed a pillar of the world. The young lord has been waiting for this. Everyone knew that Deer King and Gao Qixin merely tried to flatter him. Now, Soaring Feather School's attitude was considerable support. He alone had no chance of activating the divine altar. However, if he could somehow garner the support of the other great powers, he would become the leader of the young generation and surpass the heir of Lion's Roar. More minor powers voiced their support afterward. This didn't matter in the grand scheme of things outside of adding to the young lord's momentum. I don't like this. A youth from a small sect whispered. The young ones were smart enough to know that they were merely being used as stepping stones by the young lord. Their only value was to make the meeting more official and exciting. Because of this, they could be used and abandoned, completely helpless to the young lord's whim. This was not a pleasant feeling to have. Alas, their seniors remained stoic and stopped them from acting out. Flowgate will also toil for this great cause. We shall help you activate the divine altar. The young lord of Flow also revealed his stance. Flowgate was about as strong as Soaring Feather, being the second great power to support Crystal Dragon young lord. Putting aside Dragon's ambition of taking over the south, everyone could see the young lord's desire of becoming the leader of the young generation. After all, his father was mighty and overshadowed the experts of Lion's Roar. As the saying goes, with a distinguished father, the son is sure to do well. He didn't want to fall behind, wanting to make a name for himself by surpassing the heir of Lion's Roar. We shall support you, young lord. Weaker great powers began to voice their support as well. Nonetheless, many still chose to be neutral. Though Dragon and the young lord had all the momentum right now, Lion's Roar has been the leader for too long. Thus, its authority remained in the heart of these cultivators. Dragon couldn't replace it just yet. Perfect. I appreciate your help, gentlemen. The young lord had achieved his goal today despite the neutral group. He had enough great powers on his side to activate the altar without a problem. He laughed and continued, "We shall be remembered today for our contribution to the world. Gentlemen, I propose a toast. We shall activate the altar tomorrow." His plan has been carried out perfectly, and the heir of Lion's Roar was still nowhere to be found. His mood couldn't be any better. On the other hand, some of the neutral parties found this quite strange. The young lord's goal was obvious for all to see, yet Lion Roar's heir was nowhere to be found. Did the heir want to give up already? Did he think that he was inferior before actually trying? No, we can't activate the altar. However, someone rudely interrupted his gloating moment. The voice wasn't particularly loud. It's just that this was a crucial moment and someone actually stepped up to oppose the young lord. It erupted like thunder in the listeners' ears. Who is it? The majority searched for the speaker. At first, they all assumed that the speaker was none other than the heir of Lion's Roar. He was the only one with enough authority and influence to challenge the young lord. Alas, they saw that it was an old man with a hatchet hanging on his waist. The majority didn't recognize him. They scanned his cultivation and found him to be extremely weak. Who is he? This confused everyone. A nobody daring to oppose the young lord? How suicidal. Wait, I know, he's from Little Diamond, right? An elder from a small sect quietly said. The least talented cultivator in that sect, Wang Weiqiao. He had joined for a century now and is still weaker than a novice. Is he insane? This frightened the audience. He can be suicidal all he wants, but he'll drag his sect down with him like this. One sect master said. The small sects were afraid of being dragged into this mess and kept a distance from Weiqiao, acting as if they didn't know him. What the latter had done was verbally slap the young lord in the face. The consequence was rather obvious for both him and his sect. Favorite. Chapter 43-28. Opposition. Who are you? The young lord's eyes turned cold and flashed intimidatingly. His aura came crashing down with the force of a tsunami. It smashed Weiqiao with the force of 1,000,000 pounds, intending on forcing him into submission. Weiqiao trembled due to his weak cultivation. Alas, he was still someone chosen by Li Qie, so the pressure couldn't take him down. His bones started creaking, on the verge of crumbling. Death seemed imminent. The only thing that remained calm was his heart and unwavering gaze. He was not afraid at all despite waves of intense pain flowing through him. He stood proudly with his spine unbent, arching his chest to meet the aura directly. Getting down on his knees was unacceptable. His unshakable Tao heart was the thing propping up his faltering body. Wang Weiqiao of Little Diamond Gate. He enunciated properly in spite of the pain. Humph. The young lord uttered coldly. State your intention. His aura then intensified. Weiqiao staggered backward as a result, feeling as if there were 1,000 mountains pushing down on him. It nearly broke his spine and forced him to bend forward. Such power was unbearable for someone of his shallow cultivation. He felt as if his internal organs and bones were being crushed. Beads of sweat dripped down his forehead and moistened his robe. Nonetheless, the only thing on his mind was to stand proudly, never yielding regardless of the outcome. His face turned red then purple as a result. Members of the small sects gasped, wondering if they could withstand this aura. The young lord alone could destroy their sect with a single hand wave. However, everyone was utterly impressed with Weiqiao for not getting down on his knees. The guy was nothing more than an insect compared to the stronger cultivators in the crowd. They thought that he would give up right away instead of lasting this long. Some even wanted to cheer for him for accomplishing something so extraordinary. Alas, they didn't dare to vocalize their support lest they offend the young lord. We can't activate the divine altar. Weiqiao uttered each word. This is not your place to speak, impudent fool. Kick him out. Dear King roared, not wanting this nobody to ruin the atmosphere. It also showed their inability to maintain the order of their own territory. This would ruin the young lord's favorable impression of him, or worse, he might even be considered responsible. Leave. Gao Qixin stood up and ordered. Weiqiao continued onward. The conference allows everyone to participate. I am an invited participant. You can't expel me. Humph. The young lord's expression soured. Everything was going according to plan until now. Dear King and Gao Qixin could tell that he was annoyed. They had to do something soon. So you prefer the hard way instead? Gao Qixin roared, babbling nonsense and disrupting order. Kicking you out isn't enough. Members of the small sect found him detestable. Not long ago, he wanted to befriend Li Qie. Now, he climbed on the branch of the young lord, looking like a sycophant. The correct punishment is death. Dear King said, wanting to finish this as fast as possible. Very well. Gao Qixin became murderous and said, death is the punishment for your impudence. Having said that, he reached for Weiqiao. The smaller sects didn't try to stop this due to the risk of offending the young lord and dragon. The great powers didn't do so either. Their experts thought that Weiqiao was only an insect. No need to make the young lord unhappy over such an insignificant being. Qixin nearly reached the target, but in this split second, ripples appeared in space. His hand was repelled and the force made him stagger backward. This development caught everyone off guard. Who stopped Gao Qixin and went against the young lord? Who? Both Gao Qixin and Dear King couldn't believe it. Why not let this fellow Taoist speak? A pleasant voice answered them. The one who saved Weiqiao was none other than Jian Qingzhu, who was sitting on the top platform. Favorite.
Chapter 43-29. I'm here. The crowd exchanged glances of confusion. Jian Qingzhu was the Saintess of Dragon and in theory, she should be supporting her senior brother. Wang Weiqiao was blind enough to oppose the activation of the altar and go against the young lord's plan. Death was the expected outcome for this insignificant being. It wouldn't affect anything at all. Strangely enough, she stopped Gao Qixin and gave the stage to Wang Weiqiao instead. Despite being confused, the weaker cultivators didn't dare to comment on this issue. As for the members of the great powers, their curiosity has been piqued. Some remembered that Li Qie, the sect master of Little Diamond, had climbed up her branch. This might be the reason why. This doesn't make any sense. Why would the saintess antagonize the young lord over this tiny sect?
One sect master whispered.
The smaller sects themselves understood how valueless they were. She should be focusing on Dragon's goals instead of helping Little Diamond.
Yes. Gao Qixin lowered his head.
He naturally wanted to work for the young lord but didn't want to offend the saintess either.
You're too kind, junior sister.
The young lord spoke without showing any emotion. Qingzhu then spoke with a friendly tone. Fellow Taoist, why do you insist that we mustn't activate the altar? Her amicable attitude earned her a favorable impression from the small sections. They have been oppressed so far and endured disdain. No one from a great power would show them any respect, let alone a saintess like her. Nonetheless, she still addressed Weiqiao respectfully as fellow Taoist. My master is ferrying lost souls in the mountain. He is in total control. He'll send all of them to the other side eventually, so there is no reason to activate the altar. It will only disturb him.
Weiqiao elaborated. Are you talking about young noble Li? She asked.
That's right. Nonsense. The young lord uttered coldly. The darkness is an ominous sign, a disaster.
What is this crap about ferrying souls?
Yes. Dear King chimed in right away. Fellow Taoist Wang, the young lord is toiling for the sake of the world and its inhabitants.
Leave now. Don't be unreasonable.
Weiqiao shook his head and said, I am not talking rubbish. My master is indeed ferrying the souls.
Just wait a bit and they'll disperse. There is no darkness.
Ridiculous. Dear King raised his voice. I'm sure this so-called ferrying is nothing more than a ruse. You must have some devious plans with the darkness. That's why you wish to prevent the young lord from activating the altar.
That's a baseless accusation. Weiqiao retorted.
Then why do you insist on stopping us when the darkness is right outside? You're afraid that when the young lord subdues it, your devious plan will be revealed. I see, your sect must have been the one to summon the darkness in the first place.
Dear King sneered.
Dear King speaks with logic. Gao Qixin jumped in. Myriad Sect Mountain has been fine all these years. I believe that this whole event is because of Little Diamond's attempt to summon the darkness and borrow its power.
Some actually thought that Gao Qixin was making some sense.
The conferences have been uneventful in the past. Now, black fog came out of nowhere and Wang Weiqiao mentioned his master ferrying lost souls and to not activate the altar?
This was too much of a coincidence.
Assuming that Little Diamond was guilty, they would definitely want to prevent an activated altar. We need to investigate this just in case some are conspiring with the darkness against Southern Desolace. The Golden Daughter of Soaring Feather said seriously. Dragon shall protect Southern Desolace at all costs. The young lord said heroically. We shall annihilate anyone who dares to harm this land. He spoke with righteousness as if he was the leader already. Wang Weiqiao and Little Diamond served as great stepping stones to build up his prestige and reputation. If Little Diamond was actually conspiring with the darkness, he would be able to lead and destroy it. But on the other hand, even if it wasn't, he could still destroy it and gain further reputation. This tiny sect could be destroyed without posing any risk. I agree. The young Lord of Flow stated his stance. The other great powers didn't say anything whether they agreed with him or otherwise.
Little Diamond wasn't worth their effort. What evidence do you have?
My master is doing no such thing.
Weiqiao strongly denied.
I'll capture you first for an interrogation.
Gao Qixin knew just what to do.
Clank. He summoned an iron chain and threw one end towards Weiqiao. The latter's expression changed. He immediately leaped backward, but Gao Qixin was far stronger. The chain flew around him and left him no room to escape. Clank! Suddenly, someone else grasped the chain and pulled hard. Ah! Qixin bellowed in pain as blood gushed out of him. His arm had been ripped out of the shoulder from the sheer force. Dear King and the others shouted. The likes of you dare to bully my disciple?
The newcomer spoke.
A person walked out of the black fog. None other than Li Qie. Master.
Wei Qiao was glad to see him.
The new sect master of Little Diamond. Those from the small sects recognized him. That's him. Members of the great powers found him to be too ordinary. Not a master capable of ferrying lost souls.
Are you insane? How dare you harm someone during the conference? Surrender now! Dear King roared.
Is that so?
Li Qie approached the stage with a relaxed demeanor.
Young lord. He must be the mastermind behind this. Please, avenge me and exterminate his clan.
Gao Qixin shouted, enraged after losing his arm.
You deserve death for saying this.
Li Qie smiled.
The young lord is right here.
He'll exterminate, Gao Qixin bellowed.
Chapter 43:30. Dear crushed Gao Qixin didn't think that Li Qie would dare to kill him in public, especially not in the young lord's presence. That would be suicidal. I see. Li Qie teleported in front of him and raised him up in the air by his throat. The crowd had no idea how he did it. They only saw Gao Qixin's face turning red. He kicked his legs and struggled, but it was useless. Save me. He finally uttered 2 words and asked for help, feeling the presence of death looming. Stop.
Dear King unleashed a palm strike of the lightning affinity.
He was indeed an expert from Dragon. The powerful strike caused dust and stones to fly everywhere. He was clearly far stronger than masters of minor sections.
Is he suicidal? One of them shouted.
The conference was presided by the young Lord of Dragon on top of numerous experts. However, Li Qie still dared to attack Gao Qixin, a new member of Dragon.
Dear King alone should be able to kill him.
Boom!
Li Qie simply used his other hand to stop the incoming palm strike.
Crack!
At the same time, he strengthened his grip and wrung Gao Qixin's neck.
The victim's eyes were wide open with unwillingness and disbelief. He has just become a member of Dragon. His future was so bright. Alas, death stopped him from enjoying his potential. The scene became silent right away. Some spectators' jaw nearly dropped to the ground, especially the smaller sects and members of Little Diamond. This was nothing short of a challenge of war against Dragon. Mediation became impossible. The consequence of opposing Dragon was obvious for the smaller sects: destruction. They thought that Li Qie had sealed both his fate and his sects. I wonder why so many have this blind confidence when going against me? Li Qie chuckled, tossed Gao Qixin's corpse to the side, then wiped his hands. This left the audience speechless. He was still feeling so nonchalant in spite of what he had done before the young lord. Exioner! The master of Maple Ravine screamed. It wasn't easy for his sect to groom such a capable genius. Gao Qixin was going to be an inner disciple of Dragon. This made their sect's future awfully bright. Alas, all of their efforts were in vain because of Li Qie. Dear King, please, uphold justice and avenge Exioner. He begged Dear King for help. All eyes were on Dear King now, waiting for his next move. Of course, Gao Qixin was introduced to the sect by Dear King. There was no way Dear King would take this sitting down. Enough of this. He was furious and channeled his vitality. The initially small antlers on his head grew larger and became awfully sharp. Crackle! Lightning crackles could be heard as black clouds appeared above the pair of antlers. Lightning bolts could be seen by the spectators. He has 1 foot in the myriad form realm now. Weaker sect masters became startled. As for members of the large sect, they weren't affected in the slightest. Myriad form wasn't considered a top cultivation realm in their sect. Many top youths were already in this realm. However, it should be said that Dear King didn't have as high of a starting point. This was impressive in that sense. Villain, today is your last. He lowered his head and aimed his antlers forward, thrusting energy blades of the lightning affinity at his foe. Alas, when they got close enough, Li Qie easily clasped them. What? The spectators, both weak and strong,
couldn't believe it. They thought that this was an unfair fight due to the gap in cultivation. However, Lichia easily stopped the attack with his bare hands. Go dash! Deer King crazily roared and released his fate palaces. They poured out Tao power and vitality into the antlers. Lightning bolts coursed through the pair and assaulted Lichia. This was an attempt to break free from his grip. Unfortunately, the shaking antlers couldn't break loose. The lightning bolts were useless as well. You brought this on yourself. Lichia smiled and added a bit of force. Crack! He easily broke the antlers. No! Deer King let out his last word because Lichia went on to split his head into two halves. His brains splattered everywhere as a result. Some of the youths in the crowd had never seen such violence before and became nauseous. Female disciples of the small sex closed their eyes, no longer wanting to see the corpse. Silence and astonishment took over the stage. Various emotions could be seen on faces. For example, the young lord's expression became quite ugly. It's over, a storm is coming. The leader of a small sect nearly pissed in his pants. He and his peers thought that Lichia had done messed with the beehive. Their sects might be in trouble as well. Chapter 43-31. Heavenly Sovereign. The stench of blood permeated the air. Most young disciples haven't seen something like this before, especially the new recruits. Those from the Great Power's eyes became different as they stared at Lichia. Deer King was in the myriad form realm. This wasn't particularly special, at least not to them. However, this guy was the sect master of Little Diamond, an insignificant sect. Nonetheless, he took down Deer King with his bare hands. Which realm is he in? An expert murmured. Another from a prestigious clan observed carefully with a heavenly gaze before replying. He needs to be at least at the Grand Tao Sacred Physique realm to kill Deer King so easily. Maybe it's doable at the grand level of myriad form, but he looks like neither. The experts wondered how a tiny sect like Little Diamond has such a powerful sect master. In southern Desolace, anyone capable was recruited by the Great Powers to become outer and inner disciples. Deer King was one example. Thus, someone as young as Lichia should have been recruited by Dragon and Lion's Roar. How did this fish escape the net? Is he really from Little Diamond? Another questioned. Everyone knew about Little Diamond's current power. Though it was as old as can be, it was still a tiny sect. No notable character has come from there in the last 10,000 years. Currently, this new sect master was both young and mighty. This certainly made people wonder because he should have been a well-known genius just like Gao Qixin. Crushing the king with his bare hands, that's a little too much. An elder from a small sect trembled. Deer King was strong enough to destroy most sect masters. Alas, Lichia was on another level. The impudence! The young Lord of Dragon had enough and got out of his chair. His thunderous roar made the weaker cultivators see stars. Some lost their balance and fell but first to the ground. You deserve death for killing a member of Dragon. His eyes flashed with murderous intent. He instilled fear into the heart of spectators. The young ones felt a pricking pain in their heart, causing them to falter backward and cry out in pain. If such a crime warrants death, then it looks like I'll deserve many more deaths. Lichia chuckled. This retort scared the hell out of the minor sections. How does he have the guts to talk to the young lord like that? One of them asked. All of Little Diamond will go down with him. An elder turned pale. No one wanted to have anything to do with Lichia or Little Diamond at this point. The young lord was about to unleash his wrath. It was best to stay out of the way because a disaster was coming. The Great Powers were surprised as well. Their members didn't need to be so afraid of the young lord. Nonetheless, they still needed to show him some face because of his father. They wouldn't have spoken to him with Lichia's frivolity. Quite courageous. An expert praised. Boom! The young lord channeled his vitality and energy for a destructive attack. The waves emanating from him could crush anything as if they were dried branches. Shit! The weaker crowd members turned pale and roared, unable to withstand the torrential pressure. Even those from the Great Powers found this astonishing. His power actually exceeded their imagination since he wasn't holding back due to anger. His problem was that he was completely overshadowed by his brilliant father. Thus, others only noticed his father, not him. With his power activated,
A divine light pulsed around him and made him look magnificent, just like a deity capable of grasping the stars and using their power. He has entered the myriad Tao realm and is a sovereign now. One expert became emotional. A heavenly sovereign? The small sects were frightened since he appeared to be unbeatable. This realm was completely unreachable for them. Even a myriad form cultivator like Deer King was mighty enough, let alone an actual sovereign. They found themselves to be a bunch of worms looking up at a soaring true dragon, feeling utterly intimidated. Chapter 43-32. Crown Prince. The glow around the young lord was brimming with divinity, a sign of a cultivator at the sovereign realm. It was oppressive, enough to force the weaker members into submission. So that's a sovereign. One pale youth trembled with fear. One hand wave is enough to exterminate 9 clans. Another whispered. If the young lord were to attack a minor sect, it would be akin to a dragon stomping down on an ant nest. The latter would have 0 chance of resisting. His cultivation soared like the wind. A great power's disciple couldn't help but praise. He was indeed a genius, perhaps not one at the upper echelon, but still quite impressive. He certainly paled compared to his father, but still more than kept up with his peers. A sovereign, the daughter of Soaring Feather said sentimentally. His talent exceeds ours. The young lord of Flow sighed. Being a sovereign was worthy of pride because numerous cultivators from the last generation took a lifetime to get here. His eyes brimmed with flames, capable of incinerating everything. Some spectators felt as if they were being burned while staring at him. He's unbeatable. A disciple from a weak sect realized the power gap. Killing the innocent is punishable with clan extermination. The young lord slowly descended as if he was a god from above. The consensus was that Li Qie was finished along with Little Diamond. Who will carry out the punishment? You can't do it. Li Qie smirked. Ignorant fool, I will let you experience a fate worse than death, the consequence of running your mouth. The young lord was furious. His hatred was clearly sensed by the audience. They felt a chill coursing down their spine and understood his rage. He was the young lord of Dragon, the second strongest sect of the south. On the other hand, his opponent was the sect master of Little Diamond, a worm in comparison. Today, this sect delayed his plan while its sect master spoke with contempt. If he didn't kill them all, his authority would diminish significantly. You are out of line, young lord. Suddenly, a third party walked onto the stage and spoke in a calm and natural tone. He was around 30 or so, wearing a simple robe with no expensive trinkets. He lacked auras and visual phenomena as well. Nonetheless, his pace was confident and sturdy. His eyes were particularly sharp and forceful, akin to all-cutting sabers. The young lord's oppressive aura suddenly melted like snow after his appearance. The weaker members could finally breathe easily. Though most had no idea who he was, they could tell from his style that he was a noble of sorts. The heir of Lion's Roar. A great power's disciple recognized him and shouted. Prince Qi. The members of the great power bowed deeply toward him. Even the saintess of Dragon got out of her chair and lowered her head. The members of the small sects were shocked after hearing his title. They were looking at the future of this land. How could they not be shocked? Your Highness. They got on their knees and shouted respectfully. There was a drastic difference in their attitude towards the young Lord of Dragon and the heir of Lion's Roar. The former was oppressive and forced others into submission. On the other hand, the heir didn't release his aura or any pressure. Nonetheless, he still commanded respect. Lion's Roar was the crownless king of southern Desolace. The heir was the rightful ruler of the land. Hence their reaction. Though a few powers thought that Dragon could replace Lion's Roar in the future, they still didn't lack in manners. The influence of Lion's Roar has been embedded in the people's heart for eras now, starting from the days of the Supreme Monarch. The young lord's expression changed after seeing the heir, especially when everyone prostrated before his opponent. He wasn't stupid and could tell the difference in reaction. Ultimately, more cultivators recognized Lion's Roar and its heir. Their subservience was sincere and natural. The heir saw Li Qie on stage and increased his pace. He stopped in front of Li Qie and bowed deeply. Sir, Jinlin has been looking for you all this time. We've finally met again. This left everyone speechless and frozen.
No one could overstate the heir's prestige and nobility. However, he was humbly using his real name and even bowed toward this sect master. "Yes, sir." The members of Little Diamond stammered, unable to accept this reality.
What is going on?
Confusion struck the crowd. The heir of Lion's Roar was actually greeting this sect master by bowing. Chapter 43-33. Qi Jinlin. No one that wasn't here in person would believe this story. The absurdity made jaws drop to the ground. This wouldn't even happen in dreams. Just a moment ago, they thought that he was about to be killed by the young Lord of Dragon. Now, everything changed because of the heir's appearance. Li Qie glanced at the bowing man in front of him and didn't say anything. Jinlin thought that Li Qie didn't remember him, so he hurriedly said, "You stayed at my humble abode for a bit before." He was not the crown prince despite being the heir. Being the crown prince was not enough to become the next successor in Lion's Roar. Thus, the heir and the crown prince were two entirely different matters. In order to become the heir, one must be recognized by the kingdom on top of passing numerous tests from the royal clan and the temple. The only requirement was that this person must be from the royal clan. Qi Jinlin was the son of the current king. However, his mother had a lowly background and no status. Nonetheless, he surpassed the trials and became the official heir of Lion's Roar. "You've improved quite a bit." Li Qie remembered him and smiled. The listeners couldn't believe it. They thought that despite the ridiculousness of the event, Li Qie would take it back to normalcy by returning the gesture. However, he stunned them by answering so casually as if he was a senior of the heir. "Sir, your guidance on that day helped me comprehend. I truly benefited from it," Jinlin said. As a member of the side branch, his path wasn't smooth at all. He faced plenty of competition and contempt. During his youth, his talent was high enough to be given top merit laws from the royal clan. He improved greatly and surpassed his fellow clan members. Because of this, many seniors thought highly of him and that he had the potential to compete for the successor position. He didn't let them down and won numerous competitions. Just when everything was going perfectly, something happened to his Grand Dao and his cultivation stagnated completely regardless of his effort. The seniors, one by one, helped him to no avail. Subsequently, his competitors surpassed him and he was no longer the best candidate. There were still some seniors who believed in him, but their number gradually dwindled. After numerous setbacks, he moved out of the capital and into an old city, hoping that the serenity would help. Alas, this still didn't work and he became dejected. It wasn't until he met Li Qie and received guidance that he found a way to break through. Since he had been accumulating the entire time, this became an advantage. His cultivation caught up to his rivals in no time at all. Next, he passed the trials of the kingdom and the royal clan. Lastly, even their ancestral temple gave their approval, so he became the heir. Therefore, it could be said that his current achievement was due to Li Qie. Hence his attempt to find Li Qie all this time. He became quite emotional after coming across Li Qie again. "It is your own fortune." Li Qie didn't take credit. Nonetheless, Jinlin viewed Li Qie as a benefactor and a teacher. He replied, "Sir, since we have met again, please allow me to offer you a cup." Having said that, he invited Li Qie up the stage towards the master spot. Meanwhile, the young lord assumed that Jinlin was actually targeting him. The meeting was meant for him to become the leader of the young generation. Moreover, he was the one who commenced it. "Your Highness, a criminal like him can't sit down in that spot." He didn't hold back as a result. As the son of Peacock Monarch, he didn't need to be concerned with Jinlin's feelings. By this point, Dragon might just be as strong as Lion's Roar. His father was their ace card as well.
"There must be a misunderstanding, young lord."
Jinlin wasn't angry. "Humph." The young lord aggressively sneered. "He killed our inner disciple first, then, dear king. This is a blood feud." This happened in the ward and in front of everyone. How is this murderer not a criminal? Logic was on his side, so regardless of the reason, Li Qie did indeed kill members of Dragon in public, so retaliation was justified. Jinlin's brows furrowed slightly. In reality, he didn't care why Li Qie killed those men. He had chosen to support Li Qie no matter what.
"Young lord, I'm sure you have a clear idea of what had actually happened since you were present."
Jinlin revealed his stance. The crowd exchanged glances.
Even a fool could see that he was supporting Li Qie. As the heir of Lion's Roar, he was qualified to represent his kingdom as well. Some started regretting their previous choice. If they had known that Li Qie was connected with Lion's Roar, they would have tried their best to befriend Little Diamond. As for the elders and disciples of Little Diamond, they have been lost the entire time. They had no idea why Lion's Roar was backing their sect master. Chapter 43-34. Support. I know exactly what happened. He must pay with his life for killing my fellow sect members. The young lord coldly uttered while being under the spotlight. He paused for a bit before continuing. Furthermore, Little Diamond conspired with the darkness to harm Southern Desolace. This is a serious offense and we are responsible for eliminating all threats for the sake of the world. Am I right, gentlemen? He tried to garner the support of the crowd to go against Qi Jinlin. The others exchanged glances but none wanted to speak. Li Qie was certainly a murderer in this case but none wanted to prosecute him. A while ago, it was Little Diamond versus Dragon. The choice was obvious. Now, Qi Jinlin had shown full support for Li Qie. This became a contest between Lion's Roar and Dragon. Anyone with a little sense would want to stay away. Joining the fight between two behemoths might result in being stomped to a pulp. Those who loudly supported the young lord earlier kept their mouth shut. It was best not to offend Qi Jinlin and Lion's Roar. The young lord's expression darkened after seeing their passivity. Qi Jinlin's arrival stole his momentum right away. Young lord, that is a serious accusation. Be careful or you'll damage your sect's reputation. Jinlin calmly responded. Humph. The young lord snorted. Putting other matters aside, he must pay with his life for killing our disciples. There is no compromising here. Others might be afraid of Lion's Roar and its heir but not him. Jinlin frowned after hearing this. He then responded, Young lord, if you insist on a resolution, there is no need to bother Master Li Qie. I will overestimate myself and have a taste of your supreme merit laws. Let us spar. Listeners took a deep breath right away. Jinlin wanted to take responsibility for Li Qie's actions, whether it be the murders or his transgressions against the young lord. In other words, picking on Li Qie right now was akin to picking on Lion's Roar, something unacceptable. They still didn't know why Jinlin was willing to go to such length to support this unknown sect master. You! The young lord glared at Jinlin and started to contemplate. He certainly wasn't expecting this reaction at all. He wanted to become the leader of the young generation and defeat the heir of Lion's Roar. Everyone believed that the new leader would either come from Dragon or Lion's Roar. In other words, these were two likely candidates. The young lord had certainly thought about fighting his rival before. Alas, he never got the chance to have a duel. Plus, he had heard of Jinlin's talent before as well. He was not ready for a sudden fight so he hesitated. After all, a battle would be extremely important. He had to win in order to become number one. Thus, ample preparation was necessary. To fight now was being too hasty and reckless. The crowd also contemplated about these two successors. A fight between them was inevitable. Which one was stronger? Jinlin went on and said, Young lord, you are a sovereign already, quite peerless in all of Southern Desolace. My cultivation has stagnated and I pale before your brilliance. It would be my honor to spa with you. Everyone naturally liked his humility and politeness more than the young lord's imperious attitude. They had also heard about his Dao stagnation before he became the heir. However, he improved quickly later so this comment wasn't exactly accurate. It still worked on the young lord. He felt better but maintained a strong tone. A life for a life, this is how it has always been. Even if you ask me to show mercy, I can't do so since I need to answer to my sect. Senior brother, it is just a trivial matter. His Highness has given us enough face. The Saintess of Dragon interjected, giving them an easy way out. Are you all finished yet? Li Qie stretched, looking bored of this conversation. The crowd had nothing to say. His attitude was disdainful towards everyone including the heir of Lion's Roar who was helping him. The young lord scowled after hearing this but the heir didn't mind. He cupped his fist and said, I'm fortunate to be able to meet you again, sir. I would like more guidance if possible. The crowd became confused and stared at Li Qie.
He was certainly not a big shot or anything. Why was the heir so respectful towards him? The young lord didn't buy it, but the saintess looked to be lost in rumination.
I came here to ferry souls, not to lecture.
Li Qie waved his hand. Is there anything we can do to help?
Jean Lin asked hurriedly, assuming the role of a junior to the astonishment of listeners.
Chapter 43-35. Activate the altar or not? No need for that. Just don't bother me. This altar doesn't need to be activated either. Li Qie said flatly.
The young lord scowled and uttered coldly. The darkness from underground has engulfed the entire mountain range. The barrier might be stopping it now, but it can break through at any moment. If it escapes, Southern Desolace will face an unprecedented disaster. How many sects will go down? The crowd clamored after hearing this. After all, there were 10,000 sects in this region. The weaker ones scattered across the land. None of them would be able to stop the darkness. Thus, the young lord successfully stirred them. Only the great powers remained calm since they had enough experience and resources to deal with many things. That's why we need to activate the altar and take care of the darkness now while it's still weak. The young lord declared, still set on accomplishing his goal. The young lord is right.
A member of a small sect said, what do we do once it escapes? It'll be too late to suppress it then.
Most became nervous and afraid after hearing about this possibility.
We need to prepare for the worst, it's best to deal with it now. One sect master stared at the billowing fog and said, the top sects weren't sure of what this black fog was right now. It actually wasn't the most important point. They were more worried about which side to pick right now. Dragon or lion's roar. This pertained to the future well-being of their sect. They didn't dare to be careless. What do you think, gentlemen? The young lord asked the audience on the top stage. We should activate the altar and deal with the darkness today. It will be a feat to be remembered, one done for the sake of our descendants. Why are we still hesitating? Remember, he needed their help in order to activate the altar. The ones standing on the field below didn't matter to him. They were too weak to be of use.
We should deliberate again.
The daughter of Soaring Feather mused. Of course, our top priority is to stop the darkness from spreading to the outside world.
I agree.
The young lord of Flow said. Both of them had a good relationship with the young lord of Dragons, so they supported him. However, they didn't dare to bluntly go against Lion's Roar, so they chose their words carefully to stay relatively neutral. The young lord felt great because the sentiment was shifting towards activating the altar once more. Jean Lin naturally knew what he was doing and responded, the divine altar is left behind by the supreme monarch. Activating it is a serious matter that requires the input of the ancestors. We shouldn't be hasty. This silenced the crowd right away because Jean Lin was right. The supreme monarch had an untouchable status in the south. Activating it required the approval of her Lion's Roar kingdom. To do so without permission meant being responsible if anything were to go wrong. It will be too late if we wait for the ancestors' input. The young lord disagreed. The darkness might escape before then and wreak havoc on the land. In my opinion, activate it now. I'll bear the responsibility alone. He assumed the role of an altruistic hero.
Well said, young lord.
One weak sect master supported him. You're a real man. Yes, a true man who has the courage to accept the consequence of his action.
That's the young lord of Dragon for you.
An elder added.
Many believed that the young lord was doing this to protect them.
The smaller sects hoped that he would be able to activate the altar so that they can stop worrying. Lion's Roar Kingdom does not agree with this decision. Jean Lin responded firmly. Though he wasn't loud, each word was spoken with conviction. The representative of Lion's Roar has spoken, meaning that this was the kingdom's stance. Though some might disagree with him, they didn't dare to voice their dissatisfaction. Opposing Lion's Roar might get them annihilated before the darkness could get to them. This statement seemed decisive enough to settle the issue. It shut up all of the young lord's supporters since they wished to remain neutral. Your Highness, you will be a sinner if the darkness escapes and engulfs the world. Is that what you dash? The young lord criticized, aware that he must get through Jean Lin if he wants to lead. Young lord, can you represent Dragon Sect and Peacock Monarch?
Jean Lin interrupted him with a hand wave.
Chapter 43-36. Wailing darkness. The crowd's attention shifted back to the young lord after Jean Lin's question. Was the idea of activating the altar his alone? Or was it the will of his father and dragon? In the latter case, the weight was far heavier. Does it matter? I represent myself, that's more than enough. The young lord replied. I represent Lion's Roar in this matter. Jean Lin stared at him. Each word of this sentence had the immensity of a mountain. The crowd took a deep breath, aware of its significance. This meant that the kingdom didn't allow for activation, not just Jean Lin himself. Anyone who supported the young lord in this endeavor would be going against Lion's Roar. The young lord glared angrily at Jean Lin but didn't say anything. Everyone could tell that Jean Lin had the upper hand right now. He wanted to do something after Jean Lin stole the spotlight and forced him back. Alas, he needed to exercise prudence. He believed that he was on the same level as Jean Lin in terms of ability. It's just that he lacked authority in Dragon, unable to represent it. Your Highness, if you have a better plan, we are eagerly waiting to hear it. The Saintess broke the silence. This helped the young lord from further embarrassment and didn't offend Jean Lin either. I'm listening. The young lord snorted. He thought that once he had enough authority in the future, he would challenge and destroy Lion's Roar then. Are you finished yet? Li Qie waved his hand before Jean Lin could respond. His patience seemed to be gone. I'm not here to negotiate, only to inform. You don't have any option here but to accept. Humph. The young lord's annoyance resurfaced again. And if I don't accept? He purposely tried to provoke Li Qie into starting a fight with him. Then I'll wring your head off. Li Qie glanced dismissively at him. What? The crowd gasped after hearing such arrogance. Further elaboration on the young lord's prestigious status was unnecessary. The crowd knew it all too well. Moreover, he was a sovereign already. This made people watch their words when speaking to him. Not even Jean Lin would talk about wringing his head off. Li Qie might be the sole exception. Ignorant fool. The young lord already had a fiery temperament. Now he could stand this no longer. He stood up and released his vitality and aura. The area outside the stage became flattened as a result. While others trembled in fear, Li Qie wasn't impressed in the slightest. Rumble. However, continuous explosions akin to a giant beating down on the earth interrupted the quarrel. Everyone looked back and saw the black fog surging out again. It seemingly took the form of a giant and was unleashing a barrage of palm strikes down on the ward's barrier. The barrier shook violently and dimmed down, on the verge of collapsing. The darkness is back again. Many shuddered in fear since they saw a fiendish palm striking down. Some felt their legs giving in, so they dropped butt first on the ground. The majority were members of the weaker sections. They had never seen something like this before, hence their fear. Will the barrier go down? How much longer? A disciple from a great power became startled. We need to activate the divine altar now or everything in the south will be destroyed. An elder from a small sect shouted. We need to open it now. The young lord took advantage of this and said, What should we do, sir? Jean Lin had a serious expression while asking Li Qie. The latter ignored him and stepped into the air, heading straight for the fog outside the barrier. Be careful. This took everyone by surprise and a few warned him. Does he have a death wish? A disciple from a large sect asked. He's crazy. The youths were too afraid of the darkness, yet Li Qie was heading straight for it. Boom, boom, boom. The fog took note of this and seemingly came back to life. It roared and expanded continuously. Dark waves engulfed the sky. Chapter 43-37. Roaring darkness. The fog immediately swallowed Li Qie since he was outside the barrier. Sect Master. The members of Little Diamond bellowed in horror, thinking that he was being eaten in there. They feared that the worst had happened. He's dead for sure. An aghast elder from a different sect commented. Li Qie was certainly strong, but he couldn't fight back at all. They thought that if this fog were to roam free, it would annihilate the entire region. The smaller sects would be swallowed just like Li Qie. Not even a speck would be left behind. They started sweating and thought about running as far away from this place and the south as possible. He deserved it. The great powers remained calm. Some even gloated after seeing this. Most didn't care about Li Qie because he chose to be suicidal.
What a fool!
The young lord snorted. He hated Li Qie since the guy tried to ruin his plan. Now, he didn't need to do anything and the problem was already solved. This was a great development since he needed to get through Jin Lin to get to Li Qie a while ago.
Jin Lin was worried as well and slightly frowned.
As for Jian Qingzhu, she remained seated and slightly tilted her head in contemplation.
Rah!
Crazy noises could be heard. Shoutings, wailings, screamings.
There seemed to be a great battle raging in the fog.
This was a battlefield with numerous combatants. A fight of the lost souls. The fog intensified and became larger while smashing the barrier relentlessly.
What is in there?
Cultivators felt as if there was a monster in the darkness, ready to jump out and devour them. Those from the great powers were far more composed than the ones from the smaller sections. Can the barrier keep it at bay? This became the main question as the ground shook violently.
Be on guard.
The experts from the great powers started worrying. There was a real chance of the barrier failing and they would be the first to face the waves. Master. Wang Weiqiao was nervous because there hasn't been any sign of Li Qie for a while now.
Your master is dead.
A disciple from a stronger sect sneered. What did you expect? He just waltzed into that frightening darkness. I'm pretty sure it ate him down to the last bone. Another clan member uttered coldly. It would be a miracle if he's still alive. One expert murmured. No one here was confident in surviving the fog after being caught.
Good.
The young lord heaved a sigh of relief since Li Qie's death was all but confirmed. The disciples of Little Diamond felt terrible but there was nothing they could do. If they were to jump into the fog and Li Qie was alive in there, they would only get in his way and hinder him. Pop! A mysterious power suddenly manifested inside the fog and started a purification process. It didn't matter how strong the darkness was. This purification force was unstoppable and washed away the impurities. In the next second, the fog dissipated from both the ward and the mountain range. The sky and sunlight returned afterward. They then saw a massive human skull stained by the darkness. This looked like a devil. Its eyes shot out dark rays capable of piercing through everything.
What the hell is that?
The top cultivators here finally became afraid after seeing the skull. Qi Jinlin and the other geniuses were horrified as well.
They readied their weapons and prepared for a fight. Wait, there's someone in front of it.
A keen-eyed spectator noticed something.
It's Li Qie.
This became clear after they calmed down from the initial shock of seeing the skull. It was massive so he looked like a fly in comparison.
He's still alive?
No one expected this.
Sect Master.
The ones from Little Diamond became ecstatic.
Good.
Qi Jinlin heaved a sigh of relief.
He's really a hidden master then.
The reticent Jian Qingzhu murmured.
Humph.
The young Lord of Dragon was disappointed to see Li Qie surviving the fog. Chapter 4338. Spirits. As the skull breathed in and out, storms of darkness ravaged the area. Every spectator was quivering, unaware of its origin. A devil king of the darkness? One disciple from a great power trembled. The rays coming from its eye sockets could drag souls out of the body. What is that thing? Anxiety took over. As for Li Qie, he simply placed his palm on the skull's forehead. What is he doing? One expert shouted. How risky! A sect master's teeth chattered. The right reaction after seeing the skull was to run as fast as possible, not touching it. He's trying to fuse with the darkness?
The young lord's eyes lit up as he wondered.
Many stronger cultivators exchanged glances and understood what he was doing. Fusing with the darkness? However, those who didn't get the point became startled. What's going to happen? Is he going to absorb the darkness and turn into a devil king? Another blurted out. Who knows if she was sincere or deliberate with this statement? The crowd clamored after hearing this. We can't let him fuse with the darkness or the world will face an unmitigated disaster. A clan member bellowed. Right, we have to stop him now before it's too late. One disciple fanned the flames.
We ought to finish him now.
A few started shouting, wanting to turn the crowd against Li Qie. Of course, some actually thought that it was the truth and wanted to prevent Li Qie from turning into a devil king.
Kill him now.
The latter group took out their weapon, ready for a sneak attack. They would do anything to prevent the darkness from wreaking havoc. Silence! Qi Jinlin finally raised his voice. The sheer force of the shout discombobulated the listeners. Some lost their balance and dropped to the ground. His power and status suppressed everyone. The clamoring crowd became silent right away while staring at him. Enough speculation before there is a clear answer, he declared. Nonetheless, the crowd thought that he was being partial. They still kept their mouths shut, not wanting to go against the air of lion's roar. Your Highness, I'm afraid you're acting as an accomplice to the darkness. If you keep on protecting that guy, the world will not stand for. The young lord strongly opposed. Lion's roar guarantees Sir Li's conduct. Jinlin interrupted without bothering to look at him. If you have grievances, feel free to visit Lion's Roar and state them. I welcome it. He spoke with confidence as he put Lion's Roar's reputation on the line for Li Qie. This stopped the young lord from bringing up the issue again. The same applied to the rest of the crowd. Using Lion's Roar's reputation as a guarantee was rather serious and carried immense weight. Qi Jinlin was clearly not messing around. Buzz! They suddenly heard buzzes and looked back at the skull. They saw Li Qie's hand becoming radiant. The darkness on the skull was being refined and its real shape was revealed. The image of a head made up of an undying intent. It belonged to an old man with impressive features. There was an air of stateliness to him, capable of commanding others without needing to ever raise his voice. Though it was only the image of his head, others still held their breath and were fully intimidated. It seemed that he was a supreme lord when he was alive. Top masters back then certainly treated him with nothing but respect. Do you know who he is? An expert took a deep breath and asked his friends. If this old man was alive, everyone here would be prostrating right now. The aura coming off the head showed that he was an apex existence in 8 decimalaces. The head and Li Qie gazed at each other. Millions of years passed in the blink of an eye. The head recalled that when it was still alive, it had followed Li Qie to numerous battlefields. Eventually, it stayed behind to protect this world, awaiting Li Qie's return. Alas, the calamity unleashed by the heavenly corpses and the darkness ended both him and his legion. They fought bravely and eventually took down the dark being. Unfortunately, none managed to survive the bloody war. Everyone watched with bated breath despite not knowing what they were waiting for. You have done enough, Heaven Guard. Your watch is over. It's time to let go and rest. Li Qie gently patted the head. Time to go, the head answered with an ancient voice. Buzz! It started breaking down into countless particles. Eventually, the particles fell to the ground and disappeared, leaving behind a fist-sized core made of light. This core shook a bit before flying back into the mountain range. Li Qie casually followed it and disappeared from sight. Do you know what's going on? Someone asked. So that wasn't a devil king of darkness? Another found this strange. Though the dark skull at the start was horrifying, it looked rather fine after the purification process. The mountain range must be hiding something. A clan member boldly speculated. Wait, wasn't the mountain range the home to a supreme lineage once? It fell after ambushing the darkness. A sect master was reminded of something. You're saying that this place is an ancestral ground or the main branch? The clan member responded. Was this just a manifestation of something incredible buried during that period? It's coming back out again? Chapter 4339. Ghost Soldiers, It Could Be a Treasure. Someone else interjected. Who knows? An older cultivator said. Rumor has it that this place was known as Heaven Guard Mountain. It didn't become Myriad Sect Mountain until later. This sect known as Heaven Guard was really strong. How strong are we talking about here? One youth remained skeptical. They should have been quite mighty. I don't need to tell you about how terrifying the great calamity was. The darkness descended, one beyond our imagination. What we saw earlier was nothing in comparison. However, Heaven Guard still managed to take it down, albeit they also fell in battle. An expert from the last generation chimed in. Hearts beat faster after this revelation. I see. A mighty lineage perished together with the darkness. Wait, there should still be things left behind, right? One listener suggested. The crowd exchanged glances as they contemplated the matter. There might still be treasures left among the ruins. Should we take a look? Some became impatient.
The young Lord of Dragon was one of them. He uttered coldly, "I will go take a look to see what treachery he is up to."
Having said that, he headed in Li Qi's direction. He realized that the transpired event might not have anything to do with the darkness at all. It might just be a remnant or relic of the past. Whenever something like this happened in ruins, it meant that a hidden treasure might resurface. After all, Heaven Guard was destroyed overnight. Certain heaven-defying treasures might be left behind. He would never let Li Qie, who he deemed inferior, get these treasures.
"We're going, don't let the brat get ahead of us."
An expert from a great power understood the young lord's intention. He didn't want to fall behind. The young lord was a prestigious character, but this meant nothing when it came to treasures. Moreover, the treasures here should be on another level. Thus, more risk was warranted. The great powers were willing to compete and go against him.
"Let's go."
The majority of great powers headed for the mountain range. Everyone wanted to be the first to get there and obtain the treasures.
"We should go too."
The smaller sects became interested as well.
"Let's go, we might be the chosen one, but if not, at least we'll broaden our horizon."
One sect master told his fellow members. Of course, a few were afraid of death. One of them shook their head and said, "We're staying at the ward. If a heaven-defying treasure is really emerging, it'll be a bloody battle. We'll all die a terrible death before even touching it." As for Qi Jinlin, he wasn't in a rush. He took his time while heading outside the barrier. Jian Qingzhu tagged along and asked, "Your Highness, may you share with me your brilliant opinion on this matter?" "You're too kind, Miss Jian. I have nothing of that sort." He shook his head. "Do you think that there is a treasure?" she asked. "If there is, it belongs to the virtuous. Surly will get it, not us." He smiled.
"Your Highness, how do you know young noble Li?"
she said softly, aware that Jinlin was absolutely a fierce character. Only a capable person could become the heir of Lion's Roar. Moreover, he was renowned in the past for his special gifts and innate talent. This made her quite curious about his high respect for Li Qie. He only smiled and said, "I know that you invited him into a heavenly room. Thus, you probably know more than I do." Jinlin was no slouch and knew what was going on during the conference.
"Your Highness, the truth is that I was asked to do so."
Oh! He didn't expect this answer. He started thinking about who had enough influence to ask her for this favor. Moreover, the young Lord of Dragon clearly hated Li Qie, yet she still helped him.
"You know this person too, Your Highness,"
she said. Since Qingzhu kept it vague, he stopped thinking and nodded. "Miss Jian, be careful since there might be complications." "Don't worry, I will do my best to help you. I appreciate it, Your Highness." She understood and cupped her fist. "Though I'm a member of Dragon, this doesn't mean I need to obey my fellow sect members. I'm sure someone as intelligent as yourself will do just fine." He praised. Plus, she wasn't a weak cultivator either. Crystal Dragon Young Lord wasn't the master of Dragon and didn't have absolute control. His father might be Peacock Monarch, but Qingzhu's branch was quite strong and influential. Even if a conflict arose between the two of them, the young lord might not be able to do anything to her. By this point, the two of them have reached the inner region of the mountain range. They saw the broken peaks and a large lake with clear water. Other cultivators were already here.
"How strange, I visited this place before but the water was turbid then,"
one cultivator murmured.
"Look ahead, it's even stranger,"
an expert replied. They looked farther and saw numerous battalions ahead. The auras of the soldiers were incredible. They didn't shout or unsheath their weapons, yet their battle intent still pierced the sky. Alas, they were made of pulsing light, looking illusory and on the verge of extinguishing like candles. Nonetheless, spectators still found them immensely powerful and intimidating. Are they ghost soldiers?" A member of a large sect trembled. "No, they are remnant battle intents that won't disperse," a clan expert answered. Everyone sensed their surging battle intent, ready to obliterate their enemies. 1. Just cordial and humble talk, hard to translate. Chapter 4340. Ferrying the intimidating battle intent was innate and naturally formed.
the culmination of experiencing countless battles. The members of this legion weren't ghosts nor resentful spirits. Only the battle intents left behind after their destruction. They have been around for millions of years and remained underground to suppress the darkness. Eventually, the darkness invaded them and made it impossible for them to move on. Xueqi came to purify these battle intents, allowing them to find peace. The crowd saw him walking on water towards the legion. What is he doing? Someone became surprised. The battle intents had no sentience, meaning that coming close might result in being attacked. Each strand had immense power. Being surrounded by them meant certain death. He started chanting a Tao mantra. Runes came out of his mouth and illuminated the soldiers. Buzz. The intent had a glow as blue as the sky, looking quite beautiful. The rays intertwined and became blindingly bright, culminating in a draconic insignia seen on each of the soldiers. The dragon raised its head and could call for clouds and winds. With its emergence, the soldiers also wanted to turn into dragons as well. Xueqi himself was radiant. He formed a mudra and pressed down on the lake. Boom! With that, the rays rushed into the sky and created the same insignia, albeit massive. A portal manifested into reality in the same spot. It loudly creaked and opened, releasing azure waves like the light of heaven itself onto the soldiers. Rah! A dragon roar erupted. Next came its billowing aura sweeping through the realms. Living beings immediately prostrated, unable to handle the sheer pressure. An azure dragon flew out of the portal, looking magnificent with its claws raised. It could tear apart everything in the world, crush the darkness, and devour all evil. Looks like a divine beast from the legends. An expert shouted. What kind of legion is this? A last-gen member shuddered after seeing the activated insignia. This legion must have been immensely powerful when they were alive. They still looked unbeatable right now after death. How the hell did this legion fall? Someone else thought about the past and couldn't fathom the terrifying power of the darkness. Azure Dragon. Heaven Guard. Eternal protectors of the ages. Xueqi chanted harmoniously with the laws of the world. Azure Dragon, Heaven Guard. The soldiers chanted back at him. Their roars caused time and space to explode in a devastating manner. Cultivators were swept off their feet instantly. Shit! They turned pale as they were flying through the air. Boom! The portal fully opened, revealing the paradise on the other side. The rays from the soldiers started flying through the portal and their current ethereal form gradually vanished. The Azure Dragon also did the same. Eventually, once all of them have passed through the portal, the gates creaked and came together. Everything eventually disappeared outside of scattering particles. Peace returned to the area. The darkness and spectral soldiers were no longer there. The entire thing felt like a dream, but spectators knew that it was real. They still remembered the frightening battle intents and draconic aura just now. So this is what he was talking about, ferrying? One cultivator regained his wits and asked. In the beginning, no one took Wang Weiqiao seriously when he said that his master was going to ferry souls over to the other side. Now, after witnessing this event, the majority believed in him. So there were this many lost souls underground. One elder said. There had been countless conferences taking place in this mountain range. Alas, they had no idea about the presence of the lost souls beneath the ground. Today, Xueqi finally freed them from their eternal confinement. The legend must be true. The mythical Heaven Guard mountain perished together with the darkness. A member from a large sect became emotional. This legend was rather well known, but there was no proof of it. Today, the Spectral Legion convinced the crowd. Buzz! As the crowd talked about the great battle in the past, rays from treasures suddenly shot out of the lake. Chapter 43-41. Treasures. The surface of the lake became shiny with numerous colors after the buzzes. What is happening? The waves of light indicated that something was floating beneath, most likely a treasure. So there is really a peerless treasure underground? A disciple from a large sect shouted. Don't you mean at the bottom of a lake? A friend interjected. The atmosphere became tense right away. Groups exchanged glances. Some became eager to give it a shot. Impossible. This place has been visited by countless people. They came and searched the entire mountain range, This included Dao Lords as well. Any treasure would have been taken away long ago.
An old cultivator disagreed.
Hard to say.
A clan expert politely responded, "It's been a long time, yet these souls still remain until today.
Why didn't the top masters who visited ferry them away?"
Others didn't disagree with this point of view. The light from the lake became brighter and brighter. Pillars of light of different colors manifested into reality.
"It really does look like a top artifact."
Someone else said,
"I wonder what it is."
Some began gripping their weapon, ready to compete for this treasure. They all knew that fierce competition was inevitable and it'll get bloody too.
Visual phenomena started showing themselves amidst the radiance. An eagle soaring in the air with wings large enough to blot out the sun. Rah!
A wolf of unimaginable size howled at heaven. Its tail was as long as a mountain range. Many more phenomena shocked the crowd.
"I'm absolutely sure that there is a divine treasure down there."
Someone shouted.
"Even a fool could tell that the thing down there must be incredible."
Splash! Splash! The surface of the lake had violent waves and bubbles, further tempting the crowd.
Many immediately dived into the water and swam for the bottom.
Activate! One activated his heavenly gaze.
His eyes shot out 2 rays in order to see through the water. "Get ready for the treasure."
One group standing on the shore watched with their weapons drawn. In reality, it didn't matter who got the treasure first. The one who could leave this place with it would be the true winner.
"There's nothing."
A diver got out and shouted. Many more left the water and had the same conclusion. As for Li Qie, he seemed amused by their enthusiasm and raised his hand. Boom! The next light pillar eclipsed all the previous, seemingly piercing the firmament itself. A tsunami was started in the lake and blew all the divers out. They fell to the shore, looking confused like fish out of the water.
Clank!
The treasure they have been waiting for finally showed up. There were 5 gates with unique totems. To the center was an ancient lamp. The gates looked ancient and made of a material resembling bronze. They must have been underground for a long time now. The totems consisted of various mythical creatures: giant eagle, divine bird, god mouse. They looked vivid and animated, seemingly ready to fly out of the gates. The lamp was even older than the gates. It had green rust everywhere from being submerged in water for so long.
There was nothing to light up inside. Only the shell was left.
There was a clear difference between the lamp and the gates. All of them were old, but due to the visual phenomena and radiance on the gates, they were clearly special treasures. The same couldn't be said for the old lamp. "This is it." Spectators became emotional and immediately summoned their weapons. As for Li Qie, he was the closest and reached for the lamp and the 5-sided gate.
"Leave it alone."
The golden daughter of Soaring Feather was the first to attack. She swung her sword without showing any mercy, wanting to kill Li Qie. She had no qualm against killing him for this divine artifact. Many others felt the same way. For example, the young Lord of Flow joined as well.
"They're mine."
The whip in his hand soared forward, wanting to coil around the 5 gates in order to pull them back.
Li Qie simply waved his hand and one of the gates turned into an impregnable wall.
Boom! It easily blocked both the sword slash and the whip. Other experts from the great powers initiated their attack as well. Li Qie became surrounded in no time at all. Stay back. Not everyone joined the first wave. Some remained patient and observed the situation. As the saying goes, the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole in waiting.
"Back off for now and wait for an opportunity."
An elder from a small sect ordered his fellow members to make some distance. He knew that they had no chance in an outright battle. They would be slaughtered in the blink of an eye. However, there might be a chance if they waited outside the battlefield. The atmosphere became extremely tense as Li Qie was surrounded with nowhere to go. The combatants glared at Li Qie while remaining vigilant of those around them. There were no friends here, only enemies. Chapter 43-42. Greed is innate, hand over the treasures. A cultivator loudly demanded. Countless eyes, red from greed and desires, were fixated on Li Qie. Many were willing to cut Li Qie to pieces in order to take the treasures. Hand over them right now if you want to stay alive. A disciple from a large sect shouted. A clan member kept it less aggressive and said, "This treasure belongs to no one alone. Monopolize it and risk the wrath of the world. You're not leaving this place with it." An expert raised his saber at Xueqi. The treasures were obviously precious. Thus, no one wanted to let them go. "I see. Who should I hand it to then?" Xueqi smiled at the crowd. This caught them off guard. They exchanged glances and didn't want to relent. Who would Xueqi hand it to? This didn't matter because a skirmish would break out right after.
"Give it to me," the young lord of Flow insisted. "I will guarantee your safe departure."
"Young lord, don't be so sure. You can't represent everyone. In terms of seniority and status, you wouldn't be next in line." The golden daughter said.
"As if you're next in line."
The young lord barked back. "Fine, we need to come up with a decision." She mused and said. Both understood that no one right now could monopolize the treasures. The first to seize it from Xueqi would risk being attacked from all sides. Thus, she thought about teaming up with Flow. Two great powers working together would greatly increase their chance. "Give it to me. We, Grand Metropolis, will leave you alone." One expert lost his patience. "Why should your sect get it?
Treasures belong to the virtuous."
Another member of a great power shouted back.
"Yes, treasures belong to the virtuous. Hand it over."
The crowd became rowdier. "Brat, don't let your life end in this silly manner. Just give it up. It belongs to the virtuous." Some tried to make it not look like a robbery.
"So who among you is the virtuous?"
Xueqi scanned the crowd. "Give it to us for now. We'll definitely find the right master for it." A disciple from a small sect suggested.
"I'm the virtuous. Give it to me now."
A thick-skinned expert roared. "Pa, have you taken a look at yourself in the mirror, shameless brute?" Someone nearby scowled. All in all, the crowd wouldn't stop yelling and demanding Xueqi to give it to them.
"Enough silence."
A thunderous shout interrupted them successfully. They saw Crystal Dragon Young Lord approaching closer. His status and power were enough to be the top dog here. The ones surrounding Xueqi made way for him to come before Xueqi.
"Be smart and hand the treasures over."
The young lord raised his hand. Xueqi glanced at him and smiled. "You've disgraced your ancestors, the young lord of a sect acting like a bandit."
"How dare you!"
His expression darkened as he shouted. A sound wave rushed forward but Xueqi was unaffected. "Masterless treasures do indeed belong to the virtuous. Don't think about leaving with them," he uttered coldly. "Are you claiming to be virtuous?" Xueqi smiled. "Whether I'm virtuous or otherwise cannot be assessed by a worm like you. Hand over the treasure. Dragon sect will take care of it." The young lord said. The smaller sects didn't say anything but the ones from the great powers weren't happy at all. All of that talk and he still just wants to monopolize it. A great power's disciple muttered.
"He's definitely not virtuous."
A clan member complained quietly. Most certainly feared Dragon sect and the young lord. However, the treasure was too tempting so they still wanted to give it a shot. Only a few members of the last generation weren't afraid of him since they were just as strong. The problem here for them was that if Xueqi were to hand over the treasure to the young lord, it would be exceedingly difficult to demand it from him.
"And if I don't hand it over?"
Xueqi asked. "Then let's ask the crowd whether they'll agree or not."
The young lord uttered coldly.
The eyes staring at Xueqi resembled those of ravenous wolves.
They all believed that they were the chosen ones and that the treasures were meant for them.
"Don't be an idiot now." A clan elder's eyes gleamed with murderous intent. "Monopolizing it will result in death." An expert added. "That's right, don't think about keeping it to yourself." Others started shouting, wanting to finish this as fast as possible.
"Young lord, if you believe that the virtuous deserve the treasures, then who else but Sir Li is worthy?"
He was the first to make contact, meaning that they have chosen him. The heir of Qi Jinlin finally showed up. Jian Qingzhu was next to him but didn't want to be involved in this matter. As for Jinlin, he didn't come closer in order to express his intention of not wanting the treasures. No one else retorted so far in order to give him some face. Only the young Lord of Dragons spoke up. "Your Highness, how do you know that he's the chosen one? He only got lucky to be here first and was the closest to the treasures. The virtuous are special and can't be any random cultivator."
Chapter 43-43. Wanting the treasures, if you consider yourself virtuous, you would act dignified and stop here. A virtuous person wouldn't use force to take someone else's treasures. Qi Jinlin smiled. You! The young lord's embarrassment turned into rage. This was a lose-lose situation. Admitting that he's virtuous would mean giving up on the treasures. A brief hush took over, but he didn't want to give up so easily. Sigh, if no one is going to do anything, then go back home. Otherwise, let's get this over with so I can leave early. Li Qie suddenly spoke. You're not going anywhere until you hand the treasures over. An expert shouted. Most found this man too infuriating. How dare he spoke to them contemptuously despite being the leader of such an insignificant sect. I already asked, who do I give it to? Li Qie smirked. No one could answer because they didn't want to become the next target. Directly taking the treasures right now would be the wrong move. Fine, here, enjoy. Li Qie casually offered one of the gates to the closest cultivator. In a different scenario, the person would pocket the treasure and run away. Alas, this wasn't possible, so he staggered backward, astounded. He immediately looked around and was on guard of those around him. He wasn't stupid and knew that he was in a perilous situation. Looks like he doesn't want them. How about you? Li Qie chuckled and offered it to someone else. This clan member hesitated, not daring to accept the gate. He could feel eyes staring at him. Sigh, all of you were so demanding earlier and now, no courage to even take the treasures. Li Qie shook his head. What's the point of cultivating when there's so much cowardice? Go be turtles instead and hide in your shell. Enough. Who says I'm a coward? Give it to me then. A mighty cultivator furiously roared. Really now? Li Qie smiled and pushed a gate towards him. Yes, it is mine. He mustered enough courage and reached for the treasure. He immediately became the center of attention, or to be exact, his hand. Countless thought about severing his hand and grabbing the treasure. Humph! Someone scowled as he was about to grab the gate. A mighty force pushed the expert away, causing him to stagger to the side. What are you doing, young lord? The expert stabilized and looked around. His expression soured as he roared. The ambusher was none other than the young lord of Dragon. He naturally didn't want anyone else to obtain these treasures. These are treasures bestowed by the heaven. Dragon will be in charge of dispatching them. The young lord firmly responded, stating his intention of monopolizing the treasures. Young lord, you are being unreasonable right now. One disciple became agitated. These treasures have no masters. Everyone deserves a piece of the pie. The young lord of Flow commented. Whoever can get them deserves them. The daughter of Soaring Feather joined in. Though these two supported the young lord a while ago, it was no longer beneficial to do so. Humph! The young lord waved his hand and suddenly, a cavalry battalion of dragon immediately rushed onto the scene. They separated and then surrounded the crowd. When they readied their weapons, the sheer momentum caused ripples in the lake. The young lord didn't come alone. He had gone to gather his men, hence his late arrival. The crowd naturally didn't like this development. Members from the small sects, in particular, trembled with fear. Just a moment ago, the young lord tried to be the leader of the young generation. Alas, his attitude shifted the moment these treasures came into play. What are you trying to do, young lord? A disciple from a mighty sect questioned. Nothing, just trying to calm everyone down. No need to cause bloodshed over a few treasures. The young lord coldly responded. This response was rather reasonable and benevolent. Of course, no one believed him. Boom! Suddenly, a loud explosion came from the bottom of the lake. It startled everyone, but nothing happened afterward. All right, those who want to stay alive should get as far away as possible from here. Don't blame me for not warning you all. Li Qie glanced down at the lake and told the crowd. They became irritated. It was one thing for the young Lord of Dragon to be arrogant because he could back it up. The same couldn't be said for this sect master. They were already livid since the young lord was pressuring them. Now, this became unbearable. Ignorant fool, don't you know that you have one foot in the grave already? I can push you down if you like. An expert shouted. Let's just kill him first. A clan disciple joined in. No, I agree with him.
Everyone should leave right now before anything unsavory happens.
Swords do not have eyes.
The young lord actually agreed with Li Qie this time since it served his purpose.
Humph.
One cultivator stomped the ground and begrudgingly left.
Let's go.
A minority didn't want to fight Dragon directly, so they left. Nonetheless, many remained. Though they didn't want to fight the young lord, they still wanted to stick around.
The young lord ignored them and gazed at Li Qie. So, are you going to hand them over or do I have to make you?
Qi Jinlin, who was standing far away, frowned. He wanted to speak up but noticed how relaxed Li Qie was. Finally got to the point. Will you try alone or everyone together? Li Qie smiled.
Ha ha ha. The young lord laughed from being too annoyed. So courageous.
Let's see what you can actually do then. I doubt you can survive more than 3 moves. His eyes flashed murderously as he declared. The crowd shuddered as a result. Chapter 43-44. Dark creatures. The young lord's intimidating gaze resembled a sharp blade thrusting at the heart. I've said enough. If you all wish to die, I will entertain you since it's been a while since I last exercised. Come together, don't waste my time. Li Qie lazily stretched. The members of Dragon were infuriated by his overbearing and disdainful attitude. Remember, they were second in the south, capable of changing the continent's direction. All small sects trembled before them. Li Qie was the only exception, and he took it to the extreme. He's so arrogant. The weaker members of the crowd were frightened. I hope that he doesn't drag us into this mess. One sect master murmured. They thought that Li Qie was tired of living, going as far as provoking Dragon. Most were afraid of Dragon's wrath. If Li Qie was annoying enough, Dragon might decide to wipe out all the small sects nearby to make examples out of them.
He just doesn't know.
A great power's disciple scowled.
Brat, I will make you wish for death then cut you to pieces.
Someone from Dragon bellowed.
How embarrassing.
Li Qie shook his head. I will send you down to see your ancestors. I hope you will change your way down there.
Fool, die.
An older disciple could stand this no longer.
Boom.
He turned into an ape and reached for Li Qie with a massive muscular hand.
Let the show begins.
Li Qie chuckled and stomped on the water surface. The entire lake shook violently before cracking noises were heard. Cracks appeared everywhere at the bottom of the lake, and from them came the billowing black fog. The ape couldn't catch Li Qie before stopping because he saw the fog morphing into something strange. They were dark creatures with an oval shape, only possessing a pair of claws sticking out of the fog. One of them moved with lightning speed and pierced through the ape without any resistance. It seemed to be formless and didn't leave any wound behind on this demon.
Ah!
Nonetheless, the demon ape screamed in pain. Zzz. Next, decaying noises could be heard as his body lost its vitality and blood, being reduced to a dried corpse. His mouth was still wide open since he screamed before death. The dark creature became stronger after devouring the ape and grew a little larger. More shrill screams came right away. A dozen or so creatures began devouring the members of Dragon. It seemed that after the success of the first wave, more creatures buried beneath the ground felt something and more of them emerged.
Formation!
A senior roared after seeing the incoming waves.
Clank! Clank!
The vanguard formed a draconic formation. The dragon head took on the waves directly while the tail prevented them from being surrounded.
Out of my way!
The young lord formed a draconic seal. A loud roar could be heard as energy dragons appeared and rushed towards the nearest dark creature. The thing exploded from the force, but then, the strands of smoke gathered again into the same creature. It began attacking the young lord. He wasn't afraid and roared, "Come, I'll take you all on." His aura swept through the scene as he rushed forward. What are these things? The spectators gasped while watching the battle. They're creatures of darkness? A large sect member took a deep breath. Don't tell me, this Li Qie can control them? One expert speculated. Maybe the accusation was not baseless. He really conspired with the darkness. A clan member said seriously. They stared intensely at Li Qie, who seemed rather amused.
Villain, hand the treasures over.
A member of a large sect came closer and threatened. Hand it over or die. Another did the same. A while ago, they kept a distance since they were afraid of the young lord. Now, the members of Dragon were busy, so greed controlled them once more. Rumble! Numerous treasures flew towards Xueqi, ready to push him to the brink of destruction. Blinded by greed. Xueqi shook his head and stomped the water again. More and more dark creatures rushed out and attacked those near him. Ah! The victims were drained of vitality and became dried corpses. The number of dark creatures had only increased thus far. Boom! Meanwhile, the fierce battle raged on. Despite their draconic formation, Dragon was having a hard time stopping the relentless horde. Eventually, once the dark creatures found themselves unable to break the draconic barrier, they started devouring themselves. The eaters became larger and stronger. Finally, only one was left, a true monstrosity with massive claws. It smashed down on the formation with an unstoppable force, successfully crushing it and sending the disciples from Dragon flying. A massacre ensued. Chapter 43-45. Peacock Monarch. The majority of disciples from Dragon were either killed or grievously injured. The fallen combatants were devoured by the dark creature. Jian Qingzhu could stand idle no longer and wanted to join the battle. Alas, Qi Jinlin stopped her and shook his head. Miss Jian, you will only be throwing your life away needlessly, unable to change anything. She stopped and contemplated before asking, Your Highness, what do you think this is? I do not dare to speculate due to my shallow knowledge. Jinlin gazed at the monstrosity and said, Perhaps it is related to the legend back then, a remnant of the fallen darkness. Jinlin's guess was correct. This was indeed a remnant of a darkness entity that had descended during the calamity. Though Heaven Guard managed to kill the original entity, it was too powerful with tenacious life force. It certainly died, but certain things still remained. They were pushed below ground from the explosions, but the strands still remained. This was a reason why the spirit soldiers couldn't move on. They stayed here with mighty treasures in order to suppress the darkness. As the years went by, they were gradually corroded by the darkness. It wasn't until Xueqi's purification process that they were freed. Nonetheless, this also freed the darkness from suppression as well. Now that they were out, they just needed to devour life and vitality. Once they had enough, they could even return to their initial state of invincibility. Ah! Members of Dragon and the greedy bunch were massacred by the darkness. Run! The lucky survivors were scared out of their mind and fled with all of their might. Some pissed their pants and felt their legs trembling, unable to flee. Die! The young Lord of Dragon kept on fighting. Dragons coiled around him while he glowed brilliantly with his sovereign aura. He managed to repel the dark creatures nearby and force them to the ground. He displayed combat prowess worthy of his status. The spectators in the distance were impressed by his power. Not bad at all. Qi Jinlin saw his abilities and nodded approvingly. Rah! The largest creature roared and became engulfed in a dark radiance. The creatures hunting everyone were suddenly summoned and flew back towards their largest brethren. The monstrosity became colossal. Its claws could even reach the celestials above. The surface of the lake only reached where the ankles would be if it had them. Everyone gasped after seeing its size and billowing aura. Rah! It raised one claw and released dark laws. Buzzing runes appeared around the young lord and immediately sealed him. Next, darkness rushed towards it, ready for the devouring. Activate! The young lord looked up at the sky and roared. He sent draconic energies outward. Dragons danced and roared against the incoming darkness. This was proven to be futile. Even his strongest arts and heirlooms were eaten by the darkness. The dragons protecting him were immobilized at first, then turned into dark dragons. They began attacking him instead. No! In this crucial moment, he felt the darkness latching onto him and sucking his life force and vitality at a rapid rate. He's finished. A spectator couldn't believe it. Open! The young lord crazily shouted, prompting a crack to appear on his forehead. A blinding light rushed out, capable of splitting heaven and earth. Spectators couldn't keep their eyes open. What is that? They closed their eyes and were astounded. Boom! His power erupted by tenfold. A tsunami of energy rushed out and destroyed the darkness corroding him. The seal was destroyed as well, while the dark monstrosity staggered several steps backward from the blow. Once people could see again, they saw a majestic figure made out of light standing behind the young lord. The latter was bathed and protected by the light, making him look like a child of God. His eyes brimmed with fiery divinity. This light had 5 colors, looking as holy and sacred as can be. It resembled a peacock spreading its tail, treating the sky as its canvas. The aura of this being crushed the area. Not to mention those from the small sects, even disciples from the great powers were forced down on their knees. Sect Master. Jian Qingzhu cried out. Dragon Sect Master, Peacock Monarch. Some survivors prostrated before this being. Even Qi Jinlin let out a sentimental sigh after seeing this. Peacock Monarch's prestige was at an all-time high right now. Though Sky Border had countless hidden masters, Peacock Monarch still stood out in the current generation. Some even believed that he was stronger than the ancestors of Dragon. Normally, the sect masters and kings of the behemoths weren't their strongest characters. Their real ace cards were the slumbering ancestors. Dragon, being one of the strongest sects in the south, naturally had powerful ancestors as well. Nonetheless, Peacock Monarch was not inferior to them. Chapter 43-46. Peacock Monarch's power. The appearance of a top master shocked the lucky survivors. His aura was too much for the smaller sects to take. In their eyes, the young lord was already untouchable enough. They resembled insects in his presence. Now, the monarch was countless times stronger in comparison. This made the pressure intolerable and discomforting. His title was known across the land since he has been leading Dragon towards greatness. Is he coming? A member of a small sect didn't dare to look straight at him. Most of his peers lowered their head and couldn't move at all. An expert remained relatively composed and answered, "It is just an intent embedded in the young lord's true fate. Whenever there's a fatal danger, the intent would release a force strong enough to protect him." Just one intent is already this strong? What about the monarch himself? An elder from a small sect couldn't believe it. This avatar alone could sweep through all of their sects without an issue. This was as plain as day. Thus, the actual power of the monarch was immeasurable. Rah! The monstrosity didn't appreciate the resistance and started running forward. Rumble! The world spun with each step and the land, ravaged. It gathered enough momentum to leap up in the air, crushing the sky vault in the process and preparing for a downward smash with its claws clasped together. Bam! The blow could pierce through the earth. Space shattered as a result. Spectators gasped and shouted after seeing the sheer destruction. Buzz! The 5-colored lights spewed out endless flames in retaliation. The flames traveled in harmony with all the lights in the world. The image of the monarch then recalled this power into his palm and created a seal, slamming it onto the dark monstrosity without any mercy. The 5-colored seal contained numerous phoenixes. They had a unique color and seemed to be alive, possessing a matchless bloodline. Others wouldn't dare to look straight at them since they resembled the mythical divine birds. Boom! The seal pulverized everything as if it wanted to return the world to its original state, obliterating the monstrosity. Alas, this dark creature didn't have blood and flesh. Its body was made from black fog, so though it was momentarily dispersed, it gathered once more. Good. Nonetheless, the crowd still cheered. The monarch is truly unbeatable. One elder from a small sect became emotional while kneeling. He lives up to his reputation. The members of the great powers thought that the move earlier was unblockable. Someone from the last generation who had met plenty of masters before added, "He's the best in his generation. Just his intent alone is already so mighty." Buzz! More dark rays came out from the bottom of the lake. However, they immediately fused with the monstrosity instead of becoming their own entity. Space had a difficult time accommodating the creature, on the verge of crumbling. This time, it didn't grow larger but its form became increasingly physical. It looked like a black giant now instead of an amalgamation of fog. Power erupted with each breath. Perish! The intent of the monarch unleashed the same fiery seal again. Spectators were sent flying despite being far away. Some were suppressed and vomited blood from the pressure. This time around, when they could see again, they noticed the monstrosity able to stop the 5-colored seal with its muscular hand. They took a deep breath to calm down. Rah! It retaliated by punching the seal and sending it back to the monarch. Boom! The seal exploded and the young lord became a victim. He shot through the air like a rainbow while vomiting blood. Keep in mind that this intent was special. The monarch only had one son, so he pampered the child. It possessed his strongest blow whenever his son was in real danger. The foe was just unreasonable this time. The punch damaged the intent and grievously injured the young lord. How is it growing stronger still? The crowd didn't like this development. If the monarch were to fail, no one here would be able to stop the dark creature. Chapter 43-47. Dark Existence, Boom! The monstrosity leaped in the air and smashed with both hands again. It didn't rely on the grand Tao or flashy techniques. Space became as feeble as porcelain before its attack. The majority of the crowd had never witnessed a power of this level before. Some younger disciples fainted from the pressure. Even the elders and sect masters were utterly intimidated and dropped down on their butt. That smash earlier could destroy any smaller sect in southern Desolace, replacing them with a bottomless crater. They were afraid that the Avatar wouldn't be able to stop the smash and bellowed in horror. They calmed down and focused on the battle. A five-colored radiance propped up numerous worlds behind the Avatar. They were worlds ruled by the Sword Tao. Swords flew out from the worlds and formed massive walls as a defensive measure. Alas, the smash made it through all of them except the very last one. Nonetheless, it was still a successful block. Yes! The crowd cheered again. He's even stronger than expected. One disciple from a great power praised the monarch while those from small sects were left speechless. The Avatar shifted towards the offensive. The world sent out a tsunami of swords to cut the dark creature. It raised its hands to block the incoming swords. Fiery sparks splashed everywhere. The body resembled the toughest rock in existence, capable of handling the barrage. Just when everyone thought that the swords were useless, a gigantic sword manifested into reality behind the creature. It exuded 5 colors as it pointed upward at the sky. Tao laws and chaos energy were in rotation, making it look like the source of the world. Clank! Everything seemed dimmed compared to its radiance. The slash came faster than the clank of the sword. It severed the yin and yang before the spectators could scream. They felt as if their body was being dismembered into 2 halves just from watching. In the front was a relentless tsunami of blades. To the back was a 5-colored divine sword with unstoppable power. It finally cut the creature and made it bellow in pain. The hardened body was split vertically from the head down. Rumble! The 2 halves fell down on the ground and caused an earthquake. Next came silence as everyone stared at the bright Avatar. They then looked down at the corpse, thinking that it was dead. No one can beat him. The members of the small sects were still paralyzed on the ground. For most of them, they could train their entire life and only get to the level of Deer King at best. The young lord and Qi Jinlin were certainly above their reach. As for someone like Peacock Monarch, it was an honor just to see his avatar in person, let alone ever catch up. This could become the most memorable story in their life. For the great powers, they realized that the monarch was stronger than their sect masters and kings. He should almost be comparable to their ancient ancestors. What an amazing cultivator! Qi Jinlin couldn't help but praise. He had met plenty of masters before. His father was the current king of Lion's Roar and a capable cultivator. Alas, there was a considerable gap between those two. The monarch had firmly established himself as a front-runner of this generation. Crack! 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 The lake water was repeating the cracking phenomenon again, akin to glaciers breaking apart. What's going on now? An ominous feeling took over. More darkness oozed from the cracks, but this time, they didn't soar to the sky and remained 1 meter above the lake. Nonetheless, the sky suddenly turned dark. This prompted everyone to look up. It was still blue, but something was covering the area above them. No, this was a psychological phenomenon. An unknown entity was drilling into their mind and soul. They found themselves to be standing before an abyss. Falling down would mean eternal damnation. Eventually, they lost their sight altogether and only saw darkness. This naturally horrified them. Something is coming out. Qi Jinlin was startled as well. Chapter 43-48.
Monstrous power, a transcending aura instantly appeared and swept through the region, seemingly devouring everything in its path and leaving behind only darkness. The water was blown away and the bottom of the lake became exposed. It had countless cracks at this point. Is this the end? Both the weak and strong cultivators were scared out of their wits. Some lay paralyzed on the ground, pale. Buzz! A figure emerged at the bottom. It appeared to be a creature of darkness, but it wasn't black from top to bottom. It actually exuded bright rays instead. Its eyes, in particular, exuded red rays. No cultivator wanted to be the target of its attention. Being stared at by this creature would instantly freeze them, making them feel as if their heart has been pierced and their blood fully drained. The fear made them want to scream, but no sound came out of their throat. They no longer wanted to watch the show and only wanted to run as far away as possible. Alas, they have lost control of their body. Rumble! Explosions occurred continuously. The appearance of this being suppressed all affinities in the world. The aura from Peacock Monarch was certainly mighty. Alas, it was instantly crushed, appearing feeble like a fried potato. What the hell is this? Even the cool disciples from the larger sects nearly soiled their pants after seeing the figure. Buzz! The figure immediately gathered the two broken halves of the monstrosity and fused with them. The initially colossal frame became smaller and smaller until it was the size of a regular person. This new being possessed a level of destructiveness surpassing the previous. Just one hand wave could obliterate the region. One finger flick could take down numerous stars above. It resembled a crownless king. All cultivators in the world must prostrate before it. The crowd thought that they were silly for thinking so highly of Peacock Monarch's aura a while ago. His imperious aura was as weak as a candle flickering in the wind versus this dark existence. Is this a devil king? The crowd became overwhelmed with horror and confusion. This dark existence made the creatures earlier seem like cute puppies. Even the giant monstrosity was not worth mentioning. Finally! Xueqi smiled and said, "Saves me a lot of effort." He knew about this dark existence underground from the start. The suppression spell from the spirits of the Legion across the era failed to destroy it. This spell weakened with time and couldn't take it down. Nonetheless, this was an extremely weakened state. Since Xueqi removed the spell, this dark existence saw a glimpse of freedom and immediately took it. The little creatures a while ago were only the scouting parties created by this being. Since the monarch killed the monstrosity, it finally decided to come out. Xueqi has been waiting for it while hiding his aura. If it didn't come out, he would need to spend considerable time and effort to drag it out from underground. Now, it decided to jump into the net. Clank! The intent of the monarch fell threatened and immediately attacked. Swords rained down from the sky with enough power to pierce to the core. Unfortunately, they couldn't injure the dark being even though it was just standing there. Spectators gasped after seeing the failed attack. It's too strong. An expert couldn't believe it. Clank! A loud hymn could be heard as the five-colored divine sword appeared again for an ultimate slash. This was the move that took down the monstrosity earlier. Boom! The dark existence simply punched the slash and reduced all affinities to ashes. The five-colored divine sword blew up into scattering particles, prompting the crowd to bellow in astonishment. In the next second, the dark existence disappeared with a speed that could only be described as the fastest in the world. When people could see it again, the situation had completely reversed. It stood before the young lord and the intent of the monarch. There was only one, yet people saw it gripping the young lord's throat and another afterimage sealing the monarch's intent. The second image released dark flames from its hands while the other gripped tightly. The young lord's eyes turned white as a result. Chapter 43-49. My turn, go! The intent roared and released a supreme radiance to combat the dark version. It empowered the swords and lit them ablaze. The new fiery swords tried to cut and burn the existence at the same time. Alas, they only managed to shake it once. There seemed to be a dark domain around the existence, capable of freezing everything, whether it be the radiance or the swords. The light dissipated and the flames and swords crumbled into pieces. This existence seemed capable of breaking down defenses and reducing everything into a brittle state. The intense defense was extinguished, leaving both it and the young lord vulnerable. The dark existence began burning both of them. Ah! The young lord's cries echoed. Though it was only an intent, everyone felt as if the monarch was actually dying as well. No! The young lord bellowed, but it was too late. With the intent gone, his death was all but assured. In the next second, the hand of the dark existence pierced his chest and robbed him of his vitality and blood. He became a dried corpse in the next second. His eyes remained wide open, not expecting this end. He had a bright future and plenty of ambition to carry out. Alas, he would never be able to fulfill them. He couldn't accept dying to an unknown entity, and in such a helpless manner as well. The crowd watched the whole thing in disbelief. The dark existence didn't seem like it put a lot of effort into destroying the monarch's intent. A lord of darkness? Qi Jinlin knew that this being was above the level of ancestors. It is insane. Jian Qingzhu realized that no one here could stop this dark existence. If it wanted to, it could murder all of them right now. We need to run. The leader of a small sect stammered. Unfortunately, his legs didn't obey his command. They were fear-stricken and paralyzed before this unbeatable existence. We have to get back and report this. None of us can subdue it. An expert turned pale. Your Highness dash. Another turned towards Qi Jinlin. Everyone thought that he was the strongest here right now. Their sole hope. Jinlin smiled wryly. Though he was rather capable among the young generation, he knew that fighting this existence would be suicidal. Boom! Just when everyone thought that they were finished, a divine gate suddenly flew over and blocked the dark existence. Rah! It pulsed brightly and released the image of a gigantic wolf howling at heaven. It carried enough force to push the dark existence back. The latter sensed a threat and turned around right away. Its gaze fixated on Li Qia. Blood rays shot out as it scanned the target. Whoosh! It lunged towards him with unbelievable speed, crushing the fabrics of reality along the way and leaving behind numerous afterimages. It aimed to pierce Li Qia's heart with its claw. Alas, another gate appeared and released the image of a world-sealing mouse. The claw struck the gate but couldn't pierce through it, only leaving behind deep finger marks. However, they gradually disappeared. The gate seemed to have an automatic healing property. The other three gates joined the fight with their spirit animals: a sky eagle, an earth ant, and a divine bird. Dao laws echoed and were turned into chains. These 5 gates created an absolute domain, sealing the dark existence in the center. Rah! The existence attacked the domain with thunderous power and lightning speed. The resulting shockwave sent spectators flying for a long time. They became dizzy and lost their composure. Alas, regardless of the existence's frenzy and destructive attacks, it couldn't break through the 5 gates. The containment domain not only contained the power of the treasures but also Li Qia's own. How could this existence ever escape? Bam! 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 Deep prints on the gate disappeared with haste. My Tao eternal. My art, heaven sealed. Li Qia chanted while forming mudras with both hands. He then twirled his finger on the lamp and ignited it, revealing its dark nature. The flame was feeble, on the verge of extinguishing. However, it gave the impression of being able to incinerate the gods and even immortals. The lamp left his grasp and entered the domain of the gates, releasing its flame on the dark existence. The being became engulfed in a black radiance that was not its own. Ah! It actually bellowed in pain. The 5 gates then closed and sealed the area, imprisoning the being inside. They resembled a great cauldron and no one could see what was happening within. Boom! 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 Numerous palm prints protruded on the exterior, a sign of the existence struggling to break out. Sizzles could be heard as the cauldron became red and molten from the heat, on the merge of melting away as well. Chapter 4350. Refinement explosions detonated unceasingly within the molten gates. The waves of assault were unending, the latter stronger than the previous. Rah! The existence inside simply didn't give up and left behind thousands and thousands of prints on the exterior of the gates. However, this seal was absolute, and an escape seemed impossible. Though spectators couldn't see the scene inside, they could imagine the thing being burned by the dark flame from the lamp. It couldn't extinguish this flame and had no choice but to try and break the walls. Boom!
One strike made a section of the wall protrude outward, but it was still not enough. The punch was insane. The gates blocked the brunt, but remnant aftershock still got out and swept everyone flying. How monstrous! They were pale from witnessing the sheer power of the dark existence. Their sect wouldn't be able to block a single move. Rah! The totem of a gigantic wolf above one of the gates howled. It stomped down on the wall and activated more runic chains to improve the seal. Whoosh! A sharp gust seemingly came from the world's sharpest blade. It was an ant pulsing with celestial radiance pushing its mandibles against its gate. The radiance spread to the gate and gave it immense power and weight. Screech! The great eagle on another appeared divine. It spread its wings and soared upward before coming back down with full momentum, pushing its scaled claws against the gate. Loud metallic clanks could be heard. A total of 5 totems appeared and formed an unbreakable alliance, rendering resistance futile. All the palm prints gradually became smaller until they disappeared completely. What an extraordinary treasure! One expert sang praises of the gates. Both members of weak and strong sects saw just how mighty the dark existence was. Alas, Xie managed to imprison it. They are invincible. Another sentimentally said. They attributed Xie's success to the gates, not knowing that there was more to it. Boom! The 5 gates became blindingly resplendent. A massive lock appeared above the cauldron-like prison, and it suddenly became quieter inside. The new suppression and the continuous burning weakened the dark existence. As time passed, the strikes became inaudible. Ah! As people watched with bated breath, they heard a scream filled with rage and indignation. This was the last sound of the battle. Creak! The gates slowly opened again. Be careful! The lucky survivors became startled and backed off, afraid that the dark existence was still alive and might try to feast on their vitality. However, there was no sign of the invincible existence, only ashes. A gust of wind came in and blew them away. Phew! They heaved a sigh of relief after seeing this. They then took a closer look at the gates and the floating lamp. The latter looked old and still had a feeble black light within, only the size of a soybean. They found it hard to imagine that this lamp could burn the existence to ashes. Those from the great powers had a better grasp of that existence than the ones from the smaller sections. This was a testament to the lamp's destructive potential. Moreover, they also believed that this wasn't the lamp's fully activated state. The light in there right now appeared to be on the verge of extinguishing. There was a possibility of it being much more powerful. Imagine if it's mine. This was a thought shared by many and could be seen from the greed in their eyes. Of course, they weren't stupid enough to carry it out. After all, they saw what happened to the dark existence and didn't want to follow its footsteps. Moreover, Qi Jinlin was on Xie's side as well. This isn't over. Surrender and confess your crime or your sect will be responsible too. Suddenly, a dignified voice erupted from above. An invisible hand seemed to be crashing down and leaving everyone breathless. The crowd members who had only enjoyed freedom for a moment were forced to the ground again. Who is it? An elder from a small sect trembled with fear. Chapter 4351. Casual Decision, Peacock Monarch. Someone recognized this voice. He wants to avenge his son. An expert murmured. This wasn't surprising at all due to the horrific death of his son and the destruction of his divine intent. This was an unforgivable transgression. Though the young lord wasn't killed by Xie and the same with the divine intent, everyone still thought that he was the primary reason for all of this since he dug a hole for the young lord to jump in. This notion became apparent the moment Xie used the 5 gates to kill the dark existence. It showed them that the young lord and the intent were nothing more than bait. With all this considered, the monarch would never drop this issue. Otherwise, his reputation and face would be seriously damaged. All eyes were on Xie now, awaiting his reaction. The experts believed that his choice wouldn't matter since all paths lead to death. The upper echelons of the smaller sects swore to have nothing to do with Little Diamond after this. They wanted to return to their sect and warn their disciples. After all, the monarch himself had gotten involved. This meant Little Diamond's enemies included Olive Dragon. Will he surrender or flee? Someone wondered. The outcome would be the same for Xie. It's just Little Diamond's fate that was in question. Seems like I need to make a trip to Dragon and teach you idiots a lesson in your ancestors' stead. Li Qie stretched and said in a lackadaisical tone. What? Listeners couldn't believe what they had just heard. No one in the south would dare to oppose Dragon outside of Lion's Roar, let alone teach them a lesson. Such arrogance could only be exhibited by a few sects in all of Sky Border. Humph! A thunderous scowl came from the horizon and hurt their eardrums. The monarch was obviously furious. Dragon's Gate will be open and waiting for you. His voice had a suppressive affinity and left others trembling. The monarch was indeed a supreme genius of this generation. Though he was unbelievably far away, his divinity still frightened the crowd. He's insane. An expert regained his wits and commented. He's courting death. How can Little Diamond take on Dragon? A disciple from a great power said. No one had confidence in Little Diamond when their opponent was Dragon. Why does he seek his own demise? Another couldn't understand. One youth answered. Well, is it decided already? Li Qie has 2 ultimate treasures right now. They even killed something as strong as that dark creature. Maybe he can use them and defeat Dragon. You're sorely mistaken. Someone from a prestigious clan replied. Do you think Dragon only has Peacock Monarch? No, they have numerous ancestors and top weapons. For example, Space Dragon Emperor alone probably left behind invincible weapons, not to mention the other forefathers. That's true. If Dragon can be taken down by 1 or 2 treasures, it wouldn't be considered to be on the same level as Tiger's Roar. A knowledgeable cultivator nodded. He has 0 chance. Both he and his sect will be utterly destroyed. The problem is whether Dragon will be furious enough to clear out the region. A prestigious clan member uttered coldly. This was indeed a real concern for the smaller sects present. They could become innocent victims if Dragon decided to show its wrath. Thus, some gritted their teeth angrily at Li Qie. Li Qie ignored them and said, Looks like there's nothing else to do at the conference. Why are you all still here? No one responded. The small sects didn't want anything to do with Li Qie. They wanted to leave as soon as possible in order to draw a clear line between them and Little Diamond. As for the great powers, they understood that the conference was over. Dragon lost its young lord and numerous disciples. Some great powers also lost many members as well. They weren't in the mood to stick around. Let's go. The first great power left and many followed right after. This signaled the end of the Myriad Sects conference. We're leaving too. Smaller sects no longer had a reason to stay and got as far away from Li Qie as possible, treating him like a plague. In just a short time, only a few cultivators remained. For example, Qi Jinlin and Jian Qingzhu. Sir, would your group like to visit Lion's Roar? Qi Jinlin invited Li Qie. The members of Little Diamond became excited right away and stared at Li Qie with anticipation. Putting the circumstances aside, they would love to visit Lion's Roar, especially the capital. After all, cultivators naturally wanted to visit the overlord of the south. The only thing stopping most of them was the distance, rendering it impossible for weaker cultivators. Therefore, a direct invitation from the air was as good as it gets. There was a chance of them entering the capital and even meeting the royal clan. Afraid that I might fight Dragon to the death? Li Qie smiled. Sir, you're a true dragon soaring on the horizon. Of course you are not afraid of anything. It's just that I would like to offer my assistance. He paused for a bit then stared at the other members of Little Diamond. Lion's Roar is responsible for protecting any sect within its border, so you can rest assured. He made it clear that even if Li Qie were to visit Dragon, he wouldn't need to worry about Dragon sending its underlings to destroy Little Diamond. Chapter 4352. Immortals might exist. This was great news for the members of Little Diamond. It guaranteed their safety for the time being. The heir of Lion's Roar could represent both the kingdom and the royal clan. His words carried ample weight and influence. Thus, no other sects in the south would dare to touch them. This included Dragon. The promise was indeed a cause for celebration. I wonder if your future descendants will be as smart as you. Li Qie was very pleased with Qi Jinlin. I will do my best to remember your guidance and pass it on, sir. Jinlin bowed. No need for that. Li Qie waved and said, Your kingdom's current achievements are due to the protection of your ancestors and the wisdom of their descendants. Don't worry about the future because no one can outlast the test of time. Rise and fall are inevitable and natural. Jian Qingzhu repeated the last phrase in her head and then added, but cultivators like us seek everlasting life. That notion can be disastrous. Li Qie chuckled. This is especially apparent for those at a higher realm with inadequate intelligence. I don't understand, young noble. Please enlighten me. She bowed and asked. It was interesting that she maintained her level of respect despite her sect being at odds with Li Qie. Her sect master was ready to take his life. It's simple. He replied, those who seek everlasting life will eventually become monsters, going against the natural order and the heavens' will. They will inflict nothing but disasters. Monsters. The duo didn't expect this answer. In their impression, everlasting life meant being buried underground for a long time. They included peerless ancient ancestors and supremes. These beings were priceless pillars for the top sections. To have one around meant having an unshakable foundation. This allowed them to prosper. Because of this, powerful ancient ancestors came up with numerous methods to live longer, whether it be for personal reasons or for the sake of their sect. However, Li Qie considered them monsters. This was an unfamiliar perspective for the duo. Please go on, sir. Qi Jinlin found this topic rather serious. Lion's Roar had several ancient ancestors potentially slumbering in their ancestral ground. He himself had no idea how many there were. These beings lived reclusively and didn't need future generations to know about their existence. Why does one seek to have everlasting life? Li Qie asked. Jinlin hesitated for a moment before answering. To live longer? The answer seemed rather obvious. Why does one wish to live longer? For what reason will you or another cultivator abandon all else to live longer? Li Qie smiled. Well, Jinlin had no response. He never interacted with his ancient ancestors before. They never told the descendants about the reason. Jian Qingzhu answered instead. The wise sages certainly have their reason for wanting to live longer. It is above the comprehension of insects like us. There is a price for everything. Li Qie stared at her. The price is especially expensive when one goes against the heavens since it invokes the heavens' wrath. What price do you speak of? Jinlin asked. To the point where the price no longer matters. By any means necessary. Li Qie revealed. Could you elaborate on a potential scenario? Qingzhu pondered for a bit before trembling once. She had a bad feeling when discussing this topic. You're very smart, he said. The truth is that it exceeds your current imagination right now. Even your boldest speculation isn't bold enough. She contemplated the possibility. By any means necessary? The immortal strokes my head and binds my hair, granting me everlasting life. Li Qie answered with a well-known phrase instead. Qingzhu immediately thought of Blessed Tao Lord after hearing this. This was a popular phrase from the mortal world, but it also aptly described the Tao Lord's experience. According to the legends, Blessed Tao Lord taught the world the 7 mantras. Rumor has it that these mantras came from an immortal. Of course, people had no way of verifying this. Nonetheless, the character blessed indicated that he was taught by an immortal. So maybe immortals do exist. Qi Jinlin murmured. Normal cultivators had never met immortals before. Thus, no one believed that immortals were real, or at least, none were in the mortal world. This wasn't the case for Qi Jinlin. His royal clan was one of the oldest forces in 8 Desolaces. They had access to information unavailable to outsiders. This included stories about immortals. In fact, the clan believed that some of their ancestors had ties with an immortal before. The details remained unknown. They speculated that it could be their supreme monarch or Golden Lion Emperor. Their clan has been around for many years even before the rise of Golden Lion Emperor. However, his reign led them to prosperity and established a strong foundation. This made them one of the strongest kingdoms in all of 8 Desolaces. Lion's Roar wouldn't have the same achievements today without his leadership and effort. He was considered to be their most successful ruler, hence the speculation of him being taught by an immortal. The disagreeing party speculated that the supreme monarch was the more likely candidate. There was a particular nuance here. The monarch and emperor were actually brother and sister.
However, the monarch has always been in isolated cultivation. She didn't show herself even after the death of Golden Lion Emperor. It wasn't until the Great Calamity that she shocked the world with her might and overshadowed the other masters. Thus, though they were born in the same generation, they didn't live in the same timeline. Because she managed to live for so long, the royal clan thought that she must have gotten guidance from the immortal. Of course, there are some who believe that both of them have been taught by the immortal, albeit different things. These mysteries of the royal clan made Qi Jinlin believe that there might really be immortals. Chapter 4353. Heaven's Sealing Pentagate. If you ever see any around, you better run as far away as possible. Of course, it's futile anyway. Li Qie smiled at him. Run. Jinlin didn't expect this answer. Shouldn't I be asking for the immortal to teach me the way? Jian Qingzhu, on the other hand, has been contemplating the entire time and didn't find this as surprising. True immortals were unreachable existence. Even Dao lords had to look up to them. The truth was that the appearance of one would lead to widespread astonishment and chaos. Every cultivator in the world would run towards this being, hoping to change their fate. The legend of Blessed Dao Lord was too well known, meeting an immortal and being taught the way. He eventually became the most brilliant Dao Lord in history. Who knows if the being he met was an immortal or not? The accuracy wasn't important, only the fundamental of the story. Meeting such a being would allow one to ascend like a true dragon, becoming a great historical figure. The temptation of such a meeting was irresistible. In this case, Li Qie fully disagreed and told them to run as far away as possible. Hence Jinlin's confusion. Say there is an ant trying to climb up your foot. What will you do? Li Qie stared at him and asked. Stomp it. He blurted out right away and something flashed in his head. He immediately understood but didn't like the result. We're the ants. Qingzhu murmured. In the eyes of regular cultivators, they had impeccable talents and power. Alas, not to mention the true immortals, even top masters right now viewed them like ants. Thus, if ants wanted to bother them, they wouldn't hesitate on stomping down. Therefore, why would a true immortal try to bless those so far beneath them? The answer was rather obvious. This was just the fantasy of fools. That isn't the worst outcome. Li Qie said. After all, not all wish to stomp down on ants because there might be a colony waiting nearby. They might not wish to kill or burn all the ants since they aren't that bored. So that's the case for immortals too? Wei Qiao, who has been silent, asked. The answer is that there are no immortals in the mortal world, akin to a fish pond not having a shark. Li Qie smiled. I see. Wei Qiao understood. Sharks were the kings of the sea. Many aquatic creatures eventually became their food. He equated sharks to immortals and realized the implications. As the three were lost in thoughts, Li Qie recalled the gates and lamp. He gave the gates to Elder Hu and said, This treasure can seal heaven for eternity. I shall bestow it to Little Diamond since fate has brought us together. Elder Hu couldn't accept the gates even though it was for the entire sect, not just him. He clearly saw how powerful the gates were earlier when Li Qie took down the dark existence. Not to mention their peers, even the great powers might not have something so wondrous. Li Qie's generosity left him stunned. Take it. Consider it a gift from fate. Li Qie casually said. It took a while for Elder Hu to calm down. He commanded the disciples to kneel. He did the same and prostrated. We will never forget the kindness and generosity shown today, sect master. They felt the utmost gratitude for his gift. They knew that it was a supreme treasure, but ultimately, they still underestimated its true value. Qi Jinlin and Jian Qianzhu exchanged glances. Both could see that Li Qie didn't have deep ties with Little Diamond. Nonetheless, he still gave them such a precious gift. The two thought that this defensive treasure might be comparable to a Dao Lord weapon. Despite their noble status, they couldn't afford to give such a precious gift to just anyone. Li Qie seemed to be the sole exception. Sir, does it have a name? Jinlin asked. Heaven's Sealing Pentagate. Li Qie casually responded. Heaven's Sealing Pentagate. The two repeated. Just the name alone was a sign of how amazing it was. Heaven's Sealing were not characters to be used frivolously. Take this. Li Qie then handed the lamp to Wang Weiqiao. Wang Weiqiao didn't dare to accept this offensive treasure despite being Li Qie's disciple. "Master, this is too precious," he said. "It's just a weapon." Li Qie responded, "If you ever become accomplished in the future, you will have heavy responsibilities then. Do not let it down since it is special." "What responsibilities do you speak of, master?" he asked, perplexed. "It's too early to speak of it right now. Once you're capable enough, you'll understand even without being told. With great power comes great responsibility." Li Qie smiled. He regained his wits, solemnly accepted the lamp and bowed deeply. "I won't forget your words, master." Qi Jinlin and Jian Qingzhu were moved as they watched the bestowal process. Even the blind could tell that these two treasures were exceptional. As the heir of Lion's Roar and the Saintess of Dragon, they had seen countless treasures before and had some top ones in their possession. They asked themselves whether they could show the same generosity to their loved ones and closest friends. They would have needed to think carefully due to the level of the treasures. Alas, Li Qie showed zero hesitation in doing so, as if the two treasures were as common as can be. There were two potential explanations. Li Qie either having too many treasures or that he didn't think much of these two. Either way, they were shocked because it showed just how extraordinary he was, far above their ancestors. Chapter 4354, Jian Qingzhu. All right, time to go pay Dragon a visit. After giving away the treasures, Li Qie stretched with a smile. His casual tone was a stark contrast to the gravity of the comment. Though Dragon welcomed all visitors, this didn't apply to Li Qie. Everyone believed that he was the mastermind behind the death of their young lord and their sect master's intent. More than 1,000 disciples also fell as well. Moreover, Peacock Monarch had also stated that either Li Qie apologizes or faces total destruction. Thus, this visit was either to apologize or to fight to the bitter end. The latter was clearly the choice, and the battle could shock all of Sky Border. The one in a tough position right now was Jian Qingzhu. Li Qie was clearly an enemy of Dragon. Should she view him as such? Anyone else from Dragon would be furious and show him a cold expression. On the other hand, she maintained a calm demeanor and still seemed set on befriending him. She had clearly drawn a line between personal and sect matters. "Would you like to visit the City of Demons first? I will humbly contribute, young noble," she invited. "City of Demons?" Li Qie stared at her with a smile. "It is the second branch of Dragon and is just as famous as the Citadel. They can be considered the foundation of Dragon." Qi Jinlin explained. "I am from this branch and I'm absolutely sure we will welcome you, young noble," she said. "You're being too humble, Miss Jian." Jinlin said, "Your clan is a major pillar for Dragon and has plenty of talents and influence. Speak what's on your mind." Li Qie said. "Young noble, the conflict between you and Dragon stems from a misunderstanding, not hatred or vengeance. Our sect master doesn't know who you are, so I offer my service to speak before the sect master, explaining the intricacies and diffusing the situation." She seized the opportunity. She paused for a bit and continued, "Thus, I respectfully ask you to visit the City of Demons first to see what Dragon is like." In her opinion, if he were to visit the capital, a fight would break out right away. That would make mediation nearly impossible. If it was anyone else, they wouldn't care enough to solve it peacefully. After all, a single cultivator going against Dragon was rather suicidal, especially an insignificant sect master. Any other saintess would view Li Qie as being arrogant and ignorant. Qingzhu disagreed, so she preferred the peaceful way instead, hoping to convince her sect master. In reality, nothing good could come from this for her, at least on the surface level. She, the saintess of Dragon, wanted to speak on the behalf of the enemy? This was improper and could be construed as traitorous. Even if she were to convince the sect master successfully, her reputation would take a hit. All in all, the risk was not worth it. Nonetheless, she chose to do it since she believed that this was more beneficial for Dragon. "You're smart, a clear rarity in Dragon right now. Some believe that they're unbeatable now and can do anything. What a shame," Li Qie said. "Is that a yes, young noble?" She could see the change in his tone and became happy. "I will go right now to Dragon Citadel and play the part of a mediator." "Yes." Li Qie smiled and stared at the horizon. Though some of the descendants from Dragon are foolish, I will give Dragon a chance because of your cleverness so that others won't say I'm too merciless. Having said that, he waved his hand.
Thank you, young noble. I will leave right now.
The excited girl bowed and said goodbye to Jean Lin before leaving. I have to return to the capital, sir. Jean Lin found it regrettable that he couldn't bring Li Chia back to Lion's Roar. If you ever need my service in the future, please just let me know. The members of Little Diamond found this confusing. They didn't know why the heir of Lion's Roar was so polite toward their sect master.
Go!
Li Chia then stared in the direction of Lion's Roar. I might need to give Lion's Roar a visit to see someone.
You have friends in Lion's Roar? He asked.
Judging by Li Chia's expression, it seemed to be an old friend that he hasn't seen in a long time. I don't recall, it's been too long.
I'll be there when the time is right.
Li Chia withdrew his gaze and said, I'll be eagerly waiting, sir. I will prepare a grand reception upon your arrival.
He bowed. Go! Li Chia waved.
He bowed one more time before leaving. After he was gone, a disciple from Little Diamond said what was on everyone's mind. Say, Sect Master, how do you know His Highness? The word, shock, was not enough to describe their emotion. The heir of Lion's Roar was an ultimate existence. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he was godlike in their eyes. Members of the small sects would find it an honor just to see the heir, let alone converse with him. In fact, just getting his acknowledgement once would be the story of a lifetime. Now, this unreachable heir treated their sect master with nothing but respect. He even bowed multiple times before leaving. Normally, weaker sect masters needed to kneel before him. That's why these young ones had a hard time coming to grips with this reality. We've only met once.
Li Chia replied.
Just once. This astounded the listeners. Though it sounded unbelievable, they still believed whatever Li Chia said. Okay, we're going to the city of demons so that you all can broaden your horizon. I'm afraid I won't have as much time to bring you along later.
Li Chia said.
Of course, his focus was on training Wang Weiqiao. Though he hasn't taught the man any supreme merit law, he wanted Weiqiao to see the world. This was the primary method of education this time around. Chapter 4355. City of Demons was one of the largest locations in Dragon. Only the capital, Dragon Citadel, was comparable. The capital was the ruling body of Dragon. This has been the case since it was built by the progenitor of the sect, Space Dragon Emperor. This tradition continued for its future leaders and even a top Dao Lord, Myriad Eyes. Thus, the authority of Dragon was centralized in the capital. Nonetheless, the City of Demons was still a large part of its foundation. Some went as far as saying that without this city, there would be no dragon sect. The capital, on the other hand, played more of a role in expanding the sect's external influence. For millions of years, the city had produced waves of talents. They eventually became top masters and sages for Dragon. This helped the sect stand strong for eras. Of course, calling it a city wasn't exactly accurate. Its actual size was unknown since there were no walls to give an accurate assessment. If one were to stand on top of a high vantage point, they would see endless mountain ranges. Peaks towered among the clouds while some abysses had no bottom to be seen. Magnificent rivers and earth veins could be seen as well. Impressive architecture were built in this wilderness. Some palaces on the peaks allowed one to come out to the courtyard and seemingly touch the stars. They looked like the homes of immortals due to the white clouds and mist. Dao chains connected these palaces and served as bridges, painting the scene of a floating city. More were built on the rivers and remained stable in spite of the violent waves. The entire area brimmed with the presence of life and demons. This was not the wilderness despite its appearance. It served as the largest congregation of demons in the south. One could spot demons everywhere, whether it be the bustling streets or the verdant peaks. Serpent demons with long tails, tiger demons with sharp claws on all limbs, bull demons with a human head and a bestial body, treants. Therefore, it was stranger to see humans here rather than some rare demons. It also contained numerous hidden masters. We're almost there. A disciple from Little Diamond stared at the area from afar. City of Demons. Elder who became emotional and said, I never thought I would have the chance to visit one of the largest cities. It's massive.
Another youth saw the grand scenery. Just one corner of the city was countless times larger than their sect. The difference between a grain of salt and the ocean. This was only one city in Dragon 2. Thus, they realized just how monstrous this sect was compared to their own. This city is the lifeblood of Dragon. There are 3 branches here, all powerful. Elder Hu elaborated. 3 branches. One disciple became curious. Phoenix Ground, Tiger Pond, and Dragon Platform. He went on, each has lasted for eras and is unfathomable. Due to his humble background, he knew little about Dragon. His knowledge was strictly rumor-based. Nonetheless, he was correct about the 3 branches. Though there were inaccuracies, it was roughly on point. These 3 branches were the main producers of talents in the city. Still around. Li Qie quietly observed the area. The past suddenly resurfaced again. Many things have changed but not all. He was the only one who could spot the peculiarities.
What is that over there?
One disciple pointed forward. The group looked over and saw a majestic floating palace. Judging from its appearance, it must have been built a long time ago. It exuded a fascinating light while being locked by 8 divine chains. The spatial structure around it fluctuated due to the waves of light. This seemed to be the center of the city. There were other palaces fixated in the air. None could compare to this one. Though it wasn't the largest or the brightest, it certainly attracted the most attention. Anyone who looked up at the sky would notice it first. It was the king while all others were mere subjects. Demon Realm Palace. Elder Hu put on a serious expression.
Is it a treasure?
Another asked.
I'm not sure.
Elder Hu shook his head. According to the record, it is of pivotal importance to Dragon. One legend stated that it was built by their progenitor.
Another said that it is related to a great battle.
A great battle? The disciple became curious. I don't know the details. It's between 2 top existences. Maybe a Tao Lord is involved. Elder Hu smiled wryly. This immediately piqued the group's interest because it involved a Tao Lord. Feng Qi and Jiu Bian. Li Qie stared at the palace and said, Feng Qi and Jiu Bian? The group hasn't heard of these names before. This palace was indeed special to Dragon. There were 2 explanations. The first being that Space Emperor Dragon dragged it back here from an external realm. The second speculation stated that it was related to the origin of the 3 branches. The historical records contained information about a battle before the era of Space Dragon Emperor, one great enough to shake 8 desolaces. One combatant was a supreme being. She lived in an ancient era and even Blessed and Sword Sea Tao Lord couldn't compare to her. Her name was Feng Qi. Nothing else was written about her origin. It was stated that she debuted as a Tao Lord at the age of either 9 or 10. Something truly astounding. Due to a lack of evidence, some believed that she was not a Tao Lord. 1. Could be title or name. Keeping them as a name is easier right now. Feng Qi means Phoenix Roost and Jiu Bian means 9 changes/transformations. Chapter 4356. Feng Qi and Jiu Bian. The legend of Feng Qi, a 9-year-old Tao Lord. This couldn't be verified. Future generations didn't know her origin and merit laws either. Only 2 points were repeated in the records. First, she was a girl named Feng Qi. Second, she did indeed sweep through the world uncontested at the age of 9. The other combatant, Jiu Bian, was even more mysterious. People didn't know if this was the right name. In fact, the correct pronoun remained unknown. Jiu Bian could be a human, a demon, or something else entirely. All in all, Jiu Bian might be the most mysterious cultivator in Desolaces. No one has seen Jiu Bian's true appearance or actual form. One theory dictated that Jiu Bian always appeared in a different form. The question was the change happening with every appearance or limited to the changing of eras? Another theory stated that Jiu Bian could be more than just one person. They could be from a single lineage and would have a different successor appearing in each era. Perhaps Jiu Bian wasn't even the correct name. These characters might have been first recorded because the being had appeared 9 times with 9 different appearances. The most impressive tale regarding Jiu Bian was how it had devoured a Tao Lord before. This was also unverified but still served as a testament to its power. Xueqi and Jiubian were complete strangers with no feud to speak of, at least as far as people knew. However, the battle between them affected all of 8 Desolaces. Some believed that they were mortal enemies since birth due to their background. Others said that they were competing for a supreme treasure. Most present-day demons believed that they were fighting over Demon Realm Palace. In this legend, both sides found it at the same time and wouldn't relent. Their battle tore the world asunder. Continental cracks became a common sight. Numerous slumbering monsters woke up, even the existences in the forbidden zones. The supreme monarch of Lion's Roar awakened as well and came to see the battle in person. The ground disappeared and the sky vault was obliterated. It felt like a world-ending disaster. Future descendants didn't know much about the details of the battle. One belief was that both combatants perished in the battle. Another stated that slumbering monsters took advantage of their injuries and killed them. The third included a draw and both sides decided to leave. Ultimately, the 2 combatants were never seen again afterward. They appeared like meteors shooting across the night sky, beautiful yet ephemeral. However, the palace also disappeared as well. It wasn't until Space Emperor Dragon's emergence and his creation of the City of Demons that it was seen again. There was one concrete piece of evidence amidst all the rumors. It proved that the battle actually happened and provided a hint to Jiubian's identity, a supreme demon god from the ancient age. Blood was naturally spilled from the great battle. Their blood affected the animals beneath and this gave them divinity and Tao attunement. They then subsequently reached the Tao and became great demons. Thus, 2 branches were created as a result. The present-day Phoenix Ground and Tiger Pond. Phoenix Ground inherited the bloodline of Xueqi while Tiger Pond inherited Jiubian's bloodline. Because of this, the 2 branches were always at war. Space Dragon Emperor appeared and changed this. The Emperor subdued both branches and created a third, Dragon Platform. This ended the eternal conflict and signaled the start of a brand new sect, Dragon. Henceforth, there were 3 branches instead of 2. Once again, these legends weren't verified but Dragon wholeheartedly agreed with this. The majority of outsiders felt the same way. Meanwhile, Lichia stared at the palace for a while with a smirk on his face. A disciple nearby asked Elder Hu again, "Elder, what can this palace do?" "I don't know." Elder Hu chuckled. "I heard that it is very important to Dragon, that any disciple capable of entering will go up the ranks very quickly." He then waved his hand and said, "I don't know if this is true or not, this is just what others told me." He had limited sources due to his lowly background. Can outsiders try too? The disciple had a bold thought. "It's useless for you to try." Li Chia chuckled and patted Wei Qiao's shoulder, "But Wei Qiao can give it a shot." Master, I don't think I can go." Wang Weiqiao didn't expect this and smiled awkwardly. It had nothing to do with lacking confidence. The palace was crucial to Dragon, and they wouldn't let anyone enter outside of their own geniuses. Plus, he knew that his talent couldn't compare to theirs in the first place. Even if he were to enter, the benefits would be limited. "A disciple of mine can do anything," Li Chia nonchalantly said. Wei Qiao took a deep breath and solemnly nodded. "Very well, Master, since you've put it that way, I'm sure I can do it." The others exchanged glances. They didn't know why Li Chia was so confident in Wei Qiao but still believed him. "Let's go." Li Chia raised one foot in a natural walking motion. The moment he lifted his foot, loud metallic clanks happened and shook the entire city. The quakes naturally shocked its inhabitants. What's happening? This has never happened before in this region. Look. They looked up and saw Demon Realm Palace being more resplendent than ever. The light pulsed like a tsunami, no longer gentle like before. The unprecedented development frightened them. The palace started shaking violently, seemingly wanting to leave the chains. This negatively impacted the region's stability since the palace resembled a foundational pillar. Experts from the 3 branches awakened as a result. This included ancient ancestors. The latter saw the shaking palace and became startled. Even an ancestor inside the palace didn't know what was going on. When was the last time this happened? One of them wondered. "Report this to the sect." An ancient ancestor ordered with haste. "What is happening?" The members of Little Diamond fell to the ground due to the violent shakes. Only Li Chia stood there calmly and observed the changes. After a while, the palace regained its stability and stopped shaking. This temporarily assured the nervous spectators. 1. Given this context, treating Xueqi as a name seems correct too. In this case, Jiubian would work better as a title, but 9 changes/transformations/forms don't sound great. It could also be the actual name, so we'll stick with Jiubian. Chapter 4357. Seeing the beggar again. By this point, numerous ancient ancestors from the 3 branches have awakened. Discussions sprung everywhere in the city. Is this another treasure bestowment? One cultivator quietly asked after seeing the violent phenomenon. Though peace has returned to the city, people couldn't help talking about this matter due to the perceived significance. Could it be a supreme weapon? Or an invincible merit law? A peer added. A treasure bestowment doesn't have this kind of phenomenon. An older expert from the previous generation answered, this is unprecedented. An ancestor from one of the 3 branches joined the conversation. I'm sure there's a reason for something like this to happen. The top ancestors were aware that such an impressive phenomenon carried a proportionate level of significance. Of course, whether this was a blessing or a disaster remained unknown. Didn't a phenomenon happen when Myriad Eyes Dao Lord entered the palace back then? An old cultivator asked a senior. The senior shook her head in response. It was written so, a phenomenon occurred when the young Dao Lord entered, but it wasn't anything like this. Yes, not comparable in the slightest. An ancestor responded. The difference is so drastic. In fact, I wouldn't even call that a phenomenon after seeing this one. According to our records, the young Dao Lord's exceptional abilities granted entry to the palace. However, the light of the palace merely intensified. There was nothing like the violent quakes we had earlier. During the Dao Lord's youth, the elders granted him entry to the palace. The moment he entered the entrance, the palace became bright and gave him a fortune. Some attributed his future success to this gift. The truth was that all demons believed that being recognized by the palace meant having a great future. It could also grant gifts to brilliant disciples. Does that mean someone had just given birth to a great genius in the city? Or a future demon king? Everyone started thinking about the possibilities. Not necessarily. An older expert became worried. It could be a disaster of sorts. The appearance of a genius doesn't warrant this strong of a reaction. I agree, the Dao Lord's birth didn't trigger anything, only when he entered the palace. Another expert responded and remained skeptical. Well, will there be an incredible reward waiting in there now? Maybe even the imperial laws of Space Dragon Emperor. A young demon fantasized. It's within the realm of possibility given the nature of that phenomenon earlier. It is worth a shot. A senior replied. Yes, we should try and enter. One ancestor nodded. Thus, the branches in the city encouraged their disciples to try and enter the palace, hoping to obtain the potential fortune awaiting within. As for the members of Little Diamond, they were startled by the shocking phenomenon. Don't tell me that's an ominous sign. One of them said, not wanting to face another crisis the moment they got here. It's fine. Plus, the great demons in the city will take care of any potential problem. It wouldn't be your turn. Li Qie smiled. The young ones exchanged glances and wholeheartedly agreed. Given their power, they didn't have the responsibility to deal with anything. The demon ancestors should have everything under control. Right, I worried over nothing. The guy chuckled. It could be an auspicious sign too. Elder who stared at the palace and said, I heard Myriad Eyes Dao Lord's entry to the palace sparked a phenomenon. Elder, how do we gain entry to that palace? Some became eager to try. I'm afraid we're not qualified. Elder who shook his head. Let's go. Li Qie said and moved on. The rest hurriedly followed him. Alas, they didn't get far before they met a beggar who stopped in front of Li Qie. He was up there in age and wore a tattered robe with patches shoddily embroidered everywhere. However, the terrible craftsmanship was understandable because they saw that he was blind. His eyelids were puffed up like 2 lumps of meat, only opened ever so slightly. Who knows the extent of his blindness? If he could see outlines when close enough. His cheeks were down to the bones, sunken. His frame was as skinny as the bamboo stick he was holding. Just one gust of wind could send both flying. The bottom of the stick was bald. It had clearly accompanied him for a long time.
He carried a broken bowl with his other hand.
It had several holes, perhaps picked up randomly from the street.
Nonetheless, he seemed to cherish and cleaned it repeatedly with his robe.
Not even a speck of dust could be found. Inside the bowl were a few coins, so they clanked as he traveled.
This wasn't their first meeting.
Li Qie and Lu Qi had met him back in Sword Continent.
"Please, kind sirs."
He came closer and raised the bowl. He narrowed his eyes, seemingly trying hard to see Li Qie to no avail. Li Qie didn't say anything and only smiled. He gently shook his bowl to issue more clankings. "Take it, buy something to eat." A youth from Little Diamond took out some coins and placed them in the bowl. This was nothing to cultivators. Alas, it was a considerable amount for a beggar in the mortal world. He could live for a long time without needing to worry about food and clothes.
However, the man turned a deaf ear to them and still kept the bowl raised in front of Li Qie.
Chapter 4358. Kick, please, kind sir. The old beggar insisted, but Li Qie didn't respond. "What do you want?" a different disciple asked. He didn't answer, which confused the group. "Don't you see the coins in your bowl?" One attributed this to him being blind.
"He can't see anything, right?"
Another added. "I bet he's famished too. That's why he doesn't care about anything else right now." A female disciple joined in. "Do we have any food?" The group was kind-hearted and tried to help.
"No."
"Where are we going to find some buns?" Someone else responded. Though they weren't experts, they still didn't need to eat like mortals. There was no need to pack food or rations during a long trip. "I have a snake scale fruit. He can have it." A generous youth looked for a while and took out a fresh fruit from his pouch. This was a common fruit for cultivators, but for mortals? It was extremely nutritious, especially for a malnourished old man. It would fill him for several days.
"Hey, take this and stop asking our sect master."
He placed the fruit into the bowl.
Alas, the old man insisted on begging Li Qie alone. "Please, kind sir."
The young ones lost their patience.
From start to finish, they have been rather cordial to him.
After all, who would give a damn about a mortal beggar? If he were to infuriate cultivators, they might just kill him. Thus, Little Diamond's members have shown generosity and compassion. Alas, the old man was being rather stubborn. "What do you want?" One of them lost his politeness. The old man continued on shaking his bowl in front of Li Qie, seemingly ready to stay forever until Li Qie acquiesced.
"We've already given you money and food."
An older disciple unhappily complained. "If you won't move, we'll have to make you, and it won't be pleasant. I don't think your old bones can handle it." They didn't look down on the old man, but he was being unreasonable to their sect master whom they respect.
Li Qie was surprisingly patient today and smiled at the old man. "What is it that you're begging for?"
"Life." The old man finally spoke. The disciples immediately unsheathed their weapons and put on a defensive stance after hearing this. They assumed that he carried malice towards the sect master. "I don't think you can bear it." Li Qie chuckled. "Please be generous then." The old man shook his bowl faster this time. "Fine." Li Qie smiled and raised one leg before kicking with an unknown amount of strength. Whoosh! Nonetheless, this sent the old man flying across the sky like a shooting star. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he had made it out of the city or even dragon. This naturally stunned the members of Little Diamond. Their mouth was wide open, not expecting Li Qie to mercilessly kick the old beggar with so much force. They thought that he was dead for sure, or the best-case scenario would be surviving with all of his bones broken. After all, sending someone out of the city with one kick? Its power was immense while the old man was feeble. A random kick could break his ribs, let alone what Li Qie did. "He's dead for sure," one disciple stammered. "Even they would die after being kicked like that." "No, I'm sure the sect master showed mercy." Another disciple spoke on behalf of Li Qie. Despite being a small sect, Little Diamond still more or less considered itself to be part of the orthodox and righteous faction. Now, their sect master had just killed a beggar. This might become a topic of scorn and ridicule.
"There is no need to worry."
Li Qie smiled. "He'll still be alive and well after you're all buried in your coffin." "Ah!" The young ones were left speechless and unconvinced. They were vigorous cultivators,
so there was no way an old mortal beggar could outlast them. Of course, little did they know that this old man last showed up in Sword Continent. Going from Sword Continent to Sky Border was exceedingly difficult. Few in the world could travel across continents. Alas, this old man could do so and showed up wherever Xueqi went. Thus, how could he be killed by a single kick? Sect Master, do you know him? One of them calmed down and asked. They gradually realized that this meeting was not a coincidence. The beggar purposely came to see Xueqi. Just a dead man. Xueqi casually responded. A dead man. This caught the young ones off guard. Impossible. I saw that he was clearly alive. One of them said. Though he was up there in age, he was certainly alive. Nonetheless, the group always took Xueqi seriously. Why is a dead man playing the part of a beggar, Sect Master? Another became curious. Chapter 4359. Ajiao, the dead still have thoughts. Xueqi stared at the horizon and said. The group shuddered after hearing this because this was a rather strange idea. They still have thoughts? One of them murmured and immediately looked around. He felt chilly gusts and became afraid, thinking that ominous spirits were looking at him. In their mind, the dead ceased to have a soul and mind. Some no longer had a body as well. Thus, Xueqi's comment went against conventional wisdom. Of course, there were special entities in the cultivation world. For example, stubborn intents and obsessions that wouldn't disperse. Some strange events could happen after the death of a powerful cultivator as well. However, strictly speaking, ghosts didn't exist similarly to immortals in their world. So was that old beggar a ghost then? Ghosts can't appear in broad daylight. One youth blurted out without being too sure. Right, they'll disperse once exposed to sunlight. His friend quietly said. Maybe he was something ominous. An older disciple speculated. A few of them heard this and thought that they may have caught misfortune, especially the one who gave him coins earlier. He wiped his clothes and said, Please, no misfortune, I didn't do anything, don't latch on to me. It's a great fortune to be sought after by a ghost. Xueqi chuckled. Why is that? Aren't ghosts ominous creatures? If one latches onto him, he'll be unlucky forever. Another answered. It's not that easy becoming a ghost. Xueqi replied. Being one meant the person had obtained a heaven-defying fortune. Such a being wouldn't care about you all since you're nothing more than insects in their eyes. The youths exchanged glances and agreed. Ghosts wouldn't bother coming to look for them. After all, they had nothing noteworthy. No power, no resource, no talent. That's good. One guy heaved a sigh of relief and said, I guess it's not all bad being nobodies. Sect Master, why is he looking for you? One youth became curious. It became apparent that the old beggar wasn't here to beg and only came for Xueqi. Xueqi smiled and moved forward without responding. The group followed him but they didn't get far again. Another uninvited passerby came along. A woman shaking her hips more than necessary as she walked towards them. If she was a supreme beauty, then such a walking style would be quite a sight for sore eyes. Unfortunately, she was overweight. Strangely enough, her fat wasn't shaking either. She seemed to be very well built and had a tan complexion. One would assume that she worked all year long at a farm. In reality, she was only 18 or 19 but her appearance betrayed her age. Her hair was long and black. Alas, they were tied into pigtails in a non-flattering fashion. Worst of all, she was covered in a thick layer of makeup carrying a heavy scent. It wasn't a crime to be average-looking if she didn't adorn any makeup and had a simpler style. Alas, she also wore a conspicuous flower dress. This combination was absolutely a visual attack. She appeared to be a village girl who yearns for city life, hence her style. Oh, husband, I've finally found you. She put on a feminine yet nauseating pose as she rushed over to Xueqi. Her unreasonable confidence and coquettishness shook the young ones but most importantly, she addressed Xueqi as husband. They calmed down and their gaze switched back and forth between Xueqi and her. Don't make me obliterate your soul. No one will be able to save you. Xueqi threatened. This was not an empty threat when it came from Xueqi since he had the ability to do so. Can't I make a joke? The girl acted shy while stealing glances at Li Qie. My father agreed to our matter. She was none other than Ajiao, who had also shown up at Sword Continent. The timing was identical as well. The beggar came first, then her. The disciples found this rather strange yet amusing. Some thought that their sect master might really have something to do with this girl. Thus, they were tactful enough to slow down their pace, giving Li Qie and Ajiao some space. Does the sect master really have a fiancé? One of them whispered. A different disciple disagreed right away. It doesn't look that way to me. Plus, who is actually worthy of marrying our sect master? Watch your words. Elder Hu scolded, not wanting them to speculate. Nonetheless, he found this strange as well. First, it was a beggar. Now an overweight girl. This felt rather strange. Li Qie ignored the gossip behind him and only focused on Ajiao. He smiled and said, I see. What'll be the dowry? I'm sure the dowry will be generous. Just say the words. Ajiao said bashfully, causing the disciples to have goosebumps. I want his dog life then. Li Qie smirked. Listeners became slack-jawed. Their sect master wanted to kill his father-in-law? Why so cruel? Our father bears no malice towards you. Ajiao pouted, seemingly ignorant of the effect she has on others. All right, why are you here? He asked. What else but to strengthen our romance since we're about to be husband and wife? She looked down at the ground and only stole glances at him. 1. Exact translation is husband but used more like, honey. Chapter 4360. Regrets. Nothing is impossible since you have gone so far. Just keep in mind that although nothing is off the table, there is a price for it all. Li Qie smiled. This again. Ajiao stared flirtily at him and said, We're about to become a couple, no need to be so distant and calculative. It should be easy to talk between families. Her demeanor and tone would have been pleasant if she were a beauty. Alas, listeners only got goosebumps and felt nauseous from her bad acting. Li Qie said, We can talk, it's just that my starting price is high. Of course he can afford it, no? I'm here with sincerity and knew that you would turn around. She said. I see, speak then. He smiled, unaffected by her lack of charm. Honey, everyone has regrets, right? You do as well. Ajiao's voice suddenly became alluring and irresistible. Now that's more like it. Li Qie narrowed his eyes. My father asks, what if you can make up for past regrets? She said. Go on, I'm interested. Li Qie was not an exception and certainly had regrets in life. For example, the dead coming back to life. There seemed to be celestial lights flashing in the depth of her eyes. The disciples in the back heard her clearly. First, Li Qie talked about the old beggar being dead. Now, this girl was talking about rebirth? They thought that this conversation was rather private and sensitive, so they decided to stay far away and stop prying. There are always those who are missed. What would one do just to have a chance to say goodbye? She said softly, seemingly falling into remembrance and reflecting. True. His gaze traveled across the river of time before stopping at a particular figure. Perhaps someone had waited for him during the long years. Alas, he kept on moving forward and the figure eventually disappeared. He had thought about returning to at least say something. Unfortunately, this never happened and it became his regret. It was too late to do anything about it since time reduced it all to dust. The only medicine for this was time traveling or rebirth. What if we can turn dust back to life? You can then again pick up the pieces and no longer feel regretful. She said stirringly. It's not that I can't do it, there are methods for rebirth. He smiled. It's not that he couldn't do it, it's that he shouldn't. I see, so you have at the very least, thought about it. She said. What if I did? He responded. This offer didn't seem to be enough to surprise Li Qie. I don't doubt your ability in doing so. She laughed elegantly, one in tune with nature before continuing. But, I'm sure that there will be flaws in your process. You know that as well. It won't be the same as before. And he claims to be able to do it? He knew what she was implying. It is not a problem as long as you agree. Just nod and you'll be able to return to the source. She blinked. Is that so? There are things that one can't jump out of, not even him in spite of having total control. It is impossible. He disagreed. No one is talking about jumping out, but there are substitutions. You mustn't worry about that and should just focus on how you'll be able to make up for past regrets. My father can do it. She elaborated. Got it. He didn't doubt her father's ability. Audiobook was most likely telling the truth. So what's your answer? Her tone became playful again. Time eventually leaves no traces. Even if one tries to make amend, it still won't be the same. It is not the past and not the same person. He stared at her. Don't worry. Leave it to my father. Since he dared to boast, I'm sure there won't be a problem. You will be able to return to the exact past as before without causing any ripple. He fell into silence. His eyes returned to the past again, and his very being seemed to have returned as well. Time was still flowing around him without disruption despite him breaking the rule. This is indeed tempting. He eventually broke out of this state and said, "So is that a yes?" Her eyes turned bright. There weren't many things in the world capable of tempting Xueqi. Moreover, he just needed to put in the effort and pay the price, then he could obtain anything. Thus, both peerless treasures and laws weren't enough. However, getting rid of past regrets might be a different story. Wouldn't it be too simple if this alone is enough to move me? He said flatly. I'm aware. She nodded. This is only the first of many things to show that we're sincere. As long as you agree, we can negotiate further. No. He shook his head. Your condition is excellent, but it is not enough. My heart is made of steel and has already decided to let the past go. This is inevitable on the journey, whether one is a devil or an immortal, a test that must be overcome. She understood his point. The overlords and hidden existences in the darkness have experienced this before. Their heart became as hard as steel as a result. They eventually made different choices on the long path, but none wanted to pick up the pieces of the past. Fine, let me know your requirements then. She said. My demand is not unreasonable. There is only one. I don't need to say it since you already know. He responded before gazing up at the sky. It seemed that he was already standing at the farthest reach. Her expression became serious since she knew the demand. There was no need for words considering his gaze. You're tuning in to the Xueqi's Martial Arts Saga YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.